As long as it doesn't break 61 to 61 or 65, purple Bitcoin should remain an inverted head and shoulders. Francesca, you're such a pure soul. Sweetest person I've met on in this community for sure. Like, I mean, there's lots of sweet people, but Francesca has just a pure, genuine heart. That's why I reached out to her and I was like, "Hey, come on the show. I want you on the show." Because I seen what she was doing with the queens of crypto, and I was like, I like that. I like that. And all of her content is like very uplifting and strong, self-worth type of narrative. Like, I was like, this is the kind of person that I want to uplift. But Oz, have you been through a lot? Haven't you had tough times? Oh, bro, I've had some of the toughest times, man. There's no reason that I should have ever succeeded, but my tenacity overpowered every adversity that ever came my way. I should be dead in a gutter right now, but I never allowed my circumstance to define where I was going in my life. I'm actually working on writing a book right now. Francesca says, yeah, I need to get that going again in real life. Held that back. Yeah. You'll get there. I see a bright future for you. You will be just fine. Just be tenacious. Know where you want to go and you will get there. No, don't say that, Oz. You're a champion, a legend, bro. I appreciate that, Marco. I'll tell you what. It was not easy, okay? I know I make it look easy. It is not easy. Sacrifices. I sacrificed so much. And I don't have much friends or family because of it, because while everyone was growing together, I was growing apart from them because I was not going to get locked into the norm. I was on a mission. I'm always on a mission. But I manifest things into my life. I know what I want, and then I make it happen. Sometimes it happens very quickly. Sometimes it just takes forever. But if you know what you want and you continually take those steps towards it every single day, it's not about I want to do something someday. It's like, I'm going to start doing this today. Marco says, damn, bro, you're going to make me tear up for real, man. Dude, I tear up on this show sometimes because I'll tell you what, it ain't easy, but you can do it. Anyone can do anything. You all can do anything you want. Just most of us choose to do nothing. Most of us choose the easy route. It is hard. You have to pick yourself up daily because everything around you will push you down. Everyone you come across will push you down. I can't tell you how many times when I started this show, Cosmic Crypto was saying it yesterday on his live. He's like, oh, they called me a clown. They called me a clown. He's like, they called me a clown more than anyone else. I was like, nah, bro, I hold that title. I hold the title of the crypto clown, all right? I've been called a clown more than anyone because when crypto was pumping hard in January, I was like, nope, we're going down, baby. No one wanted to hear it. And I'll tell you what, there were so many times where I was just like, dang, I want to give up. This is hard. It's emotionally damaging. I just kept persevering. I kept going. I mean, look at this. Let's see when I posted this video. It should show the date. Like, it's so long, it's going to take forever to load. The internet is bad. Yeah, mental health is so important. You guys are my mental health. You guys are my therapy, okay? Daily, I just get to hang out with you and chat with you. And you guys keep me positive. You guys keep me on the right track. Big Baller says, send me your P.O. box. I'm sending you a beer gator tomorrow. I don't have the P.O. box set up yet, but I can go. I have to drive like 2 hours to get to the P.O. box. So I can try to get it done ASAP. Or we can just meet in person. My, by the way, I'm pretty sure that Rare Evo, I'm going to be going with my private security. With all the kidnappings and stuff, like when I did the meet and greet, I was like, nah, I'll be fine in Vegas. With all like the shootings and stuff in Vegas, I was like, no, I need to make sure that I have private security with me. I usually don't go anywhere without private security. Let's see here. All right, here we go. I forget what I was looking for. Oh, here it goes. The first time I got removed from TikTok, I made this one.
I'm not leaving.
This is when I was Oz Tin Man, before the show changed.
I'm not leaving.
What's up, MMG? Hey, MMG, you want to come on the show? After the first hater got me banned, I made this sucker. And then, oh, it's going to make me load. Oh, wait, here we go. And then I made this one shortly thereafter. Where is it? Wait, did it take it down? I think it took it down. What? No. It did. What the heck, man? That was like my greatest meme. I gotta repost that thing. Yeah, I think it's gone. Yep. 'Tis no longer in existence. Oh, here it is.
Talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'ma tell you what banks told me, cause go ahead.
How I feel when the haters join the live, but my son. When the haters join the chat, but the subs got my back. This is the most recent one I made.
You're all a bunch of fucking assholes. You know why? You don't have the guts to be what you want to be. You need people like me. You need people like me so you...
Yeah. No fucks given. Today's kind of a chill day. There's not a lot of news, so I'm just kind of riffing and spend some time with you guys. You guys want some story time? You guys want to hear some stories? I think I'm going to be doing a book series, and one of them that I'm going to do is Tales from Behind the Stage. That's going to be one of them. Tales from Behind the Stage. I think it's a great title. And then there's another one I want to do that's going to be more of like a motivational type book. And it's going to be, I haven't come up with the title for it yet. But basically, never give up kind of book. Don't give up. You can achieve your goals. You just have to keep trying. I'll tell you what, I did my first podcast in 2020. First podcast, my entire studio and home got robbed. I lost everything. And I tried to continue doing social media after that, and just with my phone, and just make content, but not actually like do lives or do a show. And that wasn't working. I did that for like 2 years, and then I finally just gave up. And I was like, I'm not going to do this anymore. I was like, it's too hard. There's too much competition. It's never going to happen for me. And I actually hung up my hat. And then I went live on Mega Crypto's show one time just as a guest to say my 2 cents. And then I was like, I'm doing this again. And I here we are. And I never looked back. And I set my bar very low with social media because I didn't want to break my soul by setting a goal that would be too hard to achieve. And I've well surpassed all my goals. And now I've just raised the bar so high now that I don't even care if I never achieve it, but I know I will. Because if I achieved the goal that I set for myself for this show, I was like, I can achieve anything. And I knew that before. It wasn't my time yet. And look, here we are today. Here we are today. And so much has happened. So much has changed. The name of the show has changed. The equipment's changed. The studio location. What's my goal? My goal is to basically be millions of followers, thousands of people in every live. I'm thinking 2K per live, maybe 1 to 2K people per live, and a couple million followers. Shit, we went from like 1,000 followers to almost 7,000 followers in a couple months. Like, this show just grew overnight. We've only been doing this for like a short amount of time. Marco says, Oz, I'm so glad you didn't give up. Thanks, man. I just had to find my niche. I had to find where I could fit into. I had to find a hook to get you guys. And I realized, I was like, hey, I'll just make them rich. I was like, if I could just make everybody rich, then they'll follow me. Duh. So I roped you in with your pocketbooks. Thank you, Marco. Much love and respect to you as well. Sharon, how you doing? Glad to see you. It's been a while. Been missing you. Glad to see you as always. That's one thing is like I create connections with some people on here, and then all of a sudden they just disappear. And I'm like, man, I miss that person. And then when they pop back in, I just light up. I'm so excited to see them. Francesca says, you can get there in time. Just keep pushing. Oh, I know. It's not going to take very long. I'm already like calculating it. I'm thinking within a year. We're months into it, and it's just getting going. Sharon says, good. Just waiting at the airport. Sis is coming into town. Nice. I mean, not being at the airport, that's probably not as much fun, but seeing your sister, that's awesome. Love it. Ponky says, thoughts on Trump's China trade deal. Ugh. I think 50% tariffs across the board might be coming back. I think that might be the last fear narrative before it all takes off. Or deals get signed and it's just all uphill from here. What are my thoughts on Solana? What do you mean? Like technical analysis, use case? I mean, it's pretty much been deemed the meme coin central. It's for collector's items. It is fast and cheap, though. I'll give you that. I think it has a better shot than XRP. As of right now, anyway. Deal is getting signed. We are staying with China. Dude, I had a feeling that you were going to do that. I had a feeling. I'd like to see more manufacturing come back to the U.S. That would make me happy, you know, but I understand the difficulty of it. Trust me, I've started many a company, and working with China is just a way to, I mean, dude, look at the mugs are made in China. I don't know if you can see that or not. But yeah, the mugs are made in China. They're actually good mugs, though. Like, this is a damn good, solid mug. Like, sometimes you get them, they're cheap. Like, I'm not worried about throwing this one in the sink and it's going to break. Like, it's legit. It's definitely legit. I'm actually very happy with it. I use it, you know, and I think it's cool. The shirts are good quality, too. Look at the shirt, man. I've already washed this shirt like 3 times, and it's like solid. It hasn't like messed up or anything. Bro made everything here in Australia is made in China too. Yeah, everything's made in China. Them's fighting words to some folks. What are you talking about, MMG? Hey, MMG, you want to come on the show? Oh, wait. I'm not in... If you come on the show, you got to go sign up on Discord and send me a call. If anybody wants to come on the show, it's got to be through Discord. Apparently, the China tariff deal is signed. No. If it was, it would have been all over the news. It wouldn't be apparently. Jesus, thank you for the heart me, the 15 popular votes, the greeting hearts, and the 51 goats. Yeah, it's not signed yet. It says U.S. says deal with Beijing will expedite rare earth exports to China or from China. But I mean, that's not good. We don't want to get our rare earth minerals from China. We want to get it from Iran.
Overtime. You and Howard and Scott are working overtime, making deals with other countries. Remember a few months ago, the press was saying, do you really have anybody of any interest? Well, we just signed with China yesterday, right? Just signed with China. We have everybody. We're not going to make deals with everybody. Some we're just going to send them a letter, say, thank you very much. You're going to pay 25, 35, 45%. That's the easy way to do it. And my people don't want to do it that way. They want to do some of it, but they want to make more deals than I would do. But we're having some great deals.
It sounds like I don't believe it. Okay. There would be more clear. You lagged at the precise time. Oh my God, I can't stop laughing. Sorry, man. Yeah. According to Trump, it's signed, but also according to Trump, he obliterated the nuclear threat in Iran as well. So take it with a grain of salt. They also said that they had a deal months ago, so I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, once it's signed and it's official, then I'll believe it. And how many times has China signed deals with us and then backed out on it? All the time. All the time. But that would be good. That'd be bullish, you know, a deal with China. But it sounds like it's just a rare earth mineral deal. It's not everything is dealt with. So that's another thing. But that's how they do it. Yeah, so many times, bro. Like, what the heck, man? Big Baller, I will get a PO box set up next week. I'm going to be taking Wednesday off next week, I think, so I'll take that time to drive into town and have that done. Problem is having a PO box, like I got to drive 2 hours to get to the PO box, but it is what it is. I can't be giving out my address to people. You know what I mean? So we'll do that. I wish there was a way that you could just send it to the post office and I could pick it up. I have it ready for you when you get this way. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I should just drive down to you, bro. Yeah, 2 hours to go to the mail. That's what I'm saying. I could literally just drive another 30 minutes and I could just meet Big Baller. That might just be the better thing. I do need a P.O. box, though, for the show. I want people to be able to send me stuff. Don't send me food. I'm not going to eat it, okay? Because people are crazy. But if you guys want to send me things, like if you like crochet things or whatever, if you made me a beanie, I'm going to wear it on the live. Come on. All right, Big Baller. We'll talk on call on Discord and I'll work out a day. Maybe I can come on the weekend or something and show up. I'll bring by the Corvette so you can take a look at it. We can go for a little ride. What do you say? Should I bring the Corvette? If I bring the Corvette, I got to come like early in the morning or late at night because the air conditioner just doesn't do it. I mean, we could take the T-top off, but it'd be getting hot out here. I usually don't drive it in the summer. It's waiting for you in my garage. All right, dude. I'll make a trip down there. I will make a trip, and we can hang out for a little bit too if you want. Probably won't be able to stay too long because I'm going to have to drive there hour or two and then drive back hour or two. So that's going to be like a full day. But I want to talk. I think it would be good for us to sit down and maybe have like a little business meeting and talk about what we're going to do, plans. Because I'll present it on this show, okay? Totally. Like if we sign a contract, I will present it on the show, but it'll be minimal. But the new show that I'm starting, as soon as we get that and we get that deal signed, I'm going to officially start building the set for the new show. And it's going to be the centerpiece of the show. It's going to be sitting between us. And we're going to be taking drinks from it during the show. And it's going to be on YouTube exclusively. Kodak says, you and Big Baller drifted in the Vet. No, the Vet can't drift. It's got super sticky street slicks on it. So you got to have like 1,200 horsepower to break traction. But yeah, Big Baller, you will basically be the main promotion for that show. It'll be pretty much exclusively to you for now. I'll maybe we'll do like a 6-month contract for you to exclusively no other promotions on that show. We'll figure it out. Well, like I said, we need to sit down and talk and work out the deets on it. But basically, I want the Beer Gator to be the center of the camera, because dude, I appreciate you. You've donated so much to the show. Thank you for your donation yesterday. And you're giving me a beer gator and stuff. And like, I want to sell them too and, you know, get a little bit of income coming in. The idea is to get this show profitable. And you've been such a supporter of this show. Like, I want to show you that I support you as well. I'll have a contract ready for you when we meet. All right. I will take the contract with me. I will review it. And if I need to make any amendments from there, I will make them, and then we can do like a DocuSign on it, and I can send it to you over the internet. But dude, I have so many affiliate programs coming my way. I have like on Twitch alone, I think I have 100 different products being promoted to me right now. And then creators as well on TikTok want me to use their platforms and all kinds of different things. It's pretty incredible just how quickly all of this just happened. And like our viewership is massive. Like right now it's a slow day, whatever. Like we got 46 people. Yesterday, without any promotion, we had over 100 people watching the show. That is just magnificent. Hey, does anybody want to come on the show? If you want to come on the show, log into Discord and send me a voice call. Anybody want to come on? I keep forgetting that I can't have guests if I'm in dual setup. If you have a product you want to promote, if you have any, no, Francesca doesn't come up till tomorrow. Francesca gets to come up tomorrow. And that's only because it's a special live. We can't kill tomorrow's live on a weekend when we get our best viewership with our special creators. But if we want to have something, you know, a little extra or whatever. Oh, Elon Muff sent me a bunch of stuff, and so did Josh. Let me see if I can get Josh on a call. I don't think he's on right now. Oh, he is. You send him a call. How do I call? I don't know how to use this thing yet. Let's see here. Let me call the IT guy in here. Let me give him a call. I was going to text him, but I better call him. I don't even know if he's here. What time is it? 6:30? He might not be here yet.
Wireless.
No, he's probably driving. He's probably on his way here right now. Let me see here. How do I make a call? I'm not good at using Discord yet. I'm learning. I did message Josh yesterday. And I was like, hey, man, I want you to come on. But I did not receive a reply back. I don't think he wants to come on because it's going to be an I Told You show. What regulation are they talking about? What do you mean? Regulation on what? By the way, hello, TikTok seller. How you doing, buddy? You mean regulation of Discord? I got an email about something. Oh, I figured it out. I figured it out. I am a tech genius. Let's see if he comes on. I really like Josh coming on the show. He might become a regular over here. We don't see eye to eye, and I like that.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing great, bro. What about you?
Oh, enjoying these red candles of sweet I told you so.
Man, I will say I saw a video today. So overall, like still bullish on the XRP chart, but I did see a video today, and I do somewhat have to agree that we might go a little bit lower, but if anything, it would be another lower high. But
Dude, people are going to buy this no matter what the narrative is, but it is going to go down because a lot of people are going to get shaken out.
maybe well, I think I mean, the lowest I think is maybe $1.90, but we'll have to see because we're also at if you look at the Fibonacci, there's two key levels, so we'll have to see how low the retest is, but we might not even retest at all. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I'm thinking if we break 190, 180, 175 is that next zone of support. And
Which, hey, if it happens, I'll just buy more. So,
well, dude, I'm going to buy some more if it does too. Like, don't get me wrong. Am I going to buy as much as I was going to buy? No. Based off of what happened today. Did you see the news?
I did, and that's why I was telling people that I mean, we were expecting that to happen. Like, let's be honest. Like, you know,
Are you there?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, I knew that they wouldn't remove the injunction. That's what I was like trying to explain to you is like, institutions can't buy it until the injunction's removed, and that can't happen now for like 2 years. And I think it will spark the early bull run. 2 years from now, it gets dropped, and then all of a sudden we get a surprise bull run. Everyone's going to go, oh, bull run's over, see you in 4 years, and then this thing gets settled in 2 years, boom, new bull run.
I mean, we'll have to see. I think just because it didn't or nothing happened today, I'm pretty confident we're still going to see something. And I don't know if you saw, but Trump's crypto czar, or I don't even know why I'm saying it like that, but anyway, like the crypto czar
David
said
Sachs.
today, yeah, we're getting, obviously we'll have to see if they keep their word on this, but we're supposed to get something in September. So I would honestly be more happy if the SEC, or sorry, not the SEC, I would be more happy if Judge Torres delays it up until there's actual clear regulation, if they broke a law or not, because I would prefer them to win the case instead of paying a settlement, rather than I would prefer them to just pay the settlement and we're done with it.
I agree.
Personally.
And that's all I've been saying, is like that the injunction's not going anywhere until we have regulation that specifies this. That's what we talked about the other day. And I'm like, I knew the injunction wasn't going anywhere. And even if they come out with regulation guidelines by September, dude, it's got to go through, the Senate. It's got to go through Congress, the Senate, House of Representatives. So it doesn't happen overnight. Look at how long they've been working on the stablecoin. I figured it out. Thank you. IT guy's here. Everybody say hi to the IT guy. Say hi.
Hi.
He's here. So yeah, yeah, I this was pretty predictable on my end. A lot of people just didn't want to believe it, right? And I get it, you know, because the narrative is not that, okay? But you know, me, I know how the legal process goes, and this is just how it goes, you know. But I do think you're right. I think with some legal clarity, new legislation, yes, this could definitely actually go away. And
Yep.
if it does, count this all as a blessing. This is an opportunity for things to go down. This is not Elon Musk. This is Josh. We're talking to Josh right now. Chat saying hi to you, by the way.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, dude. I like
No,
having you on, man.
yeah, and I honestly, I'm gonna stand by that. You know, so many people were saying, or I saw so many people mad on X today talking about, you know, she's ruining it for all the holders. And I'm like, well, not really, because at the end of the day, if they pay a settlement, we all know that that's in terms admission of guilt. And
Exactly.
I would much rather them just pass the regulation. Because, I mean, let's be real. Did Ripple technically really break the law when there was also not really clear rules?
Mm,
Yeah, it's a iffy
it's a gray
line,
area
you
for
know.
sure. Yeah. But
Yeah,
technically,
so
yes, they did. You know, technically,
gray
yes.
area, but also the other part of it is if Ripple were to get found guilty, think about how many other projects would get found guilty. I mean, let's not even get into Ethereum here right now, but list goes on and on. So I would much rather wait 3 more months for there to be clear regulation. They just drop the case overall than having the case be rushed. And then there's always that, you know, discrepancy or whatever you would call that in, you know,
Yeah, but um, I I I don't think 3 months though. I think
I mean, she can rule on it as soon as some sort of proper documentation,
right, but that
you know,
means
comes.
legislation has to be passed. Look how many months this stablecoin bill has taken.
I mean, September is kind of right around the corner here, and as long as they work to get that passed, I don't see why it couldn't be 3 to 4 months,
Well,
which
September is right around the corner, but they're talking about releasing regulation guidelines, okay? Which means the next step is drafting a bill, then voting on the bill, then voting on the bill, and then voting on the bill. And think of what kind of revisions could come along, what kind of roadblocks could come along, you know, and then it could all get passed. And then Trump's like, I don't like this part and veto it, and it all starts over.
I mean, again, that's why we talked about it last time. That's why, you know, and I'm starting to think about this. You know, when all of this stuff ends up getting passed, I think we're going to see ridiculously high prices for XRP. But in the short term, you know, we might top out at 8, 10, $15. We'll just have to see how high the, you know, XRP ETF inflows get. We still need those to get passed as well. I know Canada already passed one. So I have no doubt in my mind that we are going to see them here soon. And, you know, we could talk about the market cap multipliers and all this type of stuff. But it might not be bad to, you know, shave some profits and leave a moon bag and then buy back on the lower prices again, ultimately, when, you know, this stuff does get passed, because, you know, eventually it will get passed.
You sound
Um,
like me now, Josh. You sound like me. Am I rubbing off on you, bro?
I mean, I mean, obviously, we still have a different opinion that I think this year you know, we'll see the use case of XRP. But I would agree that, you know, it just because, let me put it this way. The use case part of it doesn't have to go in effect necessary during like the altcoin cycle. I mean, that
It's
I'll
still going to
agree
pump.
on.
If we go into an altcoin cycle, it's still going to pump because I mean,
Right.
you're living proof of that. Okay, even with this, you're still bullish, right? You're like, no,
Yeah.
you're like, it's going to
100%.
do $15. You just said it like, and that's why I factor in moon cheese. Okay, that's why I'm not blind to the fact that it doesn't matter the narrative. Y'all are going to keep buying it. And I know that. That's why I keep a moon bag and I'm waiting for the bottom so I can buy a little more. That's all. I just don't want to buy it $2 when I know I can buy it probably $1.50. You know what I mean? Like I want to get that
Yeah.
little extra. The extra pump, guaranteed pump, because I'll tell you what right now, if it runs down to $1.50, it's going back to $2 again. For sure.
I would even say like 160. We can't drop below 160 even. I would say that's a safer spot to call it.
I think you're right. My limit order is at 163 right now. I may
Yeah.
bump that up to like 175, 180, depending, but I think I'm keeping it at 163 because of this narrative of what's coming out. I think that is the FUD I was looking for, that I knew was coming. I knew this was coming.
I mean, if you look at it from like a greater, what should I say? I mean, I've said from the beginning that I'm not putting like a timeline on this summer. I always said, 2025, which technically doesn't end till um what do we have? January 1st, which is still almost half a year away. Not really, but close. And then, into the first quarter of 2026. But I think, I don't think it's a bad idea to be like, up until this case gets. I mean, look, the XRP ETFs, those could really bump the price up during this altcoin cycle. I don't have a doubt in my mind about that.
Jason
If
says ETFs won't increase the price. I don't think that that's correct. I think ETFs will pump it. Probably not face melting pumping, but you're the proof, okay? You are the gauge that I'm using to decide where are the XRP maxis landing in spite of the news we just got today. And you're still bullish. And
Yeah.
I think, and just the fact of an ETF getting approved is going to be enough to pump the price. I agree with that.
Exactly.
Is it going to do face melting stuff? No, but I think it will do some face melting stuff if we go into a face melting alt season. I think that that's still questionable, but definitely not off the table. It really depends on what Bitcoin does. If the money doesn't flow out of Bitcoin, there is no alt season. You know? So if Bitcoin holds and people are like, you know what, I'm just buying Bitcoin and I'm holding it, I think altcoin season comes after the Genius Act gets passed and investigations start happening and they start looking into Tether and what Tether's been doing with Bitcoin. Then once that comes out, then we would see the alt season.
Tether is doing some weird stuff with Bitcoin right now, and to be honest with you,
they banned for like since 2017, bro. I think before
I don't even think it would be bad for the market though if Tether was removed. To be honest with you, I don't think it would have an effect. I could be biased about that, but so many people are acting like, oh, if we get rid of Tether, everything's going like, not really. Like, let's be honest. I don't even use Tether. I hate Tether.
Either.
I had people that used to try and pay me with Tether. I don't like Tether. So it's like
right, but that's you or me because like you would consider me an XRP maxi, okay? I've been an XRP maxi for years. Now I'm not as convinced, but I'm the same way. Most XRP maxis, we don't use Tether. We know all about what's going on with Tether, right? Most of us do anyway. And so we're all USDC and we're waiting for RLUSD so that we can hold that because that's what I'm going to use once I can transfer all my stablecoin into RLUSD. That's where it's going. I even believe that RLUSD will probably earn more APY than USDC because of how fast it transacts. They'll have more that they can disperse out. You know what I mean? And if they're in competition with Circle, then why wouldn't they? That's the best way to beat the big dog, right?
Yeah. I mean, I also have a new perspective. So, people were talking about, oh, we're not going to see an altcoin season, and I'm a little bit I'm even more bullish now because there were so many, what should I say this? So many CEOs of companies today, big companies, that claim trillions of dollars are going to flow into Bitcoin as soon as the structure bill gets passed, which we just talked about a minute ago, which obviously is a little bit down the line. So I'm thinking maybe I was right and we do get the largest cycle in history, but it would be a dragged out one for sure. Because, like you just said, September, I mean, what is that? We still have July, August. That's still 2 months, a little bit over 2 months. And then, you know, I would say, and here's the thing, obviously it would still have to get passed, but the crypto market never waits for that. It's always sell the news. So the
Right.
minute that the structure bill goes out in September, that would be enough to send the market.
That's
So
what
if
I believe. I think mid-July, once ISO comes into play, then that's going to be the start of the takeoff. And then
yeah,
it'll be the rumor of the regulation and everything. And then come November, it'll be sell the news.
yep. I mean, it'll probably last a while though, too, which will be a good thing. And then, if we see Bitcoin just absolutely send and nobody's selling anything, and I just saw BlackRock keeps buying more Ethereum even yesterday, we might be in for a really large cycle. Now, I can't say that, every random altcoin that's listed on exchanges is going to do crazy numbers because I don't really, to be honest, think people are interested in these random coins. But these top coins will 100% for sure run, you know, and like I said, the whole high prices for XRP, I've said this so many times, won't happen with retail. That would have to be actual use case. And that doesn't necessarily need to happen during altcoin season. It could happen in November, right? Like December. So I'm honestly kind of excited, and I'll probably be watching the charts a lot here soon. And the most I saw is that maybe the last week here of June, we might see a couple more dips, which if we do, that'll probably be one of the best buying opportunities for even new people, to be honest.
I agree. That's what I've been saying. Dude, I've been saying this to you for weeks now. Now, all of a sudden, what changed your mind, man?
I mean, I just go off of the news that I see, right? But I don't want to stick to something if I see otherwise. So, I mean, I'm still bullish. I'm more bullish than I was, but I'm gonna have to call out like maybe we see a little dip here and there, last week of June. That's what these market makers like to do. They know what's coming. So it's like perfect time to scoop the price down a little bit and buy more.
Right. I'll tell you this. I think if we're still in the bull run and everything is kind of holding strong and consolidating still through February next year, I will lean towards the face melting crazy mega cycle.
Mhm.
I will be on board with that. But if January, February comes along and we have a little alt season and everything starts dying off, that's it.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
It would have to happen before because these investors are not going to hold their Bitcoin that long with no price action. So
Yeah. We'll have to see, but I'll tell you this. If you see things run up in September and start cooling off by November, make sure you take your profits, don't, not financial advice, but I tell this to everybody, take profits, keep your moon bag, at least get your initials out. So you're at least broken even, and you didn't lose anything and you had a good time and you learned something,
yeah,
don't be greedy. Don't be greedy because that's how you lose, man.
especially the people who funneled their retirement accounts into XRP. There's probably a lot of people that took their 40, 80, 120K, in their retirement account, moved it over to crypto. If you're up a 10x, take it out so you're safe.
Yeah.
Which also means if the prices start to come down, you have to exit less money, not the whole amount. Which means now you have your initials plus everything else, and now you're in a better spot than you were before. And also XRP, whatever XRP does doesn't concern the rest of the market.
MMG says we need to make a major trend reversal. I agree with that so much.
Yeah.
But I'd tell you right now, I know it looks like a downtrend, but with like XRP specifically, it's more of a consolidation, man. That's why I'm so focused on it, because I'm like, this is an anomaly.
It's still up 400%.
Yeah, If it breaks down and it just continues downward, then yes, it is in a downtrend. But if it continues to stay between $2 and $2.20, or between 150 and 250, that's consolidation, man. And that is a big stretch to be able to swing the market for trading between 150 and 250. That is a massive gain right there. That's why
Yeah.
I give it so much attention, because XRP has an opportunity to make you a lot of money, whether it's going to do what it's going to do or not. Like, the swings
Yeah.
within it are very predictable because $2 is a magnet.
Yeah.
That's why I got the magnet on the chart. You know what I mean? So like, that's great.
Yep.
MMG, if you want to come on, man, you can send me a call on Discord, but Josh is on right now.
I mean, eventually you could also use the you could create a private voice channel because you have a public one in your Discord server. You can also make a private one. And as an admin, you can move people in. So you could also have, 3 people in one conversation at once as well.
Okay. You know what? My IT guy showed me all this stuff. I've never used Discord before up until like a week ago. So I'm kind of learning it, but I'll get there. No big deal.
But yeah, I mean, everything is still clear, right? Nobody knows exactly how big this run could be. Could end up being bigger than all the other runs. But the one thing that's most important is that you don't get stuck at the top again. Because coins like, I mean, Algo, ADA, Ethereum, they're going to have a top. That's for sure.
Yeah.
XRP really is the only coin here that you could argue could have utility. But even then, who's to say Ripple picks to launch this utility during alt season? So,
Right. It's probably, it's not really live. Nothing's live yet. And that's what I'm trying to explain to people is like, yeah, it has all this utility. It's all great and everything, but I don't think the switch gets flipped this year. I just don't. I think 2030, yeah, that's a true possibility. Maybe even before that, maybe 2 years from now. But I want to see clear legislation and regulation and investigation before I will say, okay, we're about to go live. It's about to get real. And I think,
just in case it happens.
yeah, and I think because of the 10K narrative, the $100 XRP narrative, and the switch getting flipped narrative, yes, XRP will run like crazy. It won't get institutional money, but retail will take it up to $5, maybe $8 is where I'm thinking. $5 to $8, probably more like $7. I will probably around $7 start sweating. Okay, of like, what should I do? But that's a maybe still. That's a maybe if that happens. So like, I'm not going to put everything on XRP because of what just happened here. It's even more iffy than it was before. You know what I mean?
We'll have to see what Bitcoin does. It's really going to be the biggest indicator for right now. But I mean, let's say these CEOs aren't spreading fake hopium, right? And they know something, and they know trillions are going to flow into Bitcoin come September. That would be crazy, for sure. I mean, we're talking large market caps, but the other thing to think about, too, is that the institutions that end up buying Bitcoin, they probably won't go around and sell their Bitcoin and buy alts, is my guess. Right?
Exactly.
So,
excuse me. Exactly. And that's why I'm worried that maybe there is no alt season.
it just depends what some of these institutions end up doing. I don't think all of them will. And I mean, there's always that effect that I tried to talk about last time where maybe they keep Bitcoin above a high price and we don't see these massive drops anymore, which could also happen because, if these institutions decide to just hold their Bitcoin and just keep buying over the next couple of years, that's also a possibility. And then if that is what ends up happening, then really only the strongest alts are going to run up with it. And
Dude, that's why
I
I'm
mean,
sticking to top 5, top 10
Yeah.
alts. The liquidity's so spread out. If you're below top 10, you're not going to see face melting stuff. You know what I mean?
It just depends supply to how much supply those small, those coins have. I think coins that have, you know, are under the billions, or I mean, I should say half a billion supply range, those will probably do well.
Well,
But,
that's why
those
I'm looking at SXT. Have you heard of it? You know about it?
I bought into it when you said it. I waited for a
Yeah.
smaller dip, and I'm already up, I think 20%. So,
You're welcome. I told you you could thank me later.
yep, I got into that, bro.
Yeah. That one that one's gonna do well, especially if we have like the alt season that we want. That
Yeah,
one's gonna do. I think that one could potentially do dollars for sure.
yeah.
At least $1.
Because again, there is, and there's still a bunch of people that bought Bitcoin that are going to cycle their money into alts. That's still happening. And if we get a large altcoin season, for sure. But I would still say even the smaller alts that aren't top 10, a lot of them could run, but it's going to be very selective. It won't be like every single altcoin is going to send like crazy. But like certain ones like SXT, without a doubt.
Oh yeah, dude, the supply's so low and the market cap's so low. The
Yeah.
partnerships are perfect. The utility's perfect. It's one of a kind. It the problem is it's so new that no one knows about it yet. It doesn't have the narrative behind it. But when it
Yeah.
does get the narrative, because it will, I know it will. When it does get out, and I'm thinking next cycle, maybe this cycle if we're lucky, um, it's going to do stupid numbers that
Yeah.
nobody could predict. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, it's one of a kind. It's like getting into Zbeck last year.
Yeah.
You know?
Which is what people should be looking for. You want to buy these coins that are all the way at the bottom, because one, they can't go down that much more, and two, usually, these coins that nobody's talking about, if they're good, are the ones that are most likely going to end up running. I mean, you could be happy to find a coin that's good, has good utility, and nobody knows about yet, because I mean, let's just be honest. By the time everybody's talking about it, you might already be too late.
Exactly. That's why or kind of how I mean, we were looking at SXT before, the whole Zbeck thing, but when Zbeck was happening, I was like telling everybody that was like FOMOing on Zbeck, I was like, guys, this is your next Zbeck. You're just too early. Like this will be everything that you want to get from XRP, everything that you want to get from Zbeck. You just got to buy it and hold it and wait. So for the people, because
Yeah.
there's people like you and me, we trade, right? Do you trade? I'm assuming you
Yeah.
trade. So you're a trader, right? I'm a trader.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's how I make my money and how I live and finance everything you see here. Okay. Whereas most people, they don't have the time. They've got kids, they're working, they're doing all these different things. So they want something that they can buy, hold, and they know that one day it's going to melt their face, right? And so that's why I presented SXT. I was like, okay, this is your opportunity. If that's who you are as someone in the crypto space, this is what you're looking for. There's something for everybody, right? But this is if you're not looking to trade this thing and you're just going to buy it and hold it, I bought it at 10.5, right? And it ran all the way down to where it was. And I just bought some more at the bottom, but like I didn't sell what I had. I'm like, no way. Like it's an accumulation right now. It's
Yeah.
prime for the picking. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
and that's my thing is like I try to look at the markets of not what's happening right now, but what will happen in the future. Because the way I see it, I already made my money this bull run. If I make more, great. I got the bags for it, but I'm pretty good. And if I feel like the narrative is switching and altcoin season's about to pop off and the time is right, of course I'm going to move back into the market and get hella bullish. And so is chat because I'm going to let them know, right? But in the meantime, there is trillions of liquidity sitting on the sideline. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in that club. All right. And when I am like, hey, I'm moving into the market, so is every other dollar from that trillions. That's what I'm trying to say.
And it's so
So it's-
cheap too. It's like perfect time to accumulate at low prices. I mean, you can get so much for so little. Your risk to reward is honestly pretty good on that coin.
Um, JSG says, "What coin are you saying?" We're talking about SXT, and he says, "Is it at the bottom now?" It pretty much hit the bottom. It could potentially go back and retest,
Yeah.
but it's pretty down there. I see a potential of it hitting 5 cents, and I have a massive limit order for like 100,000
Yep.
at 5 cents. So if it
Man,
hits
I
that,
wouldn't even be mad if that happened, to be honest. Like,
yeah,
I'll go buy a bunch at that point. And this is why you have to slowly get into these positions. You can't, like, let's say you have $1,500. You don't buy the $1,500 all at once. You know, you get into it.
right. Exactly. And like that's how I got where I was with XRP. I mean, I bought a lot in 2016, but then
Yeah.
I sold some, I used some, whatever. But over the years, while I was working, I just took a little bit of my paycheck every month and I put it into XRP when it was bottomed out. Anything under 50 cents, buy it, buy it, buy it. And accumulated it over, years time. I think it was like 7 years of that accumulation. Because the last bull run, it didn't get nothing. It got a little pump. I got a little bit of money from it, took it out, whatever, put it back in, down at 50 cents. I think what I made off the last bull run, I bought in at like 40 cents or something like that. It, no big deal.
Yeah.
And look at what it did now. It retired me and put me on the internet. So that's how I'm trying to get people to think about things. It's like, yes, XRP could do everything that you're saying. And I'm giving you total validity in that. There is a possibility. I think it's a bit of moon cheese, but moon cheese is real and I factor that in. Okay. But if you're looking to buy something and just hold it and wake up one day and be rich, XRP is probably not it right now. I think once the bull run's over, definitely, but, and maybe not even that. Honestly, I think after this bull run, if you're looking to get face melting rich, I wouldn't even look at XRP. It's too speculative. I'm more like RWAs, man. Think about it. Your XRP is backed by fiat, right? And
I mean,
we want to invest our fiat because it's losing money, right? So, or it's losing its value, right? So we're investing our fiat into something that in order to use it, and obviously until it gets real world use case, the only way to get a return from that investment is to turn it back into fiat. So it's a fiat backed currency. So the issue with that, and when people are like, oh, well, it'll run up. Yeah, well, it can also run down, especially if you're buying it right now. So you can actually lose value. You could potentially make some, but it's a 50-50, right? Whereas, and they're like, oh, well, over time, it will appreciate in value, but also the fiat will depreciate in value. So you get more fiat, but it kind of cancels each other out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, RWAs, you're investing in something that's a real world asset. It's a digital version of something that actually does gain value, not just fiat. Right? Now you can change it for fiat, but here's the difference is you're just changing fiat to fiat with with XRP, but the XRP may gain value and and trading it back into fiat, you could potentially lose. You maybe make some more, but there is also that decrease in the dollar, right? But if you're in an RWA, as the dollar is decreasing value that it's sitting in XRP, it's doing the opposite in an RWA. You know what I'm saying? So it's gaining value while the fiat is losing value. So you're trading basically worthless fiat for a tokenized version of something real and valuable that's going to gain value over time, to where if you either cash it out for more fiat, it's exponentially grown in value because it's backed by something real and tangible. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I agree with all of that. I guess the only thing I would say too for XRP, which is something I found out the other day. So right now there's around 5,000 tokens being burned every single day, which isn't a lot. And I'm not trying to spread that in a way to say it's just going to go up. I have a different point with that. So in 27,000 years, which is a long, long time away, essentially no XRP would be left. So it technically makes XRP somewhat of a deflationary asset, just because unlike Bitcoin,
But not
where
really.
tokens, yeah, yeah, but in sense, people try to argue this Bitcoin, but with Bitcoin, once all 21 million tokens are released, anytime somebody sells them, they're all available again. Whereas for XRP, there's somewhat of a burn factor, and it doesn't really. I'm not meaning it more in a way to say it's going to cause price increase. It would, but obviously many, many, many years down the line,
But it
like
does deflate.
hundreds.
It does
Yeah,
deflate.
it could qualify as a deflationary asset in sense.
Not really, though.
And
It's not enough. And even if it was, the switch was flipped and it was going, it's not really enough to offset the inflationary value of fiat. That's the problem.
yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. There's some wild rumors that I believe in, that we might eventually get a new dollar that's gold backed again, which I'd
I
love
would
to see
love to
that
see that.
happen.
I think what
And
we'll
if
get is a digital gold backed dollar.
Yeah, we'll have to see which one it is, but I know that even Trump was talking about possibly doing it. Whether he'll do it or not, we're just gonna have to see. But I'd love to see that happen.
Yeah, whatever that
And
ends up being, buy it. Buy all of it.
yeah,
Don't hold anything
yeah,
else. That'll be the one.
yeah,
But here's my thing, though. Here's the thing is this is why I'm so bullish on Algorand, because I mean, at first the gold one will be very valuable. Gold has a use case. Okay, we use it in computer chips, cell phones. It doesn't tarnish. It is useful. Okay, but actually silver is more useful. That's why China invested so much into it, but it never really took off because the US made basically gold be the standard, not silver. But it does hold more
yeah.
value. It has more use case, as in the medical field and all kinds of different things, right? So
Silver is
actually,
super unvalued.
yeah, so
Undervalued.
silver is actually more valuable than gold as far as usefulness, right?
Yeah,
So, and same thing with diamonds, okay? Diamonds are artificially inflated in their price because they hold the supply, and they have a monopoly on the mines. So they only release a certain amount at a certain time. It used to be that diamonds were scarce. They're not anymore. So
yeah,
it's an artificially inflated value. Same thing with maple syrup. I don't know if you know this about maple syrup, but some months in Canada, they their maple syrup, they produce a lot more, and in sometimes some seasons they produce a lot less. So what they do is they store up the maple syrup when they have the surplus, and they slowly release it out to keep the price of maple syrup high. So it's basically when there's a low supply of syrup, it would normally like skyrocket. Instead, it kind of stays steady, but it also, when it's a high supply, it keeps the price inflated up.
yeah,
And so that's my issue with gold and with, diamonds, right? It's artificially inflated. And here's the thing is, if you know anything about gold and understand the way money works, this is one thing I've been trying to explain to people, is because like everybody's like gold, gold, gold. Right now, yes, gold. Okay, gold is doing great. All right. But we have to understand that gold is dead technology. just like Bitcoin is dead technology. Now, Bitcoin still holds a massive value because we all agree that it has value, right? One day it will come to find out that Bitcoin doesn't have the value that everyone thinks it does. Just like gold will be the same thing, diamonds, same thing. But when you understand why gold is actually value and why we've chose it to be our currency, then you kind of understand more fourth dimensionally of the future, because we are seeing a global financial shift happening right now. It's happening in our lifetime. It's the most amazing thing, and we're a part of it, right? You agree with that, right?
Yeah.
So you have to understand what gold is and why it was valuable, why it was used. Obviously, we use it for computer chips, but we're talking about finite amounts, okay? People have been mining gold for thousands of years. There's more gold in the world than we could ever use for anything. It's just all monopolized and hoarded.
Yeah.
So,
and they're definitely lying about, whenever they say that there's not a lot of gold left, there's always going to be a new mining site. But where I'm the most bullish on would have to be silver, because I'll probably take a lot of the profits I make after this cycle, however big it is, and I'll probably buy more silver, because the demand for silver is going to keep going up.
I buy
and they're
silver.
Actually lying. Yeah.
I buy silver at thrift stores and swap meets and yard sales for nothing. And it's worth way more. And I buy it in jewelry. I buy like rings and necklaces and chains and whatever I can find. But if I find something silver, I can get something that's worth like $150 in silver for like $10. I have a massive silver it's for making martinis, right? Massive thing, right? And I think I paid $5 for it, dude. And its weight in silver right now is worth like hundreds of dollars. So like, I love buying silver, man. I'm all about it. And I think silver is more valuable. But let me get back to gold, okay? And silver in particularly as currency and its value as money, right? So understanding technology in money will help you understand the future of money. So gold got its value originally because it did not tarnish, and it was a soft metal that could not be reproduced, and it was scarce, and it was easy to press into coins. So that's why it was used as currency. It was a way to store value, right?
Yeah.
But that's a dead technology, because what has happened is we took our gold and we were exchanged. Well, people started to store up a supply. Well, gold is very heavy, right? So you got people, they've got all their wealth, and they can't carry it around with them, right? People became very wealthy thousands of years ago, became very wealthy. So they said, hey, we're going to create a bank, right? And we're going to hold all the gold for you. And we're going to give you this paper note, and you can give it to somebody else, and then they can bring it back to us, and they can come and get their gold. And that's where we get banks from, right? And then somewhere along the lines, people realize, hey, nobody's coming and picking up their gold. They're just exchanging the paper notes. So the banks were like, hey, they're only using about 10% of the gold that we have 90% of the gold here all the time, and they're only taking about 10%. We could lend out the other 90%.
Yeah.
And this is where 2/3 of our inflation in our system in the US comes from, and in the world, right? 2/3 of our inflation comes from this, because the banks lend out the extra money that they have. So like if you have $100,000 and you take it to the bank and deposit it, now the bank can lend $90,000. Well, then The person that is lent the $90,000 takes that $90,000 and gives it to a person, buys a house cash, and then that other person takes that $90,000 and puts it back in the bank, and now the bank can lend out off of that $90,000, and it's compounded over and over and over again like that off of the same $100,000 over and over and over and over again. And this is on a billions, if not $trillion scale. This is happening. This is why inflation is so bad. Okay. So you look at gold and you realize, okay, gold really has no value because it's artificially inflated. It's dead technology. It's just something that was used to store value, and it holds value because we say it does, just like Bitcoin, right? So what is the real value in the world? Do you know what the real value, what actually is valuable?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What is the true
I feel like
thing, the thing that actually is valuable?
I feel like I would have different answers to this, or multiple. For example,
I know I'm putting you on the
like,
spot, but just think about it. Just think,
Yeah.
spitball with me. What do you think it is? Chat says minerals. Ron says happiness.
I'd have to say, if we're going off of value base, probably land, real estate.
Those things just store value. What is the actual valuable thing in life? The actual, let me tell you, I'll tell you what it is. It's time and labor. Okay?
Yep, sure.
So labor is the true value. You go and you sacrifice your time and labor away at something to earn value. So that is the true currency. All right?
Yeah.
So if we think about that, okay, what is truly valuable? It's your time and energy. Okay? Energy. Energy is the true value. Anything that can save time and can save energy is going to be valuable. That's why I'm like, okay, Algorand. Algorand at the summit said that they are tokenizing solar plants. When I heard this, I was like, this is everything, okay? Because it's energy and time all in one place. And everything is going to be done by robots in order to save time, but it's going to cost energy, right?
Yeah.
So what is the true most valuable thing to fourth dimensionally long-term invest in? Energy. Energy is the true investment, right? Because it's not going to be labor anymore, because we're moving into a new world where everything is going to be robotic, automated, and done, right? So it won't really be labor. There will be labor jobs that are going to pay very well because no one's going to know how to do nothing, right? And that will be valuable. Yeah. But if you're looking to not have to use labor to gain wealth, then the only other thing to invest in is to energy. And that's why I'm so dude, there you are, man. I can see you. I'm going to bring you on for chat to see you. Look, there he is. There's Josh. There he is. Say hi. Say hi, everybody. So, energy being the future of true value. Anything that that is centered around energy, free. This is why they don't want to have free energy, because we had the opportunity for Tesla. Nikola Tesla was making free energy towers for the world, and instead they went with Edison because Edison found a way that they could capitalize on it, right? And that's why I think we'll never see free energy, because if we have free energy, there is no longer any currency, because we'll have robotics to do everything, and we'll have all the energy in the world. So what would be the true resource after that would be time, which time is the most valuable thing. So I think that, hey, they're not going to give out energy for free. They're going to find a way to capitalize on it. So I'm like, hey, I want
Yeah.
to invest into energy. And when Algorand said that, and then they said we're also tokenizing real world assets, I'm like, this is where it's at.
Yeah.
What do you think? Sorry, I ranted for a little bit there.
No, I think I would agree with that. I think I also looked at Algorand again last night, and
I like you got the red
I
lights on
mean,
in the back, by the way.
yeah, market is down, so red lights. But there's so many projects, but there's only a few that offer actual use case, and positioning yourself ahead of what's to come is always going to be the best option, right? Because you could go along with what everybody else is saying, but at the end of the day, Algorand is in a good position. It's also at a really good price. Personal opinion, I think at the price that it's at right now versus what we could be back at. And, maybe not even this bull run, but next one, like we could be, seeing back towards those near all-time highs. And I think it's, time definitely a valuable asset. Every single rich person says it. I'm pretty sure like so many books even talk about it. Like, I mean, let's be honest. Every single book, everything. Time is value. Time is money at the same time.
Dude,
So
that's what got me on SXT. I didn't even know its use case or anything. Obviously, I looked into it before I bought it, but I saw space and time. I'm like, oh, they're tokenizing time. Let's take a look at this. Like, so that's why I looked into it, you know. But yeah,
yeah,
time is the most valuable thing, but it's really time and energy and labor are the true value. So what can you actually invest in that's one of those three things?
yeah,
Energy.
exactly. What were your? I wanted to ask you what your thoughts on Quant are.
Quant's good. It's Oracle, right?
I'm not too sure. I was just talking about it with somebody last night, and I looked into it, and I was like, I actually like the way that the supply is looking on it, and from a non-biased perspective, I actually now also think that we could see Quant doing some pretty cool things.
What number position is that on the chart? Let me pull you off
Let me
the.
go look.
I'm gonna pull it up too. Quant.
59th.
Yeah, see, Algo's above that.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem. Is I'm worried that anything under basically top 10 aren't going to perform as well this cycle. That's what I'm worried
I mean,
about.
I'm talking more in like a broader stance of like Quant has good use case and it has half the supply that Bitcoin has. So talking more about like positioning ahead
Yeah.
in terms.
So, what's the market cap on that one? Do you know?
Uh, let me see real quick. It is 1.2 billion right now.
That's high. That's the problem. High market cap.
It's high, but
I
there's
mean,
so
it's
many
not.
other altcoins out there that have, similar, and I really like the supply aspect side of it. I mean, half of what Bitcoin has, I think.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of people say that. A lot. I've been actually hearing a lot about quant lately, and I think it's the fact that you're bringing it up too. That's good for the narrative. There's obviously some kind of narrative going around right now for quant, so that's good that people are talking about it. Low supply is everything.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter the market cap. What matters more is the supply, in my opinion,
Yeah.
as long as it's run down far enough. So, yeah, if it
Yeah.
does take off, it has a potential to move more quickly. That's why people go into meme coins because, you know, low supply and
Yeah.
low market cap at the same time. So it runs really quickly. That's why I
Yeah.
like SXT though, because it's low supply and low market cap. Where I think the market caps are what, like 120 million right now, 130 million. It's
Yeah.
low, bro. That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Perfect time to buy in.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
think.
doesn't mean quant isn't going to be good. It isn't going to get a run. I'm more worried that SXT won't get as good a run as it could this cycle because it's so new and no one knows what it is. I'm literally the top creators in the space here, because now that I'm
Yeah.
one of the top creators here, like they're actually talking to me now and like giving, like when I pop in, they're just like, oh, like will actually talk to me. And so like
Yeah.
I'm talking to all these different creators, massive creators, way beyond what I'm doing here. And they're like, what's SXT? They don't even know what it is. And then
Yeah.
I tell them about it and they're like, oh, hey. And like part of it, okay, I'm not going to lie. I don't really shill coins, but I do believe in this project. And I feel like if other creators know about it, then that's going to help create narrative, right? So yeah, obviously I want to promote something that I'm in, you know, and that's the kind of the problem with XRP right now is that, but the thing is with SXT is it actually really has major potential. It just doesn't have the traction behind it because it's so new, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Like that's what we want in a coin. But I think as well, like quant has that potential and already has that narrative. So yeah, I do think that there's a potential that quant does better than SXT this cycle. I'm more or less looking at things to buy for next cycle. I'm getting ready for when, if things hit the bottom, when, because I want to buy in the despair point of the cycle, not in the mean. So that way I can be in profit throughout the whole waiting period, you know?
Yeah. I mean, would you be mad, like, let's say that I start really shilling out SXT. You think it would be a bad idea, or you think it's a good time for people to start spreading awareness around it? Because I mean, that's how things work.
I don't think we should shill anything. But if you believe in something and you tell people, hey, something just hit the bottom, here's its partnerships and here's its utility, do what you think is best. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm doing that. And I tell people, I'm like, hey, SXT could potentially hit 5 cents or lower. It could go to freaking 0. We don't know any of this. As long as you're honest with people, then it's not shilling. Shilling is when you're like, hey, buy this meme coin because you're holding a massive supply of it because you created it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you want it to pump so you can get out of it. That's the difference. As long as your intentions are good, like as a creator, we have that that burden on ourselves to make sure that we are doing the right thing, because too many creators are doing the wrong thing. And that's where we build our platform in a way and build trust with the people, is by giving them something. Like I gave people SXT the day before it got a massive green candle. And then obviously it ran down after that. I said, make sure you take your profits. I'm not selling any because I know that it's going to do massive numbers. I'm going to just keep buying it as it goes down. I was like, this is the kind you want to DCA because it's not getting its run yet.
Yeah. I wanted to answer a question I saw in chat because somebody said, I don't believe Quant is Oracle, but I could be wrong. And Quant is not part of Oracle. Quant is a separate company, but it is partnered with Oracle to enhance blockchain interrupt. I can't even say the word, so I do apologize for that. So they're partnered, but they're not part of each other's companies.
Nice. That's why I thought Oracle, because I knew it had something to do with it. So it's partnered with them, which is good.
Yeah.
Is there any connection to Link with that one? I feel like it does have a connection with Chainlink. Maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe it's the competitor for Chainlink. I think Link is a good one, though.
Chainlink?
Yeah. Chainlink connects.
I've seen a lot of people talk
dots.
about Chainlink recently.
How we doing, chat? Everybody, FYP in the chat. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Don't forget to sign up for a deluxe subscription, and I have 2 spots left for the technical analysis class. If you want to sign up for the technical analysis class, send me a DM. It is $25 an hour, okay? And that's 4 hours over the month. So it's $100. But you're going to be learning how to read the charts like I do. I've maybe seen one other creator that reads the way I do, but they're just not as accurate. Link is in RWA space, right? No, I believe Link is more Oracle.
Yeah, so Quant focuses on creating a gateway for different blockchains and traditional systems, while Chainlink provides a decentralized Oracle network for smart contracts. They are often compared because they both play roles in evolving blockchain landscape, but they address different needs.
Right. So they're
Yeah.
similar. It's competition, basically. So
Yeah.
Quant is not decentralized, it's centralized, is the difference.
It just says that it focused more on decentralized systems, but we probably should check that real quick, so I'll look that up.
Hey, it's like I have another Jesse now. I have a Josh and a Jesse. This is cool, man. I like having you on the show. We're going to do this more often for sure.
Quant is not a blockchain itself, but an operating system that enables access to cryptocurrency ecosystems, but it's designed to be used in a regulated, compliant, and programmable manner, which is often compared to Google for its ability to connect different blockchains.
D. Linney says Chainlink is an entire platform and is the middleware for all of Web3. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm like, Chainlink is what connects all the dots throughout all of crypto. And I believe it's the only one that's based in the US. So it is unique of all of them. I hold Chainlink. Everyone here in the staff holds Chainlink. It's funny because everyone that started working on the show, they maybe held a little bit of Bitcoin or whatever. Now they're all like, because they're watching the show, they're trading in the room right next to me while watching the show. It's awesome.
Yeah. So I would say, and this is highly speculative, this is all rumors, okay? But there have been some stances, and Trump's kind of talked about this, but not really. It's more been his sons, but they were talking about potentially making Bitcoin tax-free in the USA.
Right.
And
Well, they were
along
saying
with,
all US based
yep,
cryptocurrencies,
so that links back
potentially.
to Chainlink, potentially. But since Chainlink and any other cryptocurrency company that is in the US, that would be very beneficial for them if that did surpass.
Exactly. So the only people that would be buying otherwise, like Quant, would be in Dubai because there's no tax on crypto.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
I would say that Chainlink is probably your better bet, just in case. And everyone else is going to be thinking the same thing. This is psychology as well. We have to get in the minds of people. Is that they're banking on and hoping on that they're not going to have to pay any taxes on crypto. I think that there's a potential that that happens, but I think the reason that they're dragging it out or it won't happen is I think that it's a way to fuel the bull run. People won't sell if they're waiting for that tax-free moment. You know what I mean? They'll just buy and hold. And that's another psychology thing you got to think about, that Donald Trump and his sons all hold Bitcoin. They've been debanked, so this is where they get their financial income from. So they have everything to gain from pushing that narrative. Is it actually going to happen? We'll see. I mean, go ahead.
I would say that there is a chance it could happen since other countries are doing it, and you have to stay competitive. If you want to have your country as the forefront and you want to compete, you don't want to have a lot of investors go over to Dubai to avoid taxes, right? Because now they're paying taxes in Dubai overall. And the other thing to think about is, if you say that all U.S. cryptos you don't have to pay capital gains tax on, that would be massively bullish. But at the same time, all that money that people wouldn't spend or I'm sorry, all the money that, everyone would not pay in taxes, they're going to end up spending inside the US economy. So that could be a way to kind of push that sort of a narrative. It also means that it pumps US companies up,
Right.
which, if the US companies or the US crypto companies make a load of money, they still have to pay taxes. So realistically, it could be a really strategic move for them to do, and I think it could possibly happen, but
I
I would
think
still be a little bit skeptical
I
on the
think
same
it
time.
will happen. It just
Yeah.
won't happen until like after the bull run because big players don't want people to cash out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this fuels a mega cycle like you're talking about. And if that's what they're pushing for, that's what they want. This would be one of those factors that fuels a mega cycle that nobody wants to sell their crypto because they're waiting for
Yeah.
tax free in order to cash out. So,
Which would mean if you're smart about that, it would mean that you would hold your money in things like RLUSD and wait a little bit till after in case they end up passing that.
exactly. Now, if you cash into RLUSD, is that considered capital gain still, though, because it's a stable coin?
I think it only counts if you draw it out of your cryptocurrency accounts.
I'm not sure.
So,
We should look into that. That's
all
actually
right,
a really good question.
I'll look it up right now.
Dude, that's great having you on the show, man. Because normally Jesse's here, but she's on vacation.
Mhm.
You know, I want to get to a point with this show where I can take time off and someone
Yeah.
else can fill in for me and actually take over the show. We've talked about Jesse doing it. I tried to get the IT guy to do it. He's like, no way, not doing it.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, you have to be engaging at all times.
right. And it would probably be a shorter show with Jesse, but she's pretty good. Um, I she's like, I need to do like a fake live, and I was like, okay, well, like we'll put on OBS and we'll pretend like you're live, and I'll get in the chat and I'll send you questions, and we'll practice. But yeah, I think she would do well, especially like she's cute, you know what I mean? So she would do really well on the show, but
Mhm.
I don't know if she has that charisma, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you're interested in fulfilling that role, we could talk about that later. I'm down.
Hey, I thought about what you said the other day about potentially starting to make some stuff. So maybe I gain a little bit more experience, and then maybe that's something I can eventually do.
Right. But
Hold
I
on,
think
just
in
bear.
the meantime, having you here and then you
Yeah,
build your platform, it's just going to drive people onto your platform. It's going to be good for you.
yeah. Bear with me for a minute. I'm still trying to figure this out. It's not giving me a direct answer.
Hey, chat, I got a question for you guys. What do you guys think about the taxes? Do you think that um, that stable coins switching from your cryptocurrency into stable coins, is that capital gains tax, or is that not taxable because it's still a cryptocurrency? Well, Guinea Marie, yes, they will be tax free, but not yet. Yes, capital gains. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm pretty sure because it's a stable coin, like USDC is basically the US dollar. But here's the thing is like you transfer from USDC into USD in order to send it to your bank. I believe any profit will be taxable. They're just too greedy. I think you're right, Justin. I think it is taxable. However, there is a way to avoid that. So when you're at a loss, right, you take your money out of the market and then put it directly back in, and it counts as a loss. And you do that several times, and it negates any profits that you end up taking. So if you do that enough times and then you have a massive like 100x, but you've logged 100x of losses, it basically cancels it out. Okay, yeah. Jason says selling capital gains into stablecoins is, or selling crypto into stablecoins is capital gains. I believe that to be true.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you
So
can
I
always
think people just haven't been reporting it to the IRS until they actually move it to their bank account. So
right. And Justin Durango says, well, you can always write off your losses against your profits. Exactly. That's why whenever you're at a loss, you should be exiting the market and putting it back in. Yes, it's going to cost you a little bit of gas fees. Okay, but if you're paying like a membership on, say, Coinbase, for instance, you're not paying any gas fees, so it's basically free. But that gas fee is substantially cheaper than paying the capital gains tax. That's what I do. Okay, so I take those losses every chance I can when the market is down and I'm in my accumulation phase. If there's a dip, I will exit the market and then I will add more to my bag and re-enter it back in altogether.
yeah.
And so what you're doing is you're racking up losses and growing your bag at the same time. What were you saying, Justin? Or Josh? Sorry.
I was gonna say, so taxes, correct me if I'm wrong, but you only have to report your taxes end of the year, right? Or start of the, when is
Yes.
that pay period? So
So
hypothetically, could you technically swap your XRP to stable coins after this altcoin cycle and then just wait a little bit longer to see if they pass it? Because if they pass it and they say no tax before, you could technically get away with not paying anything.
I feel like they would pass it in like May or June after taxes, get that first run of revenue, and then, oh, here you go.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Obviously,
Yeah,
everybody.
that's speculation. You know, I'm just,
Yeah.
I see greed, and anywhere that the system can capitalize on some greed, they're going to. Let's see, what does chat say here? We will never be no tax on crypto. The government always wants their cut. I'm leaning that direction. I think that the narrative is no tax on crypto to keep people to leave their money in, and then the cycle will run to the bottom, and they won't even address it. They'll just act like they never said it, and it'll just, life goes on. And people will lose everything because they're waiting for that to happen.
Yeah. It's definitely something you should treat as speculative for right now. We're just more referring to like future because, you have to stay competitive with other countries. And, Dubai, they don't have any capital gains tax. I think a bunch of other countries are doing it. So it might force the US into doing it. But
maybe,
there's always that factor of them saying they're going to do it, and then it takes another 5-8 months till they
just not do it at all. Use it as a ploy to get people to keep their money in. I think that's what I've been saying. Guinea Marie says, I don't understand what you're saying to bear the system. Guinea Marie, send me a direct message. You're a deluxe subscriber, and I can explain it to you in more detail individually. And anybody that needs more clarification on any of this stuff, become a deluxe subscriber, and you can message me one-on-one for coaching, and I can answer these questions in more depth and more detail. And I'm actually going to be offering in the future here, not quite yet, but maybe next month, maybe the month after, where you can actually message me on Discord and we can talk on the phone, where you can do phone calls. But that'll probably be something totally different because phone calls take longer than just a quick chat back and forth, and I can do it in my own time. So I will offer that, but it's going to be something totally different, and we'll figure it out. But I do want to offer as many resources to you guys as possible. The idea here is to, obviously this is a business and I have, people to pay here. So the idea is to become profitable at some point, but also at the same time is for you to become profitable. So it offsets all of these costs and you have a one-stop shop place to come to get your answers, get your coaching, get your technical analysis classes, everything in one space. So that's my end goal here. This is all very new. We've only been around for a couple months, so bear with me. We are building this, but my goal is to give you guys every resource that I possibly can. First, I need to get back into profits. I mean, aren't you in profits with Circle? Circle's looking really good. But
And
yeah, I
that
get it.
IPO was crazy they did.
Yeah, Guinea Marie bought a bunch at like, what did you pay? Like 36 bucks on it? She's doing good. Talking about back in sold at 285. You sold all of it? Oh, you bought it 62. You're supposed to keep a moon bag, girl. I told you don't sell all of it, but take profits. Oh, you sold all of it. Well, good for you. You made some money. We'll get you back into profit. It's going to take time. I'll tell you what, if the face melting altcoin season comes, I guarantee you're going to be in profit. You're going to be there. You're going to be so filthy rich. But you can't say you're not in profit if you're spending your profits on going on vacation. That's still profit. Jeannie Marie was able to take her and her daughter on vacation by becoming a deluxe subscriber. And TikTok seller, he remodeled his parents' kitchen. Crazy. 18-year-old kid, just like you, man.
Hey, maybe there's going to be, there's a lot of people who could really bank on this opportunity coming up here. And then now, I would say now is probably the best time to sign up for it, because if we see some sort of a slight correction, followed by something really big, and you have somebody who can give you all that information, that could pay off really big here soon.
Exactly.
So,
$10 invest. Think of it as an investment, guys. Think of the TA class as an investment. Invest into yourself. Invest into knowing the information that you need, and with someone that you vetted and trusted. Obviously, you're here because you vetted me and you trust me because I've shown you time and time again. Even Josh over here, Josh is a part of the show now, because the proof is in the pudding. I've shown you guys day in and day out that I'm not here to milk you guys for money. I'm here to get you profitable, because the only way that we're going to fight the system of the CBDC war is what I'm calling it. This is the CBDC war, is if we become wealthy and can take over the system and get into those positions of power and have the knowledge and understanding to fight the fight. Justin Drago says, how confident are you we are going to see another huge alt season? Not very confident. Josh is very confident, but I'm not too confident. The liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been, and there's a possibility that altcoin season comes from the liquidity flowing out of Bitcoin into altcoins. And if Bitcoin just continues to rise and never pulls back really, then it's not going to happen. That's the problem. So it's a 50-50 thing. That's why we're on this show. That's why me and Josh are here, because we need to see both sides of the coin. We can't, I want to be unbiased, so we need to know what Josh is thinking, and we need to know what I'm thinking, because he's on the other side of the coin. But at the other, on both sides of the coin is still the edge. And that's why we have Jesse to fact check both of us, make sure we're on point, right?
Yeah. I saw somebody asked, what percentage do you like as a moonbag? I think that's something you should answer.
Okay. Everyone's situation is different.
Yeah.
Okay. And so if that's the question you're asking, I highly recommend you invest $10 and become a deluxe subscriber and send me a direct message. And that way I can get your portfolio information. I'm never going to ask you for like your wallet keys and stuff like that. No, I just figure out what you have, where you got in at, how much of it you got, so that we can come up with a specific plan and strategy based off of your specific needs, because everyone is different. There's no blanket term to throw on that, and that's why I offer the deluxe subscription. So was that it? Who was the one that said that?
Sydney.
Sydney Hotshots. So I think Sydney, your deluxe subscription relapsed. So if you want to renew your subscription, you can reach out to me. Remember, that deluxe subscription, you only get out of it what you put into it. You have to reach out to, I'm a very busy person. I have 90 other people. I guess we got 88. We're losing subscriptions today. We got 88 other people that I'm, coaching with. So like, you have to reach out to me and ask me those questions. You have to reach out to me and give me the information, what you have, what you're holding, how much of it you're holding, and say, what is my strategy? What should I be doing? And I'm not going to say, this is what you need to do this. Okay. I'm going to tell you what I think, because legally that's all I can do. Is I'm going to tell you, I think this would be a good idea. And you got to read between the lines. Okay. But you get out of it what you put into it.
Yep. And yeah, that's actually a really good answer, because it does depend on, what you're holding, how much you're holding. And, some people might, like, you can't just give a percentage base, because, if somebody were to ask me that, it's like, I've made sure to stack up as much as possible when it was down, so that way I can take some out and leave a decent amount in. But that's also not sometimes the case for everybody. So it's not a straightforward answer.
And let me tell you right now, if any creator gives you advice with no input from you and just gives you a blanket, here's the blanket thing that everyone should do, don't follow them. Okay, not a financial advice or anything, but that is wrong. Okay, that is so wrong, because like we had who was it? Nadi, I think, was on here, and she was like, "Oh, you need to make sure you're diversifying." And I was like, "Hold on, wait a minute, okay." Everyone's situation is different. We've got a lot of people that got $100 in here, okay? And most of the people that are subscribing to me, they're like, I got $100, $500, $1,000, and they're holding 100 different projects, okay? No, everyone's situation is different. It's very important as creators that we're very clear with people that we cannot just blanket a solution onto everybody and it's going to work for everybody. You need to find a strategy that works for you. And there's only two things you need to become a profitable trader. Okay. One is a strategy that you can find for you that works and is consistently profitable. It's never going to be 100%, but if you can be 75% profitable, you're doing well. And most people, I give you a solution where you're about 85 to 90% profitable. All right. So that's the first thing you need, is the strategy. The second is you got to get control of your emotions. You got to have your strategy and stick to it. That's how you become a successful trader. And that's what I go over with the coaching is we work on FOMO control and patience and all those things. Okay. And we work on getting you a strategy specific for you.
Yep.
All right, chat. What do you think is going to be the biggest face melting coin this season? Let's say we have an alt season. Okay. What's going to be the face melter? Because I thought it was going to be XRP. I thought it was. Now I'm not so sure because of what we learned. Guinea Marie said Pepe. Yes, that's what I think. I think Pepe is going to be a face melter. It's a meme coin, but man, everybody's talking about it. It's been like the biggest thing this year. Maybe fart coin, but I think fart coin's a bit high right now, and there's not enough liquidity to really cash out on it. So I feel like Pepe is actually going to be that one. So Guinea Marie, good for you. That's because Guinea Marie's been listening to my coaching, so she already knew what I was going to say.
Yeah, I'd have a very biased response to that,
What do you think?
but uh, I look, I want to say XRP, but that's also not the only thing I hold. Um, I'm looking at ADA a lot, and I think it's
Cardano.
super undervalued. And I think that once they connect it with Bitcoin to potentially make it faster, Bitcoin really starts to run. I think potentially ADA could go back to its all-time highs, maybe a little bit higher. So I've been, man, I've been buying ADA really recently. Might not be the largest runner, but I think versus what it's at right now and the potential that it has, I think it could be very good returns. It's also in the top coins, so that's my second one that I'm looking at.
So if I wasn't thinking meme coins, so I'm thinking altcoin right now. So Pepe will run
Yeah.
when we go into alt or into meme coin season, which it
Yeah.
follows altcoin. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking altcoins here. I think Solana
Mm,
or Polygon. Solana or Polygon. And I'm worried that it's not going to be Polygon because it's
yeah.
kind of lost its steam.
Yeah.
But Polygon offers staking. Does Solana offer staking? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why
I
I'm
think it does.
thinking Solana. I really
And
do. And the whole meme coin, everything is running on Solana. Meme coins have been
yeah.
like the talk of the town. Everybody wants to be in it. That's why I really feel like Solana is going to do something. If it's not XRP, I think the next runner up would be Sol.
And then, hey, maybe all of them get a good run, which is also a possibility.
Oh, for
But I think if
sure.
we were to say like Solana or Polygon, I'd have to go Solana because I mean, look at all these tools people are making. We have the Axiom platform, we have Bullex, uh, all these different tools people are using because I mean, there's thousands of coins launching a day on the Solana network, right? Like it's absolutely absurd. I mean, what was it 3 months ago or back when XRP was at peak, like $3.30? Every single young kid was trading in the trenches because it was a trend on TikTok. I know everybody who looks at crypto, you saw that on your feed. Like it was the talk. People got rich, man.
I know now
And
they
also
got
a lot of
Pump
people
Fun.
lost money.
Dude,
Yep.
like people don't make money on meme coins, but they all want to play the game.
Yeah. It's crazy because so many people lost money, but everybody's still doing it. And I guarantee you, if Solana starts running again, the trenches are going to fly. I mean, Trump
Oh
launched
yeah.
his coin, and
It took
I wouldn't
off.
say rugged, but just like everybody else, Solana is definitely a big contender here. And
For
I mean,
sure.
we could see some all-time highs for Solana.
Guinea Marie says, does alt season just happen? When do we prepare? So there is an index. I'm going to move you for a second because I'm going to pull this up for them.
Yep.
So here is, what's it on? It's on, I haven't been on there in forever. What's it called? Not the fear and greed index. It's the,
The dominance charts.
yeah. Oh yeah. Bitcoin dominance. I should be talking about this more. I use this privately. I never use it on the chat. So go to
Yeah.
Coin Market Cap. All right. And you can look up Bitcoin dominance chart right here. This is the chart. Okay. And you have your fear and greed index right now, which is neutral, which is basically not a buy or a sell. When you're in fear, you want to buy. And when you're in greed, you want to sell. All right. In altcoin season, there's this little bar right here. It says CMC altcoin season index. Now, this is based off of Ethereum versus Bitcoin. Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's a possibility that one of these days that Ethereum is no longer the gauge. Ethereum could fall out of its position, but currently right now, alt season is compared to as between Bitcoin and Ethereum dominance. So right now, this little dot is here in the orange. So we have the orange, we have the yellow, we have the light blue, and the dark blue. When this dot starts moving over, and it's moved over and gotten pretty close to the middle, and then it just shot right back. So when this dot right here crosses over and starts heading this direction into the blue, that's when we're heading into altcoin season. And what happens is the money right now is massively flowing into Bitcoin. And the reason why we were moving into altcoin season, and then all of a sudden, all these institutions started creating Bitcoin reserves, and it just pumped more into Bitcoin. And that's why there's this question of, are we getting an altcoin season? Is Bitcoin ever going to pull back? It may not, because of strategic Bitcoin reserves. Not just the US, but companies, states, governments all over the world are creating these Bitcoin strategic reserves where they're buying up Bitcoin and holding it. So now everybody else is buying up Bitcoin and holding it. So if altcoin season starts because Bitcoin loses its dominance and starts to collapse, right? And all of the liquidity from Bitcoin flows into Ethereum and the altcoins at the same time. And that's where the speculation of no alt season comes from, is because if the money does not leave Bitcoin, then it does not enter into the alts. And that's another thing, is we have trillions of dollars right now sitting on the sidelines, right? Just waiting to hit the market. Okay. Where are they going to put that money? Is it going to go into Bitcoin, or is it going to go into altcoins? Because if Bitcoin never loses its dominance and everything gets, smoothed over, right? And tariffs are no longer a problem, and wars are being settled, and everyone's calming down, and inflation's calmed down, and interest rates have lowered. All that happens, and then all that money decides to move into Bitcoin. No alt season. It means it already happened. We had it in November to January, and then that was it. So that's the problem. That's what I keep saying here, is like, hey, there's a possibility that we're done, that it happened, we got it, and hopefully you got out January 29th like I did, okay? Hopefully you were watching the show that long. But if not, it could be done. Now, if for some reason this is a simul cycle, okay, where Bitcoin keeps rising up and altcoins are moving with it, which is what is happening, because a lot of people got into altcoins early because they're like, I don't want to jump into Bitcoin while it's high, because they don't know how high it's going to go. I'm going to get into altcoins early. And same with the trenches. Everybody got into meme coins. That's why meme coins have been so big this year, is everyone wanted to get into something low market cap, low coin supply, where they can make a quick buck. So they all jumped into alts and meme coins early, hoping that Bitcoin dominance would fall and they'd be ahead of the game. Well, now they may be SOL and miss the Bitcoin train. And what'll happen is the money that's in altcoins and in meme coins, and the money when the money from the sideline starts flowing into Bitcoin, everyone in altcoins and in meme coins will rush into Bitcoin, and it will shoot it like crazy. That's why they're saying a 250K Bitcoin or higher. That's why they're saying 300K plus, because that is a possibility that Bitcoin never loses its dominance, no altcoin season, and Bitcoin is it. Now, What will create a crazy altcoin season after that, though, is if we get regulation and it's this Genius Act and they go after Tether, and people in Bitcoin realize that 90% of Bitcoin is backed by Tether, and for every $100 in Bitcoin is only backed by $1, that will create a massive sell-off, and that will create that mega cycle in altcoins. And that's what I'm wondering, but I don't think it happens this cycle. I think it happens next cycle. I think we need clear regulation and then investigation, and investigation takes even longer than creating legislation.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, look at the, Bitcoin dominance. I honestly think that the dot could move even further into Bitcoin for a while too. Like we could still see a very large alt cycle, but for a couple months, we might see that dot move even further to the Bitcoin side, which is what I'm betting on right now.
I
Because
am too.
everything right now is Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin, 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 Bitcoin. So that dot is most likely going to push even farther to Bitcoin. And then we're just going to have to see what happens from there. And, the other scenario we talked about was that, hey, maybe we have a really large alt cycle along with Bitcoin going up, but it's only select altcoins. That could also be a possibility too.
Right.
And I would honestly be more happy with that, to be honest,
It
because
would
everybody
be
should be.
a
Yeah.
smaller alt season because the liquidity is more spread out. Certain coins such as XRP, Solana, and Chainlink and Hedera and all these other ones we've been talking about could potentially run with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And those top
And then
10 ISO projects will be the ones that take off with Bitcoin. But I'm telling you right now, I think if those trillions of dollars that are sidelined right now flow into Bitcoin, it ends it all. But if Bitcoin tops out, loses everything because of all the narratives and all the fear that's going on, and Bitcoin starts pulling back, there's a potential that those trillions flow into altcoins. So it's really 50-50 right now. And that's why I'm sidelined. I'm sidelined because I'm in that trillions of dollars of sidelined money in stable coins, waiting to see where is it going to flow into so that I can make the right move. And so is everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing that could also end up happening is that, we get a mega cycle and Bitcoin just keeps going up, doesn't go back down. But at the same time, investors are also splitting their capital and buying a lot of these, like you mentioned, ISO 2200 compliant coins. The top ones of them, obviously, because there's a lot of coins that claim they are, but, only really the top ones. And that could also be something that I could see for playing because so many people who are in the government are shilling, all these other coins. The Trump administration, it talks about Ethereum a lot, which I think is for personal gain. I'm going to be honest. And I'm also biased because I don't really like Ethereum.
Me
But
neither.
if they make Ethereum run, it's going to make the alts run. So we could see a scenario where Bitcoin pumps like crazy and good alts pump like crazy. And if that happens, that'd be super bullish. And we're just going to have to wait to see what they end up doing with that. But for right now, I think we might see the dot shift even harder to the Bitcoin side. And I
So,
don't think that I'm wrong with that.
so, Justin Drago says, so we're looking at years here. We're looking at either weeks or years.
Yeah.
It could go either way. And we have to be very vigilant and watch. And I would recommend that you follow the show and watch the show because we're going to be following all this. And we're not biased to any one way or the other. We're open to the fact that it could go either way. And I'm not wrong. A lot of people have everything to lose by being wrong. So they're like leaning one way or leaning the other. I'm impartial. I'm unbiased. Whatever happens, you're going to know it by being here. You're going to know it first. And then Guinea Marie says, in November, I doubled my money in Bitcoin and made a ton on XRP and Pepe. Why? Because I'm calling this the simul cycle or the unicycle. Everything is moving with Bitcoin. They're charting very similarly. When Bitcoin looks bearish, every other altcoin and meme coin looks bearish. And I would say that meme coins are the exception. They're trading opposite of the cycle. So when Bitcoin's down, people are moving their money out of, when Bitcoin and altcoins are down, they're moving their money out of those projects into meme coins. And then once those run up, they're flipping it back into Bitcoin and altcoins. And it's just flip-flopping. That's why I'm calling it the unicycle, the simul cycle. Everything is simultaneously moving together and Bitcoin is in the driver's seat. But really, I say Bitcoin is the navigator in the front seat and the news is the one driving right now.
Yeah. But hey, keep this in mind, right? You just said meme coins. I'm honestly bullish on Solana for this reason, because Solana can literally both pump as an alt, as a strong alt, while Bitcoin is pumping, and it can still pump if mass people are buying Solana to trade these meme coins. So Solana's actually in a really good position for this run, in my personal opinion.
Now you're starting to think like I do. Why do you think I picked Solana? Now you see it. Exactly. And Solana is quick and low gas fees, just like XRP. And it doesn't
Although I will say Coinbase sold a little bit they ruined a lot of people with the Solana's fast, but some of these exchanges can really, mess you up if you're not careful.
Yeah. That's why I say I don't recommend Coinbase. It lags whenever you need to make something happen.
Yes. Yep.
Let's see here. Could altcoin season have happened in Q4 last year? Someone showed similar charts 2021 and 2024. That's exactly what I'm saying, Francesca, is it's a simul cycle, okay? Where we basically had our altcoin season started in July of 2024 and it peaked in January. That's what I've been saying this entire show since I started the show in like January or February. I think it was. I started in January because I saw it happening and I was like, people need to know this. This is a major possibility and I need to save people's homes and 401ks and I got to do something. So that's why I started the show. Let's see here, because I'll tell you what, in January, every creator was preaching mega cycle. Everyone.
Yeah.
And it's a possibility, but we have to be open to the idea of what is also happening at the same time and be aware of it. And I was probably the first creator to come out and say, hey, it's probably not going down like we hoped. And they all called me a clown, and here we are under $2. Josh wanted to call me a clown a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, hey, really the only thing I disagree on is XRP's potential in the short term.
I think I agree with you, but I think it's more long term. See, we're more aligned than you think.
We'll see. Yeah. But I mean, something I wanted to point out is I did some research and, David Schwartz even just recently said that XRP price would have to be higher to settle more large transactions. So we'll see. We'll see what they do.
G-Money says next year we'll see some regulation and pumps, but altcoin season is next year if we're lucky. And that's exactly what I was saying to you earlier, Josh, is if we continue in this cycle through into January, February of next year and continue to hold, I'm leaning towards that face melting mega cycle because Bitcoin will have had its time to run, and all the altcoins still held, and then it'll lose its dominance and boom.
So that would be actually probably that scenario would make me really happy. If we can let Bitcoin run, get its adoption, but everything else holds, and then all that money starts flowing into alts. That would be super bullish, man.
Right. And I'm hoping because that's more time to accumulate. That means every
Yes.
month
Yep.
you got a few more $100 to throw in there.
Yep.
If,
Every single time the
if,
market dumps 10-8%.
yeah, that's only if it comes to
Yep.
pass. So don't, mortgage your house for it. But if you
No.
can afford to lose it, it's definitely a good roll. The odds are stacked against you, but they're also good odds,
Yeah.
you know?
And I mean, look, if we look at the charts, XRP ran up. What was it, September last year, August, September? I remember that it was running up. And look, it's held up very strong for months on end now.
Yeah, it's just
So if
consolidating. It's
yeah,
consolidating at
so
the $2 zone.
if we can hold out like let's say we pump a little bit higher, right? Um this August, September, because that's usually what happens. And then we have a little bit of a pullback again, and we hold out like what you just said. We hold while Bitcoin does its thing. And then what are you looking at like quarter wise of 2026? Are you thinking more like quarter one to quarter two, or more in the middle or towards the end?
I think Bitcoin keeps going until July. And then the second half of next year is face melting, craziest altcoin season you've ever seen in your life. Obviously, it won't be as big as like what Bitcoin did because it's more spread out, but you will see those all-time highs on
Yeah.
lots of projects. I would say top 50. If
Yeah.
we don't see it, you're going to see top 10 or under, and Bitcoin will remain dominant.
Yeah. And I mean, the current administration has a huge incentive to have what you just said play out. Speculative, but if they can pull that off, it's a really good look for them. And, I'm just
And
saying,
that's why I think they're holding off on the no tax on cryptos to keep
yeah,
the price up. It all makes sense. That's why I said it's not happening this year. Okay? That everyone gets me wrong. They think that they're not getting it broke down to them like we're doing now finally. This is well needed to be done, okay? And I thank you for coming on the show cuz this was needed. It's not happening yet, but eventually something big is going to happen. And I think once everyone is tucked into sleep and they all think no more alt season, it's over, Bitcoin's going to remain dominant, and they'll say see you in 4 years and it's all over, and people start pulling their money out of their alts or whatever and saying I'm done, that's when it's going to happen. And no one's going to be prepared for it. And then all that money's going to come when it starts happening. It's all going to come flushing in all at the same time with everything else. Like, it'll be spectacular.
Yeah. And that's usually how these crypto markets work. Looking back at all the last cycles, it's always when people think it's over is when the market makers flip it, and we start reversing the other way. So are we looking more like, I don't want to be too speculative, but that would be more timelines like September. So November, September. So yeah, October towards November, potentially.
And look, Neo said it right here. If you're self-employed, your spouse to pay eliminated quarterly tax withholding, especially if you're in profit. Wait, oh, I read that wrong. Never, that's not what we were talking about, but I get what you're saying, Neo.
So are you talking about November 2025, or are you talking all the way November 2026?
2026.
Interesting. So,
A
but
super
there is going to be
cycle isn't
some
going
of
to
a,
happen in 1 year. It could literally, this could become an annual thing. If we're moving towards adoption, what's going to happen is, first of all, they don't want all these 18-year-old kids like you and normie people getting super fucking rich off this, right? They don't want that.
yeah,
They can't have all that new money. They're gonna push a narrative, tuck everyone into sleep, And then the big money is going to move in at a smart money position into all those alts. And then all the Bitcoin holders are going to move into those alts at the same time. And then it's going to set off a crazy alt season. And it's going to, in order to have this super cycle you're talking about, it can't just happen in 4 quarters. It takes
So are you
longer.
thinking more like, what was I gonna say? I guess I'm leaning more towards. So we obviously there's gonna be a bit of a push though soon here over August and September because of the whole narrative. People are gonna be buying these alts, especially top tens.
Right, because they're
Are
going to
you
be hoping
thinking?
and expecting
Yeah.
for something in
So
September, and they'll get something lackluster. It'll get a little bit, and that'll be it.
when we were talking about the alts holding, are you talking about holding at the current levels they're at now? So are you talking about a short-term pump and then they fall back to there, or are they going to hold after that short-term pump?
I think XRP is the indicator in this one. Okay, XRP is still up like 400%. Okay, and that's why I watch XRP so closely, because other coins have already ran down. But XRP is still consolidating between 150 and 250. And as long as that remains, I think it's still game on.
Yeah. And the $2 line is just going to gain even more support because, more people are going to flood in, and the type of XRP holders they are, I would even see them holding all the way till November of 2026. They would hold it, and
Yeah, it's all psychology, man.
It's a possibility.
I've broken this whole thing down and ran this whole scenario through my head, and I'm like, this makes sense. That's why I have the magnet on XRP at $2.
I think what I would be interesting to look at is you're saying November 2026. I might be, and I could be biased, but I think there might be a chance that it happens a little bit sooner than that, just because things can change.
It could happen in February next year. I'm just leaning towards, when do we normally see alt season? Like October, November, right? And I think that coming into 2026 through the summer, when it's sell and may go away, that's when everyone goes to sleep and they think it's over. And then that's the buy time.
The way you're going to be making your money is by basically buying the alts at whatever dip we get for the last week of June here, then selling the top of that, leaving a moon bag because you never know what happens, and then buying back in when it consolidates back, and then just hold it. And then actually, hold on. At that point, it doesn't even matter if it happens earlier because you're already in and you're positioned, so it doesn't even matter.
And then you can accumulate over the next 4 years if you have to. Either way, it's a win.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so
it's called smart money trading, bro.
Opportunity to make more too in the short time.
Yeah. It's called being smart money. Positioning yourself. We're playing chess here, right? Okay?
Yeah.
What we're doing is we are positioning for a checkmate.
I mean, hey, we watch these charts all day, so if anything ever changes, we'll know about it, but
yeah.
This could be great, I think. And now I'm actually, now I think more people should be talking about this because all these influencers out here, I go on X, the market is green, we're tweeting bullish. The market is red, bull run is over. Like it's very,
dude, the market was green honestly, yesterday, and I had the red light and the red Hulk on yesterday. Okay?
It's
and the red light is still on because I think we still have more downward movement to go. So
yeah, I mean,
when the white light turns on, that's when it's like it could go either way. But usually the red light is on when things are green and the green light is on when things are red. And that's how it normally goes. And that's what's different between me and other creators is because I'm telling you not what the market's doing, what it's about to do.
Yeah.
Because
I think
those other
also,
creators, they have everything to gain because they're holding those coins. They have everything to gain to pump the price a little bit more. I'm over
yeah,
here. I'm
I think,
unbiased. I'm holding stable coins, bro. I got my moon bags.
I would biasly say that, it would be absolutely crazy if these alts hold it out till Q1 to Q2 of 2026, and then all of a sudden we get, Ripple utility and it just absolutely sends after everybody took out. That would be a hilarious thing to see.
Yeah. And that with this trading strategy, it lines up for that case scenario too. Giddy Marie says, can't you just buy and hold? Well, no, because what if the other option happens and we just get no alt season? Because that is also on the table too. What we're doing is this is a strategy to make sure that we're profitable in either case scenario.
Yeah.
The trick is to stay profitable. Okay. Now, obviously, everyone's a little bit behind because maybe you just got into the show a few months ago, but I mean, I've been saying all of this since January. So even if, you're wherever it is, that's why I offer the deluxe subscription so that way we can create the strategy to get you in that smart money position so that it's basically you're good. No matter what happens, you're going to be good. Now, maybe you miss out on a little bit of movement. You're not going to catch every wick, you're not going to catch everything, but the idea is to be safe and know that you're not going to lose your 401k, but you're also going to be positioned and primed for if something does happen, you're ready. And that's why you need to be in this show, watching it and up to date. And that's why I'm recording the shows and uploading them to YouTube so you can go back and watch and be updated. Because it's evolving every single day. Things are changing every single day, and we're adapting to what is happening. And I could be completely wrong, and I don't care about my pride. I care about you financially and myself financially. It's in my best interest to say, hey, things are changing. This is what we're looking at now.
Yeah. And, honestly, if this is dragged out a little bit longer, it would actually be primarily good for XRP, because if we get that, regulation passed, then, these institutions can really start using its use case, which would even help boost the market even more. So honestly, this is something I wish I would have thought about a little bit before, because this is going to be a Bitcoin led run for the first time. I mean, you know, states are voting on their own reserves besides just the government. That's something they've been doing.
Other
Every single state,
countries,
actually. Yeah.
other countries are creating them. Other corporations are creating them. That's why
It's,
I'm leaning
yeah.
this direction.
I think even China posted today that they want to get more active with crypto, but they use the word specifically Bitcoin. So, now you have all these billionaires and millionaires coming out on X, and there were so many interviews today. The Strike CEO said trillions will flow into crypto in September. I'm sorry, Bitcoin. So they're saying that for a reason, because one, them saying it causes people to buy in now, and two, when you get the extra $1 trillion in September, even more people are going to FOMO into it. So it's going to be a massively Bitcoin led run, and obviously, these some alts are going to pump along with that. But to be fair, if Bitcoin holds that and doesn't go back down, there's not going to be any extra liquidity for alts. So that scenario, that's a likely play out.
Yeah. G Money says, is this Josh from the other night? Yes, this is Josh from the other night.
Yep.
Welcome to the Ledger Lounge, Josh. New cast member.
He said, I like his take, but we got to stay cautious in DCA.
I do not recommend DCAing. In this situation, you could potentially DCA all the way to the bottom and an altcoin season never comes. Be careful. Everyone's situation is different. Okay? Everyone has...
Short-term run might be likely, but we have to wait and see because we need some sort of a signal too for that.
I think we get a bit of a run in September, and it will
Yeah.
be lackluster. It
Oh,
won't
yeah.
because everyone expects it. They'll create it, just like how I trade with the
Yeah.
moon cycle. I don't think that it's real, but I think lots of other people think that it's real. And because they think that it's real, it becomes real. Just like reading the charts, it should be random
Yeah.
and unchartable. But because we all see the patterns and we're all doing the same things together, it becomes real.
Yeah.
So I do
Yeah.
think we get something because they will create it. They will manifest it. They will need it to happen.
Yeah.
Right. But I think it ends up being lackluster, and a lot of people end up holding, and when it runs up, it's not as much as they thought, and they think that it's going to go much higher, and then they end up holding it too long and don't make any money, and then they say, oh man, I missed out, I lost a bunch of money, I'm done with crypto, I'll see you in 4 years.
Yeah.
And then they'll miss out.
Yeah, ideal strategy is really going to be, catch this small pump that we have if we have it, and then, shave out those profits, leave a moon bag. And if we don't see Bitcoin dump, I would honestly say, because when did we start going back down with XRP? Do you know the exact date on that? After we ran.
January 30th.
So if we get past, if we're in January and December and Bitcoin is holding, that would be an indicator, at least to me, that we see the alts go back down a little bit, hold, and then we have a massive run for alts after that cools down.
Eventually Bitcoin will cool down. And even with these strategic reserves, that obviously they will have those reserves, and that'll keep fueling it. But eventually retail and large whale investors will leave the market.
Yeah.
The question is how much dominance does Bitcoin lose because of that?
I think it could be a lot, just because of how many. There's considerably more whales every single cycle, right? There's a lot of rich people who are,
But what if there's
needing
countries and massive multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar corporations that are creating trillions of dollars of untouchable Bitcoin? That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, the higher Bitcoin goes, ultimately it's bullish overall, but, you know, if anything, we'll have to see. I'm still more leaning that we get, the massive altcoin cycle a little bit sooner than all the way November of 2026. And I could be wrong. I think it could happen sooner just because people tend to lose their patience a lot. And also, I think a lot of these whales, they might have thought of the same thing ahead of time. They might think, yeah, Bitcoin might hold. And then it comes, and then they start positioning themselves in the alts early, which people might see that. And so that might spark it to happen sooner.
I think they want, I think they know that everything's run up and everything's holding, and they don't want to buy the top. And I think it makes more sense that strategically they would tuck people into sleep, make them think the bull run's over, they missed out, let it run down, and then move in.
Yeah, I mean, the other part too is, if we play out by the cycle, like we just said, Bitcoin goes up, it doesn't come back down, which people would be expecting, then some people will take out of their alts. But I think also a lot will hold, because there's this whole nuance that if Bitcoin is up, the market should be up, right? So
Maximus says, Michael Saylor says otherwise. Michael Saylor has everything to benefit from keeping the price of Bitcoin up.
Yeah.
That dude has so many leveraged positions on Bitcoin. I don't trust anything he says.
Michael Saylor has a lot to lose too.
Yeah.
But
this is unbiased.
I think these institutions are gonna play the game of Bitcoin doesn't come back down. And I think a lot of people are gonna get mixed up with that, because that's not how the past cycles have played out, right? Bitcoin is always supposed to come back down. But also what's interesting is these banks were like, if we're gonna let people, mortgage their house against it, it has to be stable. So what are these institutions gonna do? they can buy Bitcoin with money they don't need. They can leave it in there, which keeps the price of Bitcoin up. The only people who will take out are whales and retail. And they know that whales and retail will come back next year or next cycle way stronger than last time. So these institutions can just leave their money in Bitcoin.
Yep.
And,
And that's
you
more
know,
strategic reserves. Imagine the banking system across the board creating their
yeah.
strategic reserves as well. We're talking about a
And then
lot of money.
I'd have to biasly come in and say, maybe at some point Ripple starts taking over Swift, maybe starts settling some of the stock market, and then,
The only
that
way
runs up.
the only way that happens is with the injunction removed. Ripple
Yeah, that's what
cannot,
I want to see that.
and that
And I
looks like we're 2
I
years
don't want
out
them
on
to
that one.
settle. We'll have to see. I also want to biasly say it'll happen sooner, but I don't want to see them settle. That's for sure. Because there's a lot of XRP army people who are saying just let them settle, but
No,
they
you don't
don't really
want
know
that.
what that means. You don't want them to settle because then you're gonna end up, XRP is gonna be in the same boat as Tether, and then also, the other thing you were mentioning with ETH maybe not leading the cycle. That I don't want to say something that's wrong here, but I heard that there was a large legal company that said they think Ethereum might end up being delisted. This huge speculation because they have a lot of, or they also broke a lot of securities laws per se.
Really.
So
We'll have Jesse look into that tomorrow.
yeah, that's why
Um,
I'm saying speculative because I don't know if it's real. But that would put XRP in a similar spot as that would put Ethereum in a similar spot as XRP. But I honestly think Ethereum would be in a worse position because they've had these really high gas fees and they've done this and this.
George Orwell
So
says Ripple taking over Swift is a bold statement. LOL. They only 1400 TPS. Thank you, George. Thank you, George. George is a smart cookie. Listen to him. I want to go over what Big Baller said. He said, "When is the next moon cycle?" So Big Baller, the full moon is on, I want to say, July 5th. And that's what I'm okay. So I'm thinking one of two things. Either it kind of lines up with, so it's the 10th. Okay. So the tariff thing is on the 9th. So if we're going into a full moon, there's a possibility that tariffs deals get signed, and that's a full moon, and that's what creates the spark of everything taking off.
I think I saw Trump or the White House announced today that they're going to be signing a trade deal with China, which is really interesting.
Right.
And I was talking about it with my dad, and I was like, actually, here's something interesting. I want to say this real quick. Jerome Powell said the other day that he would be willing to possibly lower interest rates if he can see Trump get more trade deals done. And I was sitting there with my dad eating dinner, and I was like, you know what? I bet Trump already has 2 trade deals ready to go, and he's been saving them for exactly this.
Right.
Because now you've
EU
got
and
Jerome Powell.
China.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that
you
would be
save
the
them
perfect
to cause
storm.
these.
So the
Yep.
perfect storm would be those 2 trade deals and lowering of interest rates. That would be the
Yeah.
spark. And that's what I'm saying. And Big Baller says by July 4th. I agree with that. That's kind of what I'm waiting for, is that July 4th dip. People are going to be wanting to go on vacation or do certain things, and they're going to pull liquidity out to finance those things, which is going to cause a bit of a dip. And then that's probably going to be the buy point. And that's why I've been saying I'm like somewhere between the beginning of July and July 12th, somewhere around there. The tariff thing is kind of why I'm like, I'll wait to see what happens. But the full moon is July 10th. The tariff thing is July 8th, 9th. So
Yeah.
if we are going to get the full moon cycle, and that is going to come into play, that lines up perfectly. I mean, think about this. The summer solstice was the day that Donald Trump bombed Iran, and we had the major drop. and that happened perfectly timed. These are, if you ask me, I mean, I know more about this. We can only talk about this on Twitch, but these are all rituals that they're performing. It's all planned and designed. That's why I'm looking at everything and I'm like, okay, would they do this and how would they do that? And that's where I've come to my conclusion. But I do think that July 4th may be a goodbye day. And that could be goodbye to all your money or goodbye, glad you bought. It could go either way. I personally want to wait for confirmation. I would rather see the news come out, good news, and then that would. So what? I didn't catch the entire pump. It smells like something's on fire. I gotta go check on something. It smells like something's on fire.
I'm interested to hear everybody's opinions on Bitcoin. What do you guys think is going to happen? Swift is too political, or Swift is a political tool? Yeah, and also, the Federal Reserve or Jerome Powell has a huge influx or a huge say of what happens because, controlling interest rates is controlling the market in a way, right? If interest rates were to get lowered, you're going to see a bunch of liquidity flow in, and that'll go into Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a laundering coin. I mean, Bitcoin is just the first coin. It was the first coin that was created. It's a coin everybody buys. It's got the fire extinguisher. But no, these institutions are playing into what everybody wanted. Everybody wanted Bitcoin to go up, and Bitcoin was too slow. It didn't have a use case. So, now everybody's switching to it's a store of value. So, these institutions are going to play right into that, and they're going to pump Bitcoin, and then more and more FOMO is going to happen, and they're going to flood in, and that's just going to be what it's going to be. But
what did I miss?
Somebody was saying that Bitcoin is a laundering coin, so I was saying that Bitcoin is the first coin that was ever created, therefore everybody's buying it. And before that, I was talking about the Federal Reserve and interest rates, and I was talking about how these institutions and these whales, they know everybody was buying Bitcoin, and it turned out Bitcoin was too slow, so now they're saying it's a store of value, and they're going to play into the FOMO that everybody's creating, and everybody's going to flood into Bitcoin, and these institutions are going to play into that. They're going to pump it, and then retail will FOMO into it.
All right. So no fire that I can tell, but it does smell like burnt hair. I don't know if somebody. So IT guy's looking for a fire. I sure hope there's not a fire because this room is very flammable. It's wall to wall flammable.
XRP is old tech and no banks use it. I mean, right now, though, banks, they're using XRP, but it's very small. It's very small. It's like, some people are messing around with it here and there.
Yeah, there's like 3 banks or so that are using it, and they're less than 100 employees of these banks, and even less clients. So, not really any use case happening. I think it's more or less maybe a test. Who knows? But there's no real adoption.
What I'm betting on when I say XRP going up, I'm betting on the adoption because the utility aspect of it is there. The question is, with these 1,300 NDAs do we have, do those involve large banks? Do those involve large institutions? And I'm just betting on the fact that they are going to use it.
I would say most of those NDAs are for private individuals working in the company. and a few of them are for
That
other
could be
companies that
true.
are
Yeah.
working with it.
So again, people have their opinions. The internet is very divided on XRP. Um, but, there's XRP and this is the thing. If we get this small, altcoin pump as Bitcoin starts to move up here, people are going to buy it because people know about this. I'm not the only one talking about it. So it's going to create that speculation factor and people are going to buy it and they're going to hold it for when that day inevitably could happen, which I think it will. Nobody knows the exact date on it, but what we're basically talking about is when this small pump happens, you want to take out on it, leave a moon bag, and then reposition yourself for when it happens because these banks don't have to decide to adopt it at the peak of XRP's price during August and September, right? Like that's they could end up doing it in December. They could do it, August next year. Like nobody really knows, but you just have to keep in mind that you have to watch the charts, be in the know of what's happening, and really position yourself because that's how you make money. And
Yeah, look for
XRP
that
is a trade
smart
coin.
money. Look for that smart money entry zone and just hold and wait. That's how you hold and wait. You can't buy the top and hold and wait. That's not smart because you'll hold it to the bottom and then next time it runs up, you didn't really make anything. All
And the
good?
whales are trading it sideways too. Even if we hold out $2 for the next 8 months, we might go, $2.20, 2.30, 2.50, or $2.50, or the other way. We could go up and down, and they're going to keep playing into that. And it's a good coin to trade, obviously, and that's the thing because most of the people in XRP, yeah, they're in for long term holds, but you also have to understand that that's why it's good to have enough to where you can leave a moon back, but you can also trade it like everybody else is because that's what they're doing. The whales are trading this. I mean, yeah, look at the chart. Like
I'm trading it.
it's
Like I'm
yeah,
not,
it's being traded.
and that's where the money is made in crypto is not from buying and holding. It's made from trading it because it swings so much. That's what makes it valuable and what makes it so much better than the stock market. Stock market, you buy it and you hold it long term. 30 years later, you got some money sitting there. Okay. With
Yeah.
crypto, you can do the same thing you would do in 30 years in one cycle, if not more. And that's where it gets its value from is by swing trading it. If you're just buying the top and holding it, hoping for a moon, you're doing it wrong.
What are your thoughts on Solana? Because we talked about it being basically usable even when the other side of the market is down, even though tendencies recently have shown that it kind of dips when everything else dips. But um, I mean it more in a perspective of we get this small alt run, right? Just because everybody's going to be buying into it. If we're let's say that what we were talking about plays out, where Bitcoin stays up, and then we get a massive altcoin run later, right? Do we sell Solana at this short-term alt pump, or do we hold it just because of the fact that it can also be used
Well,
throughout? Because we see, people keep flooding back to meme coins.
that depends on the when you bought it, obviously. Everyone's different.
Yeah,
But Solana is not a meme coin. So even
yeah.
though memes are pumping, yeah, there's a possibility that it stays up. But I believe that that liquidity will flow out of there into meme coins if we get a regular bull run. So I think moving it, from Solana to Pepe, for instance, would be probably the smart move. Because
I guess yeah.
even if the meme coins, switch to meme coins, everyone else is going to be like, okay, Solana pumped, it's going to come back down. So they're going to jump out of it and they're going to jump into meme coins. It'll be business
So
as usual if that happens.
you're saying it would make. I'm just in a dilemma because like if you bought Solana like relatively early, like we're talking about $25-$30, right? Does it make sense to just hold it out till we get the massive potential altcoin cycle 8 to 9 months from now? instead of selling, because of a short-term pump that we might see within September and August.
I think the smart thing is to, because it's all speculative, we don't really know what's going to happen. We can speculate all we want, is to take profits at every resistance zone on the way up, keep a moon bag. When it starts crashing like crazy, obviously pull it out, or leave it if you think it's, that's up to you, not financial advice. But definitely take profits at every resistance zone and every psychological number. 007, 333, 444, 555, right? 123.
Yeah.
Those are psychological zones. $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $5.50, 10, so on and so forth. Those psychological numbers will always be a point of resistance, even if it's gone to an all-time high. So that's where you're going to be taking your profits, or you're taking profits at. Leave some in there.
Yeah.
But if we're going like crazy and you're making profit, there's nothing wrong with leaving a little bit in there for just in case. You've already made a ton of money. Don't be greedy. At the same time, be a little bit, but don't leave anything in your moon bag that you're not willing to lose and go to zero,
Yeah. So I guess I'm honestly really excited to watch how this all plays out. I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin ends up holding at these higher levels and stuff gets dragged out a little bit. Personally, I have to be a little bit biased and say that I don't think it's going to get dragged out that far, but I could be wrong. But ultimately, at the end of the day, whatever ends up happening, there's money to be made. So, that's the good thing.
Right.
And I'm thinking, you look at the XRP chart right now, that original green pump we have all the way at the front there could be a chance we get something like that come August and September. And I feel like, we might top out at 8.15, maybe 15. And then, right, because like if Bitcoin holds, it's going to come back down because there's not going to be extra liquidity coming in. And like I said before, we're not going to get much higher on retail alone. So it's more plausible to play out that way.
I wonder if XRP is gonna inverted head and shoulders right here.
This is a key level right here.
233. If it doesn't, because like this is where I'm at with it, is like even with the bad news, you're still bullish. And I think most people are, and they're just going to trade according to what the charts say. And look, it hit right here at resistance at 207, 208, right? And so that would potentially take it up to either probably about 220 and then come back down, and then you'd get like the golden arch, the McDonald's symbol, sending it back down to 190 zone or lower. Or it breaks resistance here at 220, 221, and then it would shoot up to 233.
Which could happen if we get the trade deals. That could be something that they might use to get the market to break.
Well, this would happen.
And this is what I'm...
Let's see. So today is the 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. It would happen by the 1st, 2nd. We won't have trade deals by they could sign before the deadline. But
also cryptos also sell the news, so we might pump 24 hours or 48 hours before they sign if we know it's coming.
Yeah, I think we pump, and then on the 29th... It just
depends if we close above that line.
On the 28th, we hit 220, and then we start heading back down. And then by the 1st, we get that ripple sell-off, bringing us down to 190, $2 to 190, depending on what happens. I would say that $2 is going to be the first point of resistance. Maybe it hits there. I think that's more likely, and that we see $2 at least. But it could potentially come all the way to 190, and if it breaks 190, and I'm leaning towards hitting the lower number because of the news narrative. Okay, I'm trying to use the, because it could go either way, obviously, but we have a very bad narrative. So there's probably a lot of people that are like, okay, the charts say it's going to run. I'm going to get out once it gets right here. And when it doesn't break resistance and it starts running back down, everyone else is going to run out of it, which is going to send it past $2, which would take it to the next zone of 190. And then the next zone will be 180, and then 175, and then 163-ish. 161.
Yeah.
And that's right where the magnet's at right here, by the way. And it's right on the date, July 5th, July 4th. See it? Like perfectly lined up. So I think we hit maybe 175 by July 4th.
I'm thinking there might be a small possibility that if we get Bitcoin holding up, that maybe, other coins might drop below, but I'm sensing somewhat of a feeling of that possibly XRP gets another leg up, maybe 2 legs up, and then that level also holds for another 6 months till Bitcoin starts to really cool off and we get a massive alt season. Because that could happen. I mean, the type of holders that XRP has.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of people that are XRP holders that saw the news today and are like, okay, I need to get out of this thing. Not all of them.
It was a delay. It wasn't really a ruling.
But it's a long delay. And the ruling was that verbatim was indefinite. That I got it right here. There's another article, but it basically said that the ruling would be indefinite. Let's read it out here. So Judge Torres is frustrated with Ripple SEC lawsuit, says XRP lawyer. Judge Annalisa Torres recently rejected a joint attempt by Ripple and SEC to modify the court's previous judgment with an agreed upon injunction. Legal expert Fred I don't know how to spell it and speak that, believes that decision reveals something deeper and said, welcome to the new SEC for now, more or less the same as the last one. On X, this guy made a long post saying that no legal barriers were preventing Judge Torres from accepting the motion. That's not true, but she did not. So he breaks down 2 reasons for the rejection. First, Judge Torres is frustrated that the case dragged on for 4 to 5 years. No, that's not. That's normal business as usual with intensive litigation. Another reason is that she may have political bias, possibly being resistant to perceived Trump era influences on the case. I don't believe that either. I think it is. She made a ruling and she's not going to go back on it. People, when you appeal a case with a court, you're basically saying that the judge did something wrong. That's what an appeal is. Judges do not like that whatsoever. What judge wants to be told that you broke the law? Because that's basically what an appeal is. An appeal is saying that the judge broke the law and shouldn't have done what they did. Okay? That's more or less it. It's probably more of a pride thing, but also the judge has the final say.
Right.
He said neither the SEC nor Ripple gave a strong enough reason to explain why the court should now ignore or soften harsh words it previously used, like calling Ripple's actions egregious. He thinks the SEC did not take real responsibility for its past actions in the Ripple case. There are two possible reasons for this. As per him, neither Ripple nor the SEC ever discussed the need to include honest statement from current officials, which would be a big legal mistake. Else, the Ripple did ask, the SEC refused. This crappy motion on the SEC letterhead is the best I can offer. Repulsi joked, likening the effort to a meme of Pawn Stars. He says the SEC hasn't really changed on crypto. He doubts the SEC will stay silent and let Ripple win, calling that a 0% chance. Instead, he expects a quiet $50 million settlement with injunction left in place. And I think that's the case. Here's the thing is, the SEC enforces legislation, okay? Just because there's a new chairman of the SEC or leader, they still have to follow the law. Okay, the judge still has to follow the law. Ripple broke the law. The injunction stays in place. The only way it's changing is with new legislation. And this is what I've been saying. Let's see. He says the court injunction doesn't impact XRP's secondary market of future ETF approvals. It only matters if the SEC chooses to enforce it, which seems unlikely under the current leadership. So yeah. So will the SEC enforce the futures ETF, right? Or the future ETF? Probably not. Probably not, but the next administration could. So keep that in mind. He added
Which is why it's important. Yeah.
Yeah. He added that the SEC has the authority to grant waivers that remove any restrictions from the injunction, like IPO timing, so nothing stopped them from clearing the path if they want to. I don't necessarily agree that that's what's going to happen. Okay. The SEC has to adhere to certain rules. This guy's obviously biased, and these are his opinions. Okay. It could. Okay. The SEC could not enforce the injunction. But I'll tell you this. If the SEC doesn't enforce the injunction, the judge could potentially go after the SEC. Or the whoever is on the SEC could be held liable, and they would have fault on them. So that is a gray area. But does the chairman of the SEC, what's his name, David Sachs? Does David Sachs want to go down and ruin his entire career for Ripple? I don't know. I don't think so. Unless he's got some big money payout coming to him. It just doesn't seem likely. There are ways around this. I get it. Things can happen. But these scenarios that he's playing out seem very unlikely. This one says Ripple versus SEC lawsuit hits shocking standstill. Still, XRP dips immediately. Let me see. Where was it?
I think this just goes to show that as somebody, and I don't speak for everybody in the XRP army, but we don't want a settlement agreement. I think the other nice part about this is the judge is also, the nice thing about delaying it instead of ruling on it is it actually gives the government time, or the current administration, to put forth regulation, which if they do, that could impact the future way that she, rules ultimately, and that
Right.
could be beneficial in the long term.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't.
But that could take
yeah.
some time. You know, we're looking at minimum 6 months, but I'm thinking more the timeline of a year to 2 years. That's the justice system moves slow. But here's what I wanted to read here is Chief Legal Officer responded to the last ruling on X with this. The ball is back in our court. XRP's legal status is not a security, remains unchanged. In the meantime, it's business as usual. So the injunction stays in place. XRP is assigned as not a security, but it has to go through an appeals court. So now what has to happen is a different judge has to rule that Annalisa Torres broke the law. Okay? That's where we're at. But did she break the law? No. That's the problem. So will the injunction get removed? Probably not anytime soon. I think, though, with legal clarity in the next year, that would bring about within a year and 6 months to 2 years the dropping of the case. So it's going to take time.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't mean it's over for Ripple, but I do think it does throw a wrench in the gears for XRP this cycle, for sure. I think a lot of people that are XRP maxis are going to read the article that we read prior and think that the SEC is going to not enforce anything and they're going to do whatever they want and all that. So yeah, it's still going to run. But I think a lot of people, a lot of big money whale investors are going to shy away from it now. But it'll still pump. It's still going to do something if we get the altcoin season that we want. All right, brother.
I mean, yeah.
That's the end of the show. Thank you for coming on, man. I appreciate you. You're always welcome here. I will see you on the next one. We have a special guest tomorrow. But I'll see you around, brother. Thank you for coming on. You're always welcome. All right, everybody. Thank you all. We didn't really cover much of the news that's on here. So basically, I'll read through the headlines real quick. Coinbase stock touched its 52-week high. We kind of talked about all that already. Coinbase keeps going. Powell says Fed rate cut is on hold even as Trump demands cuts. There's a potential that if we get trade deals that Powell will back off. The housing market is set for the worst year in decades, says Meredith Whitney. I agree with that. The EU considers lowering tariffs on the U.S. import in effect to woo Trump. And at the same time, Trump's deadline in July is not critical, says the White House, which means they may be looking to do. But Trump had threatened to impose a 50% tariff on the European Union, but 2 days later agreed to delay until July 9th. So we will see. I think he's tired of getting run around, though. I think he's done with getting the runaround and nothing getting done, and he wants these things settled. So, because he wants interest rates to come down. So in order to do that, he needs to get some of these settled. So he may play hardball. He may put 150% tariffs like he did on China on the EU. So keep that in mind. It could go either way. It says the EU is ready for a trade deal with the U.S., but all opinions remain on the table, says as the deadline looms for Trump's 50% tariff threat, differences emerge between Germany and France over the potential deal. So not everyone is in agreement at the EU right now. Some people are saying retaliatory tariffs, and some people are saying, give them a deal. So that makes it more difficult. EU warns a baseline Trump tariff would still spur retaliation. So if Trump puts the baseline 50% tariff out. Expect retaliatory tariffs. Expect a nasty war on this one. And you can find news that say it's going to be good, and they seem like a little bit pipe dreamy, but this is the facts is they are threatening retaliatory tariffs, and Trump does not like to be threatened. You already saw what he did with China just because they didn't respond to him. Okay, so be aware, we are not out of the woods yet. And then we don't need to cover that. All right, that's it for the show. Thank you all for watching. Don't forget to follow me on Twitch, and any of these shows, if you missed the show, you can find them. They're recorded. You can rewatch them. They're all on YouTube at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. They will all be the same. I will never reach out to you and message you. I will always ask you to message me first. Okay, so if you're a deluxe subscriber, you can message me first. I will never reach out to you. There are a lot of fake accounts of me out there now. Be careful. I do not have any underscores, capital letters, periods, or anything in my name. It is always at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, and it's never changing. Thank you all for all of the gifts. There's so many. Risky Sneaks, TikTok Seller, Rihanna, Big Nate, Fredum, Marco, Mother Dragons, Censored by TikTok, Nate, Nico, Crypto Cali, Guinea Marie, who else? Elon Muff, Akram, Jesus, Mar Lopez, Revolution, Nate, Me Cheeky, Rock Jocelyn, Crypto TV with Trey, ABSXS, and Neo 2.0. Thank you all for your amazing gifts. Censored by TikTok, thank you for more. And everyone, thank you for your overwhelming support. If you want to send any gifts, now's your last chance. Much appreciated for all your gifts. If not, save them for tomorrow's live. Let's show Francesca lots of love. With lots of gifts coming in so that we can make sure our viewership is high. But we've been doing pretty good. We've been averaging over 50 viewers, and some lives we've been over 100. I think we had over 150 viewers for a substantial amount of time yesterday, which was incredible without any promotion, which is just phenomenal. You other crypto freak out there, have a wonderful day. Take care. Good night, everyone. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the likes. We got to 42K likes. That's pretty good. Those are rookie numbers, though. We got to bump those numbers up. We got to get back into the 100K like zone we used to be in. I need that million. We used to have like 0.2 million likes. I want to get back there. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do a giveaway or something where if you or obviously you can order one yourself, but get one of those liking machines. I ordered one for the staff to put on their phones that likes the live automatically for you. It's like 100 likes forever so long. So hopefully that can save your guys' thumbs a little bit. But they're only like $4 or $5 at Walmart. So maybe I'll do a giveaway on one of them or something. All right, everyone. Thank you all for the overwhelming love and support. I will see you all. Don't forget to follow and set your notifications on for the live. So when you send a heart me, there's a section where it says set notifications. Click that and you get points for setting up notifications for the show. So that way, every time we go live, you know that we're going live. Holler, thank you. I appreciate you. And don't forget to deluxe subscribe. Become a deluxe subscriber and get one-on-one coaching with me through DMs. I also offer the technical analysis class. I have 2 spots left for the TA class. classes will be held on Sunday starting July 6th. If you want to sign up and learn to do TA, send me a direct message. It's $25 an hour. And that's 4 hours over a month, so it's $100. Okay? Some months have an extra Sunday, and you'll get that Sunday for free. But you can get that through the link in my bio for my Discord. So join my Discord. The link is in the bio. That is still growing, but it's growing every day, and it's evolving into what it's intended to be. But join it now. Get in there. And don't forget, we also have our hoodies, t-shirts, mugs. I got my mug right here. I got my t-shirt on as well. That's another way that you can help support the show. And also on Twitch, you can sign up for HelloFresh. And when you sign up for HelloFresh, make sure you use my promo code that's there, and you can get a discount. And you also are helping the show. That's $90 that goes towards the show when you sign up for HelloFresh, and you get good meals delivered to your door. Saves you time, money, and makes you healthy. And don't forget, we're live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Starting July, we will be taking away Wednesdays. We won't be going live on Wednesdays anymore, and we'll be doing the TA show on Sundays. All right, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. The magnet is strong with this one. The force is strong. And I will see y'all later. Thanks for the stickers, TikTok seller. Are you about to go live, TikTok seller? Because if so, I'll hop in there. All right, I will see y'all later. How's everybody doing? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? How are we doing today? Looks like no. There we go. We got one person watching now. Sorry we had some technical difficulties, but we're doing better now. We've been moving equipment around in the studio, and so there's been a little bit of a disarray with some of the equipment and things going on, so we're kind of getting back into the groove here. What is going on? Can you guys hear me? Looks like we only got one person here. Can you hear me? We lost audio on the last live. We had to restart OBS. What's going on? How we doing? All right, good. Glad you can hear. Welcome, welcome. We're finally back. Finally back. It was a long, grueling weekend working in the studio, but we are back, baby. And I have great news. The studio is near completion. I'm thinking by 1 week from now on Monday, after the weekend, we will be in the studio 100% and the cameras will be on, baby. You'll be able to see my beautiful face. It's going to be awesome. So all that is coming. All that is coming. How's everybody doing today? We got a lot of news to cover. Some cool little rabbit holes to jump down into. And we also have some predictions coming for the market here. Let me tell you, the markets are not looking good. We did not break through this resistance line here, which means that we are headed down. We're headed down, and I think we're going to see that 105 range soon. What's up, Ozzy Nate? How's it going? So this Head and Shoulders played out. I was hoping to get a little bit of a pump. I figured, I was like, oh, Sunday we'll probably pump out of here just a little bit, just enough to be a bull trap and be done. But we didn't get any good news. We didn't get anything really substantial. Cutting down interest rates May 7th. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't. And I think that's part of why we didn't get a push here. The unemployment rate is down a little bit, but I still don't see it as that's what's happening. Inflation's way too high. Inflation's too high. And remember, the Federal Reserve is not a federal entity. It is a private institution, and they make their own rules. So this Head and Shoulders, man, it played out not as beautifully as I hoped. I was hoping to get another push up to at least 225 on Sunday, but it did not do it. It came here, it touched resistance, and it shot down. Just completely fell short of it. And the candle closed way down here. And we got more room to go down. We got more room to go down. I'm thinking today's candle should close about 108, 109. We'll have to keep an eye on it. While we're watching today, the day candle should be closing during the show. So we should get a bit of a drop while we're watching. So as you can see, we're falling away in the 1 minute. Falling away from that line, which is all the way up here. It's just so far now, it's not even within sight. When do I expect a bull run? I mean, technically we're in a bull run, but another big push, I would say probably July or August, and that would be our buy-in time, would be July or August. But this is headed down, and we should be retesting about 212 to 211 here soon. And more than likely, we're going to drop even lower, bringing us to about 210. It could very well pick up from here a little bit before it does that. But we're losing steam. Losing steam quickly. We had this big heavy drop. We got some price correction here, another drop, double bottom with another push up here, and now we're falling again. And I would expect us to see another move like this down here, which would bring us into about that 208 zone. Let's move into another time frame. Look at that. That is nasty. That is one nasty fall off, and it's getting more volatile as it falls because we've been in consolidation right here, moving down this, waiting for either a breakout or to fall down. And here we are, we're falling down. We had a drop down here to 213, it looks like, and then back up to 219, and then it just dumped. And I would say more than likely we've got another move downward, and this head and shoulders played out. We have a little shoulder. I was hoping to get another pump out of here to form that shoulder a little bit more evenly, but the resistance here was just too much. Too much resistance. It couldn't break it. So more than likely, we're not going to see those higher numbers. We're going to see the lower ones. So let's go back into the day. Based off of that, see right here. This could be another head and shoulders formation. I know it seems redundant, but it's a very common pattern. We fall down here, hit resistance again, and then fall. And that's probably likely what's going to happen. This would be our shoulder right here. This head and shoulders that's playing out right now would be our head of an even bigger head and shoulders, which looks probably something like this one here. So more than likely, we're going to drop down here a little bit more to about 208, come back up to about 218, I would say, 215. And then drop from there, and then that would be another head and shoulders. So it looks like lower prices are in the future. I'm thinking somewhere between 155 and even that 162 zone. That 162 zone could come down to right about there and see some price correction, you know, to about like 180 and then fall again. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. There could be another, like a move in between. So we'll keep an eye on that. But more than likely, we're headed down to at least, I would say, 155. And it could be much lower. If we come down here and we waterfall and we come to test this line, that would put, let's see, that would put us at about 130. 125 to 130, guys. That is incredible. That is a huge drop. However, with a big drop like that always comes price correction, and it will move up again after that. But I think overall, what we're seeing is the crash. It's a steady downward movement. So I would say that once we hit, if we do hit 125 or even lower, when we come back up, that would put us at about 175 for our next top before we're trying to break through this resistance. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. Mind you, this is months from now. Many, many days. Each one of these candles is one day. It took how many candles here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So like 30 days, a month or more. So I'm thinking like a month and a half, and that would be primed to line up exactly with this bull run right here, where we hit the bottom here at about June and July. So this was June 23rd. This is July 21st. And that would be, either one of those would be our entry point. I would say June, buy a little bit, and in July, buy a little bit. And hopefully catch another little pump here, which we should see. I think we're going to see something like this. And because it's a bearish dip like this, it will look like a cup and handle. A lot of people will FOMO in, and we will get a bit of a handle and a bit of a push and then fall short. Because this is a bearish move into a cup and handle, not a bullish. Now this is a bullish push right here, but all this consolidation right here kind of cancels that out, especially with this 50% or more price correction before the cup formed. So I would speculate that we will form something very similar to the way this looks right here. And what will happen is it'll come down here and we will be buying these lower zones on the way down. I believe that we're about right here. We're about or somewhere along here, and we're looking for the next big drop down. Somewhere in this area is where we're at right now. And I think we're moving into capitulation. And if you know anything about the crypto cycle, let's see if I can pull it up here. Where is that? I have so many what do you call them, programs and things on the computer now. When I first got everything, there was only just a few little things. Here we go. I think we found it here. But I have like all the lives downloaded on everything, and let me see, maybe I can search it. No. Cycle. Aha! Found it. There it is. There it is. So I think we had the bull trap, we had the return to normal, and the fear is setting in because of the tariffs, and that is moving us into capitulation. And after capitulation comes despair. And that's where we're going to catch that. Okay. And I believe you see this line right here. It says mean. This is the mean line right here. Okay. That I'm thinking is at about 75 cents. 75 cents is that mean number. It could be $1 to like $1.20. We will see. But it just depends on what kinds of craziness comes out, what kind of news comes out, how far we're going to fall. If we do fall, we could get some crazy bullish news too, but nothing has been any good. We had a few pushes up because of speculation about the closed door meeting with Ripple and the SEC, but nothing came about of it. Nothing was dropped. So because of that, we're seeing this downward movement. And I was in hopes that because of the closed door meeting, we were going to get that push up. I was thinking that we should have moved up out of here just at least to 225, maybe even 230. But that didn't happen. We got bummer news, and the news is moving everything. And there is no good news happening right now. Hello, someone told me XRP to 150, and yeah, definitely. I think maybe even lower, but probably like 155, 150. We're gonna have to wait and see. This one's a little bit harder to call. Obviously, I called 163 months in advance, and I would say that this one is about a month or so in the future from now, where we would see that. However, I think we'll probably see 162 to 155 with a bounce up correction to 175 and then back down again, probably to, I would say, going based off of these candles. And mind you guys, I do not use indicators. I use the candles, and that's how I get such accurate results. So 155 is right here where these candles meet in the top of this line. And I believe that's where we'll meet the first little touch. And that, see, right here was 163, right? And the next one would be 155. And I think we'll hit that and we'll bounce up, but then we'll fall into this next zone, which would probably be 150 or even lower. I would say that it would bring us to like 145. But even as low as 135 to the bottom of these, this is going to be a strong support area. The lowest it could possibly go before heading back up to the blue line. And I think there is a chance, and a high, I wouldn't even say a chance, a high probability that we break out from the downward trend, these blue bearish trend lines, that we break out after this next move down, that it would show a bull push from that zone of like I would say probably 145 to 125, wherever it may land, all the way up to at least $3, maybe $2.80. But I'm thinking $3. And depending on what we form in that area, what type of pattern it forms will tell us whether we're coming back down again from there, or if we're going to see the crazy bull push all the way up to $5. And I think that could happen. I think it's actually pretty likely. I think it's speculative. Okay, it's speculative, but we also have the news backing us. ETFs, the case being dropped, regulation, all those things at first will cause big pump movements. Even the CME futures caused a pump, even though all they're going to do is short the market. These things still cause pumps. So if we get, just because of the market and the way it moves naturally, and then we move into these zones and start getting good news, start getting all these things that we've been waiting for and speculating on start coming out, I could see it hitting $7. The timeline for that, November, we could possibly see $5, possibly. And mind you guys, this is so far in the future that it's very speculative. We need to see more things forming before I'm going to actually say this is where I think we're going. But I do think a good entry zone is going to be somewhere between 155 to 124. And back to what I was saying. So we look at these candles here. OSO, a major drop first. Yeah. And, you know, we're due for a price correction. Look at, we moved all the way from 160 to 160, right here at the blue line, all the way up to 235. We are due for price correction to at least $2. At least, like bare minimum, we got to at least hit $2 before we go bouncing back up again. And it could be, you know, 205-ish, you know, but somewhere around that $2. And remember, $2 is a strong support line, just like how 220 is. But we broke through 220. It didn't take long. It didn't take long to break through 220. However, look at how long it took $2 to break above it. Look how long it took to break below it right here. This was crazy volatility before it broke that. And all it took was some news. All it took was some news. So it doesn't matter how strong that support line is. If the right news comes out, it will bring it down. So we keep an eye on it. But if you look right here, look at these two candle tips right here. These two red tips are at 128. These two green ones are at 126. All right. 125. 125 is a psychological barrier. So it will more than likely touch just above 126 to 128. I'd say just to be safe, just to make sure it hits. 130 is beautiful. Why fuss over a few cents and not hit it? Why fuss over it? Like, I was saying 160, but we adjusted to 163 to make sure it hit. And sure, we missed a couple cents. We didn't catch the very tip, but man, compared to everybody else trading, every other person watching, all these other pundits on the internet, nobody else caught it. They were either waiting for 150 or they were waiting for $2 to be it. And that was it. They did not see it coming, that it would fall to 160 and then come back up. Nobody else saw it, but we see it here because we are watching the charts differently. We are not using the Fibonacci to give us our numbers. We're using the candles. The candles are the most accurate, That's why we're able to catch this stuff. But look at this. Look at this zone right here. It's a straight line right there. That's the sweet spot. That it will be the tip of the wick right there. But I think it's going to fall short. I don't think it's actually going to hit there. I think it's going to be more like this 135 and even 145 was where? Right here? Even right here. And the tip of these two wicks right here is 152, and where this candle breaks between here is 155. That's why I say 155, because it is the next level down from 163. So 163 price point was right here at the tip of this. The next candle down and the split between these two candles right here is at 154. So I'm willing to bet that either that 163 hits again as the next position to bounce off for price correction before coming down again, or 155, because we should, if we drop down like this, we should hit that resistance right there, bounce up again, and then continue back downward. And that would bring us into that 130 to 120, and I'm thinking 126, 128. When do I put in a limit order? I mean, you could put it in now. We're talking about months from now. What I would say is be patient a little bit, but you can throw in a limit order. Why not? You're going to have to wait for it. If it freaking waterfalls like it did right here and you catch that baby, all right, but the limit order is not going to fill until it hits that number. And if it hits that number, we're looking good, because anywhere along down here, wherever it hits, whether you pick it up right here or you pick it up down here, it's going to have somewhat of a price correction where you can adjust, take some profits, or pull out and wait for it to come back in, or watch to see what type of formation is formed to see if it's going to do something different where it just comes up like this. So that would be my, my strategy, what I would do. I'm going to, as it comes down into each one of those little zones, I'll have a little limit order set to buy for each one. And the first one, when I catch it, if it continues down from there, no big deal, I'll grab the next one. Because we know that it will, with a big move like this, even like a big move like this, there is price correction in between. So there's room for adjustment. We just have to keep an eye on it, and you got to keep watching the show, and be a deluxe subscriber, and you can get that coaching. So we can make those trades together. I can't come on here and tell you when to buy, when to sell. I can't tell you what to do, but I can point you in the right direction. I can basically tell you what I'm doing or what I'm seeing, and we can do it together. And it's more just we're friends, we're chatting online, and it becomes a legal gray area. So, Guinea Marie, you already know we chat all the time. I love you to death. You can always message me. I do not mind. Even this weekend, it was great to hear from you. I did have a few people message me on the weekend. By the way, if you do plan on messaging me on the weekends, I will still take your messages. However, that is technically my time off. So if you do feel the need or you need some of that guidance, I'm still going to help you, okay? Because that's just who I am. I can't turn people away. I just can't do it. Eventually, this is going to get so big where I can't do that. But for right now, I'm not going to turn you away just because it's the weekend. However, send a donation. There's a few of you that messaged me this weekend and you sent those donations for those questions, and I appreciate it greatly. It helped out quite a bit because we are building the studio. It is amazing. The studio is so beautiful. I can't believe my eyes. It's literally in front of me. I'm sitting inside of it. I see it's got beautiful, beautiful carpet in it. Lighting fixtures are just, it's incredible. It's incredible. And within, I think, by next Monday, so 1 week from today, I think the cameras will be rolling, baby. Rolling cameras. You're going to see me. You're going to actually see the set, see the studio, and see what you guys built. You guys built and paid for all this. You guys did this. You guys turned a guy on the internet with a freaking tablet and his phone pointed at it to a full-blown production. You guys did that. We did it together. And I am overwhelmingly grateful. This has been a goal that I've had for many, many years. Many years to do this, and I've had other shows before, but we are on a full-fledged professional production scale now, and it's beautiful, and it's all thanks to you guys. Thank you all so much. And remember, if you do want to donate, you can click the stream elements in the chat. That will take you to Cash App, or you can send your donations to Cash App, or excuse me, that the Steam elements will take you to PayPal. So for those of you who don't have Cash App and Venmo, you can use your card directly through PayPal, any type of card. And for donations, you can also send through Venmo and Cash App. Thank you all so much for your support. We're growing. We're growing, and soon I've ordered the equipment. It is on the way. We are getting professional. They're like lavalier mics, but they're like high quality. I believe I got the DJI. I forget what they are, but the lavalier mics for recording out in the field. And I got the gimbal for the phone for the camera. And we'll probably get another camera for the field, but for now I'm going to use the phone with the gimbal. And we're going to do on location filming with interviews. We're going to be talking to people and getting that overall sentiment, because I understand some people that watch this show are very wealthy and they're maybe a little disconnected from the regular average everyday people. We're going to be going into high-end areas, you know, Beverly Hills and the beach and places like that. And we're going to be also going into low income areas and talking to different people, asking them about the economy, asking them about the war, asking them about grocery prices and where they see everything going and what their struggle is, and to kind of get that better grasp on what the average everyday American person is feeling, and what, I wouldn't say the elites, but the, you know, the wealthy or the more better off, because those people also, they're the ones that are putting their money into the market. They're the ones that are making these moves. And in hopes with that, I'm hoping to not only grow the show, but to help people with their financial futures, people who are struggling, that don't know what to even do with their money. You know, I would say probably 90% or more people in the world don't know how, not even just to manage their money, but don't even know what to do with money. And you know, that's a big part of it. That's why we're here. That's why we're invested in XRP, because we're trying to find a place to put our money to make it grow, because we know that the US dollar is going to trash, and we know that the housing market is going to collapse. Like, where do we put our money? Where do we hedge against this inflation and this economic future that's ahead of us? That's why we're into crypto. We are looking for the place to put our money for the future, because we see the future coming. We see all this happening, and we believe in what we're buying. We believe in XRP because we believe that it is going to replace the financial system. And I believe that too. And you know I kind of talk, I wouldn't say badly, but I don't, you know, I'm always doom and gloom, I guess, with the markets a bit. But that's just because that's where we're at. But I still feel like these are going to be amazing, amazing projects, and they're going to see crazy numbers of one day. But the idea is to grow those bags over the next few years, because it's not going to happen overnight. And if we just start throwing money at something while it's at the top, there's no money to be made. So we want to either make those trades now or be patient and look for the smart money entry point and just buy it and hold. Because let me tell you, if this crashes down and we're down in that 40-cent range or lower, 20 cents, that's going to be your buy it and hold it and forget about it phase. That's where you're just going to start throwing money at it. It doesn't matter what price it's at. You're just going to buy it. And unless obviously, you know, we get some kind of news that points us in a direction that it's like a dead technology, or we're moving past that, or something else has come along, you know, that's when we're going to move and adapt and change. And that's the key to getting rich in this system, is knowing how to adapt, knowing how to change, knowing how to find that, what's the word I'm looking for? Ability to morph, to adapt, to change with the markets, change with things, and not just say, I'm XRP Army, I've got my blinders on, I'm just going to buy and I'm just going to hold, and that's all there is to it. We're not doing that. We are smart. We are not sheep. If you're here watching this show, that's because you are smart. Okay? We are smart money buyers now. Each and every one of you is now a smart investor, instead of just a top buyer, or whatever you want to call it, an idiot investor. You guys are no longer that, because you're watching this show and you've learned from this show how to grow and how to mature in a way where you are going to be financially well off. Will it take time? Yes. It takes time for this stuff to happen. And that's the key thing I gotta keep telling you guys. Patience. Patience is everything. You know, we were right here at this zone about 220, right? 219, 218, and people are asking me like, so we're going to pump or whatever. I'm like, you know, there's a potential. We could see 229 to even 247. That potential is on the table, but we're hitting this resistance and we're forming a head and shoulders. So I would say it's tricky and it's dangerous. Look at this, could be a freaking bull flag for all we know. Let me see here. This could be a bull flag. Do I think it's a bull flag? Probably not. But that's one heck of a pull on a bull flag, which could potentially still send it up to like 260 and form another from there. I'd probably say more like 240 at first and hit that resistance right here and then move out from here. this is still on the table. This move is still on the table. We are still well within that range. That can definitely still happen. And I'm not going to put blinders on and say that no, it's going down because that's what I want my narrative to be. No way, man. We are looking for whatever's going to make us money. Whatever's going to make us money. And this could be that. However, I really feel like this is a straight line here. This is a flat bottom, which can signal bearish movement instead of bullish movement. It becomes a descending triangle instead of a bull flag. And I believe that it's flat here. I believe this 210, 215 zone is flat because it's a consolidation zone. So we just have to watch it. We got to watch it because other people will read this chart and see bull flag and they'll buy into it and it could send it up, even if they're reading it wrong. If enough people read it wrong, it's going to go up. So we're watching it. We're waiting. We're seeing. But let me tell you, this is 100% a head and shoulders playing out right now. I think we're hitting just that first line of resistance, which is only halfway down. We should be seeing at least 208, 209. But I think we see lower. I think we see 204, 205, and then maybe we come back up and retest this line. So we'll see. All right, if we were on TikTok, I'd say smash that like button and all that nonsense, but we don't have to do that here because we're on Twitch and it's amazing. I hope you're enjoying the show. Let's get into some of the news. We've got a lot of news to cover today. Let's check it out. Boom. Bitcoin's price today falls to 94.3K as trade economic uncertainty persists. Economic uncertainty is everything right now. That is why things aren't bull pushing and I wouldn't even say it should bull push. I wouldn't even say that because this is normal for, hold on, let me pull that out of the way. This is normal for the bull run. This is normal to see this drop between May and August. This happens between May and August. That's not just crypto. That's other stocks and things in the, what do you call it, the stock market. Okay? That's normal. Normal. And if this is where we're at and we're headed into capitulation, we'll hit that despair. We'll return up and we'll see another one of these side by side, but it'll be a little bit smaller. And we'll go through this whole thing again. And it'll be basically seeing the cycle happen twice in one bull run. That's what I think we're going to see. All right, let's see here. Back to the news. Back to news. All right. So let's see here. This is from Reuters. Investing.com. Bitcoin slipped in holiday thinning trade on Monday, remaining largely within a trading range established over the past week as traders sought more definite clues on U.S.-China trade talks and the economy. A swath of market holidays in Asia kept trading volumes dull. The world's biggest cryptocurrency has benefited from improved risk appetite through late April as a positive comments of eventual U.S.-China trade negotiations sparked some cheer in markets. But I'll tell you what, I think people jumped the gun on the trade stuff. They have really jumped the gun because me personally, I think we're going into World War III. I think the trade war advances into something much, much more serious. And this is just the start. And that's my opinion. We're all entitled to our opinions. It could end up just being a little trade tiff and this is done and over with. I just don't see that happening. This is, you know, history has shown that this is the precursor. This is the beginning of what's coming, not the end. Let's see here. See. Oh, we got a. What is up, big baller? I'm losing so much money. We are going to war. I'm down 100K and looking to Malaysia or India. Yeah. Well, India and Pakistan are going to war. I know that. 100K though, that's pretty nasty. Didn't you take out a short though? Did you sell your short? How what? Guinea Marie, you have to be more specific when you put your beer gator. Oh yeah, that's right, because you're waiting on the business to get products. I got you. I that's right, I remember now. How is he down 100K? He's waiting on the trade war to end so that he can continue with his business. He started a business called Beer Gator, and the products he needs are in countries that are highly tariffed, so he can't receive the things that he needs. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, but you know what? I believe in you, and I believe that there's a way around this. Maybe we can come up with something in Vegas. Oh, you thought in crypto? No, but you know what? Big baller, I am brainstorming that idea. Don't think I haven't forgotten about you. I'm coming up with ways in my mind, and I figure we can talk about them in June when I see you in Vegas. So, by the way, we are doing the meet and greet in Vegas, guys. June 2nd, I think we're doing Caesar's Palace. Caesar's Palace in the mall by the fountain is more than likely where we're going to be doing the show. And I haven't released a time yet. We're going to get to that as time goes on. But if you do want to meet me and you want to come watch the live show, we're probably going to be interviewing random people, or you can be interviewed yourself and be on the show. We will be live in Las Vegas and we're going to hang out. You know, come meet me and we're going to hang out. We're going to play some games, have something to drink, have a good time, you know, and bring our community together, be stronger as the family we are. So I hope to see you guys in Las Vegas. For those of you that can't make it, don't worry, there will be more in the future. We will have more meet and greets, but I think Vegas is the place. I think Vegas is the perfect place to do these types of things. It's a public place. You can make it a vacation with you or your family or your buddies or whoever it may be. And it's a great place. And we can probably not this run, but one of these days I want to do a Vegas trip and do Meow Wolf. Meow Wolf looks awesome. Okay, Trump says he wants to keep crypto away from China. Trump on Sunday evening reiterated his support for crypto, but stated that he wanted to keep it away from China. Guinea Marie says, it is true. Tariffs on auto parts are in effect. I need tires. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's bad. Doesn't China secretly own Bitcoin? I don't think so. I think it's the CIA. It's all speculation of who owns Bitcoin. But I do know that China owns Tether, and China, there's no actual proof, but there is proof in quotations that leads to some questions. There's some questionable activity happening with China and Tether coin and its connection to Bitcoin. Yeah, I wouldn't even call it rumors. I would say the numbers don't lie. The numbers are there. They're not rumors. The real thing is we don't have an investigation yet. And without regulation, there won't be an investigation. So once we get regulation, that's what's coming next, is the investigation into Tether and Bitcoin, which is going to be a nasty, nasty, nasty thing for Bitcoin. But I believe that would be the most bullish thing to happen for XRP, because XRP's already been drugged through the mud. It's already getting its legal clarity. So once that's all resolved and everything in crypto starts getting the microscope put on it and they start tanking, XRP is going to do the opposite, because it's already been through the ringer. So when everybody's like, oh man, I'm worried to keep my Bitcoin, where can I put it? Because it's going through the ringer right now. It's under investigation. It's under all these things. Where are they going to move? They're going to move to XRP. And that's when XRP will take the throne. Okay. And we'll see crazy, crazy things happen. But a lot has to transpire before all that happens. A lot has to happen. But back to the news. Crypto is a whole new thing that started not so long ago, but I'm very much in favor of crypto because otherwise China is going to take it over. And just like AI, just many other industries, crypto is very important. Trump said comments made to reporters about aboard Air Force One. Trump has maintained a largely positive stance towards crypto, staking his cabinet and regulatory agencies with several pro-crypto candidates. But his actual policies attempting to further U.S. crypto development have so far garnered lukewarm optimism, especially his unveiling of the strategic Bitcoin reserve this year. Yeah, it was a bit of a nothing burger. We got a crazy pump and then we found out tariffs and that it wasn't what we thought it was. And I think that's going to be a lot of the news we get. All this crazy speculation and the proposal on the SEC website about XRP, we're not going to get those answers that we're looking for. It's going to be the opposite. It's going to be nothing burger or nothing too crazy, mediocre at best. And because everything has been pumping based on speculation, it's going to bring the prices down. I do think in the future things will happen. And, you know, that's part of the news. Let me segue into that. No. XRP news today. XRP adoption surges as MasterCard backs it as a bridge, and 300 million moves spark speculation. I think when news breaks of the earthquakes we have been having, it's going to cause panic. I think so, but we already know why we're having the earthquakes, why we're having these solar storms, why we're having these power outages. It's, you know, I want to say there's still a possibility of cyber attacks. And we did read, 9 articles the other day when we got banned on TikTok of cyber attacks happening. But there is a possibility these are natural disasters. And it could be that the poles are shifting. And I know that sounds crazy, like some crazy rabbit hole thing. But there is a scientist who he works with the Department of Transportation, and he basically said that and this is the government, this is our government, where they're standing is they're saying that they believe that the poles are shifting and the Earth is losing its magnetic field, which is what deflects that solar radiation from the Earth, and it's no longer protecting it. Let's see here. Get a solar generator. Yep. Get your solar generator. You can run a generator off of wood. You can burn wood and make this thing. It's on YouTube. Go look it up. And you can literally burn wood and it creates smoke that becomes flammable. Yeah, sort of biblical. But you guys have to understand that with crazy things, you can have a generator, but if there's no fuel to buy or there's no power at the gas station, how are you going to get fuel to fuel it? And it is too hard to store gasoline for long periods of time. I do have gas cans that I use and I keep on hand, and I'm working on getting a big tank with a pump. I have like underground tanks with like hundreds of gallons that it can hold, because we have the airport here, so we fuel planes. So we have a large holding tank for fuel, but I'm looking to, what I do is we purchase the fuel, and then you buy it when it's low and the price per barrel is really low, or lowest it's gonna be, I guess. And then when the prices go up, you use those reserves and you don't pay to refuel your cars and things when you're driving around town. And then when it drops again, you replenish those reserves. So I've been doing that for many years now, and I'm still paying, low prices. Obviously they're not as low as I'd like them to be, but when the price of gas goes up, and it fluctuates how it goes up and down, I'm always, it's just like the stock market. I'm purchasing my fuel the same way. I'm buying low and I'm selling high, but I have to use it. We have to use the fuel. That's the problem. It's hard to store. So you got to have backups for a generator. You can't just expect there to be fuel. You need to think outside the box, because you can have a generator and it ain't gonna power nothing. But let me tell you, there are ways that you can hook up a generator to a bicycle, and you can power it that way. You can have the wind. There's lots of different ways to do these things. I invest in market, but heard banks are going to fail. To what happens to my investments? That's a good question. I think crypto is my bank. Okay, I don't really use a bank. I do have a bank account, but I really only use my bank account to send money to my crypto account. That's really its only purpose, for like certain things. And with like my Venmo, I can send money from Venmo and PayPal directly to my crypto account. There's no need for a bank. I invest in stocks the past 25 years. Good for you. I use Fidelity, and I have trusts open, and that's where the money is kept. So, and that's more long-term stuff. All right. So back to the news. So XRP adoption surges as MasterCard backs it as a bridge, and 300 million moves spark speculation. XRP continues to gain traction in the global financial system, bolstered by a new report from MasterCard that identifies the token as a key player in cross-border payments. And we already knew that. Let's see, is this a video? No. MasterCard endorses XRP in real-world remittance use cases. What about solar generator as a backup to fuel? Yeah, obviously solar power, but don't just say, okay, I have a generator, I know I'm good. Store up some water, store up some food, store up some supplies. There's a possibility, and this happened during the pandemic, okay? And I think we're going to see more supply chain disruption and more lack of goods on the shelves than we did in the pandemic. But there was a time where there was no Top Ramen, there was no rice, there was no beans. You couldn't buy it. I have solar food, bullets, and shoes. Good for you. BJ's had no more toilet paper already. I know, the toilet paper is the first thing to go. It always is. When I was a kid, March Air Force Base closed, and my dad brought home all the toilet paper. We had an entire barn full of toilet paper. And I said, Dad, what are we saving all this for? Why don't we use it or get rid of it or do something with it? And he said, because when disaster strikes, the first thing to go is the toilet paper. And I thought he was crazy. And he was right. He was right. What happens if Fidelity closes? Are your investments still yours? It's a trust. So yeah, it's still yours. If you're using a trust or an IRA or things like that, that money is still yours. The question is it still valuable? You know, if things are tanking and you can't, you know, sell your stocks or whatever, or there's no power to make trades, that's a problem. Keep cash on hand. I literally just pulled out, just a few $100 in cash, and I've been breaking it up into small bills and holding on to that cash just in case there's a power outage or something, so that way I can still use cash. And that's just in case, and I have other things I can barter as well. But have some cash, guys. If you got a safe, go to the bank and pull out a couple grand if you've got it, and just hold a little bit of cash, pull out some 1s and 5s and have a couple racks of 1s and 5s, a few $100 of each, and just hold on to those, because those are going to be worth more than $100 bill. Because if shit hits the fan and you're like, I need to buy something, and they say we have no change, you say all I got is 100, you're paying $100 for something. That's what it's going to be. So having those small bills makes them more valuable in that type of a situation. Take more, it's going to be worth less. Let's see. Yes, banks used to let you take 5 out of the bank, no more $5 bills. Yeah. And so what I do is I go to the gas station. I pay cash to buy gas when I'm out in town or whatever, and I need to put gas in the car. And what I do is I pay with 100, put $50 in the tank, and then I get the change back and I ask for 1s and 5s. Sometimes 10s. Do you see the Civil War movie they carried Canadian dollars? Yes, I did see the Civil War movie, and I do have the Canadian gold coins. I do keep those because those are valuable because they're gold. So what do they call them? Kangaroo coins or something like that. I forget what they call them. I have a few of those for just in cases, But you can get those Canadian gold at any gold and silver exchange. You can get those. Those are common, and they're money. Even though it's Canadian money, you can spend it here in the US. Most people will take that. I wouldn't say the grocery store would take it, but I think if things were down and you saw somebody and you were like, hey, I've got a $100 gold coin right here, they'd give you cash for it, or whatever. They'd barter with you. It's gold. Gold is gold. Do I think gold is dead technology? Yes. But I think in a disaster situation, gold can be valuable, but you can have all the gold in the world, but all it takes is a guy with one bullet to take it from you. So keep that in mind. In a real disaster, real end of the world situation, the true thing that is valuable is self-preservation, the ability to defend yourself. People love to hold. Oh yeah. People love gold, and they always will. At least we keep our windows tint and raise trucks, unlike Canada. Poor Canada. I heard something about Trump trying to, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on it. We're probably going to cover that in tomorrow's show. So I want to before I say anything about it, I'm going to read into it because I don't like to give you guys misinformation. I always read through this stuff and get deep into it before I release it to you guys, because I want to make sure that the information is vetted, that I'm not sparking panic sells or buys or whatever until we know what's going on. I want to give you guys factual information. All right, so MasterCard. That's a good one. Okay, so here's a nasty one. And remember last month on the 3rd, I believe it was, when we got the tariff thing and we saw that big drop, I had told you guys that XRP clearly changed the rules on the way that they sell their escrowed XRP. So in Brad Garlinghouse's interview, where we had that pump where he said the SEC case was over, right? You guys remember that? In that interview, he stated that they planned to change the way that they release XRP and to change their escrow. And they can change that at any time. That is their rules and their parameters. So 1 billion XRP unlocked by Ripple as it sets new rules. And I told you guys this. Last month, they released 500 billion. Dumped it, unloaded it into the market because they knew the tariffs were coming and they knew the big dump was going to happen. And they sold it right before, literally the day before, like hours before. Hours before, they sold 500 billion XRP. Ripple Giant released another billion XRP from escrow after major shift in its own rules. Prominent blockchain sleuth Whale Alert, which regularly monitors astounding cryptocurrency transfers and then reveals the details on its X account, has spotted 3 mammoth crypto transactions today carrying 1 billion XRP cumulatively. One of them, according to Whale Alert, was definitely performed by the San Francisco-based crypto juggernaut Ripple. Contrary to its previous way of releasing 1 billion XRP every month, now Ripple does it in a brand new manner. The 3 transactions detected by the above-mentioned data source moved 200 billion XRP, 300 billion XRP, and 500 billion XRP from escrow to unknown wallets. The largest one carrying 500 million XRP, excuse me, is that 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, and 500 million XRP from escrow to unknown wallets. The largest one carrying 500 million XRP was marked as initiated by Ripple. However, data shared by XRP Scan shows that the other 2 XRP chunks were related from escrow by the same entity. They're changing the rules and they're doing things sneakily. They're doing these things very sneakily. They're basically, I would say, paying themselves, or who knows what they're doing with it. It's all speculation right now. But whatever they're up to, I'm not going to say it's in the best interest for you and me, the XRP holder. It's in the best interest of the company Ripple. Keep that in mind. They do not care about you and me. They do not care about how much we make. They care about how can they unload this stuff without crashing the markets. Yes, they're patting their pockets, definitely. And they're doing it in sneaky, deceptive ways, like telling us without telling us and doing things in a way to make it seem like it's not really happening, but it happens, and it slowly brings the price down. And so it doesn't scare everybody out, so that they can use you as the exit liquidity. I've said it time and time before. Don't become someone's exit liquidity. Maybe you've seen my meme about XRP and Ripple unleashing the stocks, unleashing the XRP on the people. As usual, the traditional monthly 1 billion XRP released was split into several transfers. The new thing here is that Ripple unleashes this staggering amount of XRP not on the first, but on the third day of the new month. Another new thing here is that Ripple now unlocks 700 million XRP in escrow before releasing 1 billion XRP, not after as it was before. So they're unlocking them both. That's crazy. 700 million XRP in new escrow before releasing 1 billion XRP. So I would say it's close to 2 billion now. We can contact Ripple. We have some questions and thoughts. Yeah, can we? I know, right? I have many questions for you, Brad. Brad, we have questions, and we all are carrying torches and pitchforks. And you know what would happen? You know what happens when all the people become restless and everyone grabs their torches and they grab their pitchforks and they go to march on the castle? The king comes out and he says to the people with the torches are trying to take away your pitchforks, and they start to fight each other. That's what happens. Keep that in mind. Don't become bifurcated. Remember, they are pitting us against each other so that we don't go after the real problem. Remember this. All right, let's see here. By releasing a giant amount of XRP every month, Ripple supports XRP's liquidity in the markets by selling part of it on exchanges to use process for covering its regular operational expenses. Besides, the company injects XRP into its Ripple payments network and provides its institutional partners with additional XRP. Ripple allegedly raises Circle acquisition bid to 20 billion. XRP Army denies this rumor. Earlier this week, it was reported that Ripple offered to buy Circle, the issuer of the second largest USD pegged stablecoin USDC, for $4 to $5 billion. However, the company rejected this offer, assuming it undervalues the company. Those news reports were followed by rumors that in an attempt to reach its goal and acquire a major rival in stablecoin market, Ripple increased its generous offer to 20 billion, still intending to buy Circle. However, the XRP Army has found this rumor false and has been poking fun at the media that are spreading it, including Cointelegraph. So there has not been a second offer made. We don't know what's going on with that, but I would speculate, mind you, this is my opinion, this is my speculation, that they are moving the Ripple reserves into these other private wallets by one of two things: greasing pockets, greasing the wheels to make this plan happen. They're greasing people, saying, here, we're going to send you all this XRP. You're going to make this deal happen. Or they're saving it in a way to use it as a way to pay to buy and acquire Circle. I would speculate that it's one of those things. I think it's more or less the greasing of the wheels. They are greasing people, lining pockets, making deals, and those people, by doing that, it doesn't go directly into the market. It is a dark pool exchange. Okay? And is done behind the scenes, and then those people holding that XRP will start to unload it on people whenever they see fit. All right, keep that in mind. All right, let's see here. Breaking: Ripple just dropped a bombshell, 1 billion XRP at least. It's the start of a mass. All right, what just happened on May 3rd? Blockchain sleuths. Well, we just read this, right? So what is market impact? What you need to do? XRP's price is teetering on a knife's edge. Here's what traders are whispering. Bear case: a sudden sell-off could trigger panic. XRP might nosedive 20 to 30% overnight. Bull case: if Ripple holds, this could signal long-term confidence and a rally. Two ledgers, Oz. I mean, yes, there is a private ledger and a public ledger thing, but and I know this to be true because I've done deep research into the two ledgers. You have to have, it's basically institutional money. They have a different XRP something that you can buy. You have to buy at least 100 million XRP and trade it at a time, and it works for cross-border payments. It literally does what it's intended to do. It's for money transfers, cross-border payments, and that's all it's doing. They're not actually purchasing XRP. They're using XRP to make these transactions. And because it's a small number of XRP that they're using, it inflates the price. So, and this is speculation. We don't know for sure, but there is a private ledger, and they're obviously using that as a way to test and make sure that the system is functioning and it's doing as it's intended to do. So it is being used in some way, shape, or form. But we don't quite really know exactly what it is they're doing and why. But honestly, I think it's a way for either those transactions to happen, for them to test the network, or there are institutions that are secretly buying it up. I don't think that to be the case, because that would be illegal. So, mind you. But I think the bear case is more likely here. I think 20 to 30% nosedive overnight can definitely happen, and that would put us down here, baby, in that 125, 150, somewhere in there. That would completely explain why it would drop in this manner. Okay? And I think they want to drop it secretly in some way, and I think at the same time they want it to pump. Okay? I think they want to sell it off while it's up here high. It drop down low again, and then whales buy it up, and then it pump again. They want to shake people out of this stuff. They don't want you holding it. They will drive the price down. In my opinion, I just feel it. But look at, we've got a new day candle. We've got a new day candle, and we are green right now. We're going up to 114. I'm going to assume that we hit 115 to 117. 118 would be the absolute top. And if we did, that would be our price correction for this big drop. And then we're looking, that would be our shoulder for this second head and shoulder. And it would be all downhill from there, baby. But it's still too soon. Still too soon, but I have a strong belief that we're going to come down much lower, that this candle will probably close lower. I would say, and maybe not today's candle, maybe tomorrow's candle, but it looks like XRP is flipping. So we were pumping on Sundays. I think we're going back to the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday pumping, and weekends are the sell-off. I think that's what we're seeing. And the reason why it kind of changed is, I think, one, because of Asian markets, but two, I think also because we hit this resistance consolidation zone. And it just kind of threw everything off, because Bitcoin was doing all right. And what did I tell you guys? This is starting to kind of look like it wants to form either a head and shoulders or a diamond top. Let me tell you, we could close red here and drop all the way to 191 and then come back up. And this would still make a nice little diamond top. That looks nasty. Let me try that again. So we could come down here. I don't know why. I think it's something like that. Or it's a head and shoulders, baby. And that lines up with XRP. And that would bring the price down to at least 88. Probably 87. But this pattern right here is the pattern we have. This is a bearish pattern. This is what do they call it? Something wedge. I forget what it's called. A widening wedge or something like that. And basically the way it works is it would come up here, touch here, come up here, and then blam. So that is on the table. And it may not even get that extra pump. It could just go up here and then bam. Either way, both of those, everything, diamond top, head and shoulders, widening wedge, all point to downward movement to at least 88 to, I would say, 86K. Just to start. It could continue going down from there. And that would all line up with the mid-May, June sell-off. That would bring us into the end of May. Baby, that all lines up with, we're probably not going to pump. Okay? We're probably not going to pump through May and June. We're probably going to drop. I would say more than likely. All right, let's see here. Back to the news. Let's see, we read that one. XRP news today. ETF bets hold as XRP dips. All eyes on the SEC's next move. XRP fell further as the SEC failed to withdraw its Ripple appeal following the May 1st closed meeting. And they're not gonna withdraw the appeal. It has to be done in the court. I've been screaming this at the top of my lungs. Everybody's speculating it's gonna get dropped, it's gonna get dropped. It can't. It has to go to court. They have an injunction. If they're ever going to get the injunction removed, they have to go to court. And we know this. We know this because you're watching this show and you're well informed. Everybody else, they are living on a pipe dream. Put the pipe down, y'all, okay? Look at the way things work in the world, and you'll have way better understanding. So that's the main thing to take away. The odds of a 2025 XRP spot ETF approval is at 79%, despite delays in the SEC legal regulation. That's pretty high, but it's still just a percentage. We don't know. Institutions can't buy XRP until the injunction is removed. And most people don't know that. Most people don't even know there is an injunction. They don't know. They're so ill-informed. All right. And then for the last of the crypto news. We have a lot more news to cover. We got to go over the tariff stuff and many other things. So stick around, but let's let the AI read this one for us, okay? So this is pro-crypto Democrats pull support for stablecoin bill in last minute.
Pro-crypto Democrats pull support for stablecoin bill in last minute. A group of U.S. Senate Democrats known for supporting the crypto industry have said they would oppose a Republican-led stablecoin bill if it moves forward in its current form. The move threatens to stall legislation that could establish the first U.S. regulatory framework for stablecoins, according to a May 3 report from Politico. Per the report, 9 Senate Democrats said in a joint statement that the bill still has numerous issues that must be addressed. They warned they would not support a procedural vote to advance the legislation unless changes are made. Among the signatories were Senators Ruben Gallego, Mark Warner, Lisa Blunt Rochester and Andy Kim, all of whom had previously backed the bill when it passed through the Senate Banking Committee in March. The bill, introduced by Senator Bill Hagerty, is formally known as the Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins, GENIUS, Act. Related, Fed's Powell reasserts support for stablecoin legislation. Senate prepares to vote on stablecoin bill. The Senate is expected to begin floor consideration of the bill in the coming days, with the first vote potentially taking place next week. The bill has been championed by the crypto industry as a landmark step toward regulatory clarity. However, the Democrats' about-face reflects growing unease within the party. Although revisions were made to the bill after its committee approval to address Democratic concerns, the lawmakers said the changes fell short. They called for stronger safeguards related to anti-money laundering, national security, foreign issuers, and accountability measures for non-compliant actors. The statement was also signed by Senators Raphael Warnock, Catherine Cortez Masto, Ben Raylon, John Hickenlooper, and Adam Schiff. A copy of the statement. Source, Alex Thorne. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and Senator Angela Elsa Brooks were absent from the list, who co-sponsored the bill alongside Hagerty. Despite their objections, the Democratic senators emphasized their commitment to shaping responsible crypto regulation. They reportedly said they are eager to continue working with our colleagues to address these issues. Related, U.S. banks are free to begin supporting Bitcoin. Crypto needs a stablecoin bill. On April 27, Caitlin Long, founder and CEO of Custodia Bank, criticized the U.S. Federal Reserve for quietly maintaining a key anti-crypto policy that favors big bank-issued stablecoins, despite relaxing crypto partnership rules for banks. Long explained that while the Fed recently rescinded 4 prior crypto guidelines, a January 27, 2023, statement was left intact in coordination with the Biden administration. The guidance, according to Long, blocks banks from engaging directly with crypto assets and prohibits them from issuing stablecoins on permissionless blockchains. However, Long noted that once a federal stablecoin bill becomes law, it could override the Fed's stance. Congress should hurry up, she urged. Magazine, Financial Nihilism in Crypto is over, it's time to dream big again.
Well, isn't that something, huh? So, institutions can't use crypto, can't use stablecoins yet. We need regulation. And let me tell you something. Institutions have a lot to lose. They have a lot to lose, guys. Think about it. Are you going to basically play with crypto, play with fire, and risk losing your business and everything you've built just because you think something's going to go the way you want it to? No way. These institutions are going to wait until there's clarity in the law, and then they'll act upon it. And let me tell you something. If the markets are already pumped, they're going to come in and short it first. They will come in, they will short the market, bring it down, and then they will jump in. They don't like to buy the top. They're smart money buyers. All right, here we go. Trump says he will not drop tariffs to get China to negotiating table. Trump rejects China's demand of lowering the 145% tariff to get them to the negotiating table. And you know what's crazy is last week everyone was like, oh yeah, China, they're it's over, and they were like, oh, there's a pause on the tariffs, and it's not a big deal, it's not going to be that crazy. And let me tell you, the markets are starting to dump again because everyone realizes that they were on a pipe dream. I had my phone stuck in my ear when you turned it up. My bad. My bad. I do apologize. We just moved the entire studio and a bunch of equipment and stuff. And so we've been just dealing with the whole studio part of it, that I kind of like threw all the audio equipment back together. And so there's a few kinks that need to be fixed with the audio, and I do apologize for that. We'll get it all sorted out by next week, guys. Monday next week, we're gonna be 100% in the studio. We should have the cameras on by then. It's gonna be beautiful. Listen, everybody says so. It's the most beautiful show you've ever seen. We're all going to love and enjoy it. I'm telling you right now. Nobody knows it like I do, because I'm Donald J. Trump. All right, but yeah, it's gonna be great. So tariffs are not over with China. Everyone was like, oh yeah, we're gonna get a deal, they want to work with us, that it's gonna be over. It ain't over anytime soon. And let me tell you something, China will allow all of their people to die before they back down. It's nasty. We're going to read this and then we're going to go over why about China. It's a little bit of a video. It's actually from TikTok. We're going to watch it, but it's very informational and it's a little bit on the longer side, but I think you guys should hear it. And I did post it on my TikTok as well, but this is why you guys should understand what's going on in China, and they don't care. They do not care one bit. They don't care about their people. They don't care about their economy. They care about how their honor or their dignity is affected. That's the main thing they care about. All right, let's give this a little watch here.
President Donald Trump marked his first 100 days in office. This week, there were new signs that the economy could be slowing, with fast food giant McDonald's reporting its worst quarterly sales in the U.S. since the height of the pandemic in 2020. And the Commerce Department reporting that gross domestic product shrank 0.3% in the first quarter amid a sharp increase in imports as businesses rushed to get ahead of the Trump tariffs. The president on Wednesday blamed Joe Biden for the contracting economy.
Joe Biden. No way, it's him.
Some numbers today.
He did this.
And I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January, this is the quarterly numbers, and we came in and I was very against everything that Biden was doing in terms of the economy. We came in on January 20th. So this is Biden. And you could even say the next quarter is sort of Biden, because it doesn't just happen on a daily or an hourly basis. But we're turning it around. It's a big ship to turn around.
Maybe the GDP numbers, but
let's bring
it's
in
only
Wall
going to
Street
get
Journal
worse.
Columnist Mary Anastasia O'Grady and Kim Strassel. So, Mary, conflicting signs this week. The GDP report contraction in the first quarter, but the April jobs market looked reasonably strong.
Well, it came in better than expected, but the 2 months before that were revised downward. So, you know, I'd say the job market is not as healthy as it used to be, but it's still okay.
Job market report was revised. So remember, we had learned that the job market openings were up like 200% or something like that, or there was like 200,000 more jobs than expected. Well, there's been a revision on that. And I think that was on purpose.
Right now where the economy is. But I think one thing is absolutely certain, and that is the tariffs had an effect on this GDP number. And the reason is because when you calculate the GDP, you add up all the stuff that we do in this country, and then you subtract out imports. And the import number was so big that brought the GDP number down. And the reason the number was so big was that people were accelerating their purchases to get ahead of the tariffs.
What does that tell you about
and
the
I
second
can
and third
attest
quarter?
to that personally. I have been accelerating my buying of the things for this studio because I know that they're going to go up. And a lot of the stuff is equipment. It's microphones and cameras and different things. What just happened? Okay. This stuff comes from China.
Massachusetts Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss.
What the heck just happened? This must be, I don't know. We lost it. Oh, well. But GDP is about to get worse because they have not even factored in Doge cuts, and they have not factored in mass deportations. Believe it or not, the people that were deported attribute to GDP. So those numbers are going to get worse. And I think that they're doing these things in the way they are so that way they can not have to lower interest rates. Plain and simple.
Social, President Donald Trump announced he would impose a 100% tariff on movies made outside the United States.
Hollywood is being destroyed. Now, you have an incompetent, grossly incompetent governor that allowed that to happen. So I'm not just blaming other nations, but other nations, a lot of them, have stolen our movie industry.
According to the research firm ProdPro, movie and TV projects with budgets over $40 million went outside the U.S. in 2023.
It's become very expensive to shoot in the United States for a lot of reasons, and the U.S. doesn't have national tax breaks the way some other countries do.
It was not clear if the tariffs would hit production costs, box office revenue, or even streaming services.
Probably prices will go up. It'll probably get more expensive to make movies, so either fewer movies will get made or the movies that get made will be more expensive. Those costs will then probably get passed down the line.
Tax incentives have made the move overseas
always
lucrative.
gets passed down the line. So President Trump announces to Washington, D.C. as host of 2027 NFL Draft. President Trump announced the 27 NFL Draft will be held in Washington, D.C. at the National Mall. Trump said he plans to save the dying American film industry. We want movies in America again, he wrote. Motion Picture Association report fund. The U.S. film and television industry has a positive balance of trade in every major market in the world, with exports more than 3 times imports. The White House spokesperson later said no financial discussions of foreign films have been made. No final decisions. No final decisions. Okay. So this is rumor. White House talking about this happening. This is still a rumor. We do not know. They said that they will immediately begin instituting a 100% tariff. It's all speculation. There's no real meat and potatoes here happening. However, the markets are reflecting it, okay? More tariffs are coming, less are going away every day, and people are starting to realize that the whole 90-day pause on tariffs was fake. They're starting to realize that the deals with China are not happening, and they're starting to realize that it was all just to get them to pump back into the market to keep it from going down so that Donald Trump didn't look bad. They need it to happen slowly over time, not overnight, and people are starting to panic sell again. Okay. Senate Democrats propose legislation to exempt small businesses from tariffs. Washington Senate Democrats on Monday introduced legislation to exempt mom and pop companies from tariffs that have roiled global trade and jeopardize some companies' ability to operate. Co-sponsored by Senator Chuck Schumer of New York and Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts. Some business legislation act would prevent small business owners from having to pay import taxes on the goods they receive from other countries. And what do we need to know? Senate Democrats introduced the bill on Monday, or the Small Business Liberation Act on Monday. The legislation would exempt small businesses. On Sunday, President Trump said he isn't considering tariff relief for small businesses because they're not going to need it. There are about 33 million small businesses in the United States. He says they're not going to need it. They're not going to need it. And I'm wondering why that is. Is it because he thinks that they're going to come up with a deal, or they're going to manufacture things here in the United States? Who knows? But it sounds like, yeah, obviously, the president doesn't make legislation. That's up for the legislative branch. And hopefully something like this comes through. This would be some sort of a bullish news for the markets. This could, make the S&P 500 go up, even though it doesn't really affect the S&P 500 and those companies. But if this does enact, this could cause, a speculative pump, I guess, but I don't really see it happening. But it's something to note, something to keep an eye on, and we will keep an eye on it. All right, back to the charts. Look at our little green candle is closing red. It's going into the red. I think we're well on our way to about 209 to even as low as 205, 204. And I would speculate from that point, we should see a little bit of a price correction, at least back up to 210. And at the most 212 to 215. And then come right back down. So this Head and Shoulders is playing out beautifully, beautifully, beautifully. I was hoping for a little bit more of a pump, and it felt like it was going to happen, but we didn't pump on Sunday like we normally do. And new tariff stuff is rolling out. So get ready for it to head down. Get ready, because it's coming. There will be price correction along the way. But I would say until we get down below $2, it's going to be hard to predict what's happening, because $2 and $2.20 are strong resistance zones. We could very well bounce between there and consolidate until we hit the blue line again, somewhere probably like 212-ish, and either break out or break down. That is a possibility that we move sideways, and that would line up perfectly with the Head and Shoulders. And that would bring us back down to that low zone. The Head and Shoulders would put us somewhere at about 180 to 175, and we could continue to go lower from there, or bounce up from there to, let's say, 190 and then back down. The more price correction that happens between this on the way down, the more likely that when we come down, the lower numbers we'll see. All right. So the longer, if we just free fall now, the line is closer, but the further along it gets, the farther down it is. And I would say that this would probably go mid-June. And that would put us at the dollar mark. The dollar mark is possible if we just continue downward. And we could freaking come down here, and instead of spiking up, we could start hugging this line. We could start hugging this side of the line, which would make us want to break the other direction. So we're going to have to watch it. All right. Now for the fun part of the show. So we're on Twitch, so we get to talk about things that we can't talk about on TikTok. And, you know, some of this stuff is part of why we got banned. And some of these videos that we're about to watch are from TikTok. Okay? But we're going to get into it. But first thing I want, so these are some videos that I've been watching. Let's talk about China.
A prolonged housing crisis in China.
So this is something you need to understand about China and why they will burn their country to the ground. They will allow people to die and suffer before they make a deal with the United States. Keep that in mind. They do not care. We are more compassionate than they are. All right, let's give this a little watch here. You're going to enjoy this one.
China having a knock-on effect on the rest of the economy.
I know that China is doing very poorly right now. I just saw some reports coming out, and I don't want that to happen to China.
And one of their biggest challenges, the property market.
Young people in China are increasingly flocking to poorer regions in search of rock-bottom housing as the property slump continues.
Things are not going to plan with China's economy. China's a ticking time bomb. China's in trouble. The Economist magazine talks of President Xi's failing model.
Well, Jill, over the past decade, we've seen property in China go from economic growth engine to a risk factor.
In 1989, the Chinese Communist Party showed the world exactly what it feared the most. Its own people. Thousands of young Chinese students had gathered in Tiananmen Square, asking for freedom and democracy, something that threatened the CCP's rule. It made them scared. So scared that the CCP decided to launch a brutal attack against its own citizens. Thousands were killed. Thousands more disappeared. All because they dared to hope for something better. After Tiananmen, the CCP didn't admit to anything. No apology, no accountability. They blocked it online, banned anyone from even mentioning it, and erased it, quietly, from public memory. In its place, they offered a new promise. Stay silent, and you'll be rewarded with endless jobs, affordable homes, and a future where everyone could get rich if they just keep their heads down. That was the deal. And for a while, it worked. The economy exploded. Cities got bigger, millions moved out of poverty. But the good times didn't last. Today, unemployment is at record highs. The housing market has crashed. Home buyers are refusing to pay mortgages on unfinished apartments. Banks are freezing withdrawals. Factory workers are going months without salaries. Businesses, big and small, are shutting down across the country. And that's why it's not just students protesting this time, it's everyone. I'm sure you guys remember Evergrande back in 2022. With that company's collapse, things got really bad in China. People lost everything.
Crazy protests.
And when people have nothing left to lose, they are not afraid to fight their government. That's why protests were happening all across China against the CCP. But when we covered it back then, our video was demonetized and restricted. It didn't make sense to us, because when we cover other protests, our videos are fine. But covering Chinese protests seems to be a problem. Luckily, YouTube admitted they made a mistake and reversed it. But it took them more than a year to admit their mistake. Now, I have a feeling that since I'm talking about the same subject today, this video may also get demonetized and restricted. So, if you guys can help me out and hit that like and subscribe button down below, it truly does help me a lot. Thank you. Now, let's look at how China's real estate crisis started. You see, for a Chinese citizen, owning a home means everything. It's how families plan for retirement, how parents secure their children's future, and how many young men prove they're ready for marriage. In fact, in many parts of China, not having a house means you're not seen as settled enough to even start a family. That's why, for decades, families have poured their entire life savings into property, often buying homes that they don't even plan to live in, just to preserve wealth and show security. It became the one thing everyone trusted, because it always seemed to go up. Even the communist government encouraged developers to take massive loans to keep.
A prolonged housing crisis in China having a knock-on effect.
That's what happened in 2008. with the United States. Do you guys want to see more about that? There's a few more parts to it. If you guys want to continue on with it, it is missing part 3, and I believe it was removed from TikTok. So that's why it's no longer there. The first one has over 5,000 views. Second one got 400. Third one is missing, non-existent. And then there's part 4 and 5. If you guys tell me you want to learn more about it, otherwise we'll go on and we'll get into some of the other stuff. But I think you know what, I'm going to do it anyway. My show. These are some things you need to understand about what's going on in China, so that way, yes, it is what happened in 2008, and they're living it now. And China is in a very bad way. Everyone thinks that China's got all this power and all this stuff. It's a ticking time bomb. It's going to get worse for them, but they don't care. They do not care. They will silence their people. They will attack their own people. So that's why I feel like the US is going to cave before. Look at whatever I posted right here is gone. All right, let's watch part 2.
Building. Local officials sold land to raise money, and people kept buying because they believed the risk didn't exist. Soon enough, real estate became the foundation of the modern Chinese dream, and for a while, it worked. Prices rose, wealth grew, people stayed quiet and kept buying. But now, the one thing that held the country together, the so-called safe investment in China, has turned into a ticking bomb. Today, more than 60 million homes across China are sitting empty. That's over 400 million square meters of completed but unsold housing, enough to cover 6 entire Manhattans. And that doesn't even include the half-finished ones, the construction sites that were abandoned midway when the money ran out. According to Goldman Sachs, the total value of stalled or unfinished housing projects is now around 93 trillion yuan. It's nearly $13 trillion. To put that into perspective, that's 8 times what all Chinese homebuyers spent in total last year. And while these homes sit empty or unfinished, the value of the ones already sold is also collapsing. In October of 2024 alone, new home prices dropped by 5.9%, making it the 16th month in a row that prices have declined. You'd be surprised to know that for most Chinese families, their home is their life savings, their retirement plan, and their safety net in case everything else goes wrong. So when housing prices fall, it's not just the property market that takes a hit. It's people's entire sense of security. Their trust in the system starts to crack, and even now the CCP can't ignore it. Officials are admitting publicly that real estate, which once made up nearly 30% of China's entire GDP, is no longer helping the economy grow. It's become dead weight. It's crushed consumer spending, wrecked business confidence, and triggered a slow erosion of public trust. And that last part is what really scares the CCP, because it's almost the same as what happened to the United States back in 2008. Back then, real estate felt like a guaranteed way to get rich. Prices kept rising, and everyone, from banks to buyers, started believing they'd never go down. The rush to own property was so extreme that developers sold out entire complexes before even pouring the foundation. People weren't buying homes to live in, they were buying their second, third, and sometimes fourth property just to ride the boom. But once the construction was done, many of these homes just sat there. They had owners, but no one lived in them. And when the crash finally came, it was brutal. Prices tanked, banks failed, millions lost their homes. Entire financial institutions collapsed. It triggered a global recession that took years to recover from. But here's the difference. America had a diversified economy. People had stocks, they had retirement accounts, and small businesses. In China, it's different. Chinese families don't invest the way Americans do. Many people don't trust the stock market. One data set shows that nearly 70% of household wealth in China is tied directly to real estate. Not stocks, not businesses, not savings accounts, just property. That means they're not just exposed to the crash, they're trapped in it. No safety net, no plan B. This is why millions of families are finally realizing that the one thing they trusted the most, their home, is bleeding value every month. That it won't cover their retirement. It won't help their kids get married. It won't protect them if everything else falls apart. According to a well-respected expert, this housing building.
And part 4 is missing. Or excuse me, part 3 is missing of this. What's up, TikTok seller? Welcome, welcome. You just jumped in the best part. We're about to jump into the rabbit holes They moved to the U.S. because China took away their 25% exit tax to buy in America. China is dying and they're looking for other places to live. Agreed. I was at work, but rabbit holes are the best. Yeah, we're going to go down some really fun rabbit holes today. We're going to go over the underground city stuff, and I'm going to cover the second portion of what I found on Coronado Island by accident. I was down in the labyrinth and I stumbled across something I was not supposed to see. And literally after I saw it, I was going to go back and get some video footage, and basically I ended up retiring. I did go back, but I was at a different location, and I was going to just go there and mosey my way in there and kind of sneak around because I know the area well. What is it? I have a house Coronado. We're going to go over it. Let me finish these real quick, and then we're going to jump into those rabbit holes. It's going to be fun. We're going to cover some pretty gnarly stuff happening, but also I'm going to give you some of my inside information that I know. We're not on TikTok, so I figured I wanted to get some of this stuff out before it happened.
Way
So
you can
here's
consider
part
these
4.
assets of Evergrande. The worst part is that Evergrande wasn't the only one doing these shady tricks. Almost every real estate company in China was operating this way. The whole sector was overleveraged to the teeth. Just like a Ponzi scheme, the only way to continue forever is if you continue growing forever. But you can't keep growing if people lose trust in Evergrande's ability to stay solvent. And I'm sure you guessed it by now, that's exactly what happened. The company missed a payment, then another. By 2021, it defaulted on its offshore debt. When the news got out that Evergrande could default on $300 billion worth of loans, panic spread throughout the economy. People also realized that this problem isn't limited to Evergrande. The whole real estate sector is overleveraged, and it's starting to crumble. Chinese developers owed around $5.3 trillion in debt. Construction sites across China went silent. Everything stopped. And with no real choice left, thousands of buyers who had paid in full were left with half-built shells. These stalled units were nicknamed rotting apartments, and the name stuck. In some cases, families moved into these unfinished buildings, living without water, electricity, or windows, just to prove a point. They had nowhere else to go. One of the owners is a 55-year-old woman. She told reporters that she spent her entire life savings on a home that still had bare walls. There was no running water or gas, and every day she hauled heavy bottles of water up the stairs by hand. Her building had a makeshift outdoor toilet shared by over 20 people, and she isn't alone. Whenever owners of these houses would ask about construction delays, they were just met with excuse after excuse. Slowly, things got to be too much. Some of these citizens had their whole life savings invested in these unfinished projects, and they just couldn't take it anymore. So on July 1st, all of the home buyers from a project in central China published a letter saying that they would stop paying their mortgage payments to the bank unless construction restarted. Now, a project usually includes thousands of houses and are worth upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars. But at the end of the day, it was just one project in a nation of 1.6 billion people, so it wasn't even that big of a deal. But it didn't stop at just that one project. By the same evening, homebuyers from another project had announced the same mortgage boycott, and the movement started to spread across the nation. By July 12th, 100 projects had joined the boycott. And as of the writing of this script, over 300 projects across China are boycotting mortgage payments until construction resumes. Tens of thousands of people have willingly defaulted on their mortgages in hopes of getting the government's attention. People have also started taking to the streets to protest these construction delays. After the Tiananmen Square massacre, organized defiance like this it's pretty rare. And it's getting worse every single year. The CCP keeps deleting videos from social media. Protesters are dragged away, never to be seen again. And yet, people keep coming out, stronger than last time. What's even more concerning is that once the real estate got in trouble, people turned to banks to take out cash just to be safe. But even that was impossible, because the banks started freezing accounts, and somehow the money vanished, and with no one to answer to the public. One of the big differences between 2008 and the current situation in China is that the majority of these loans are collateralized by houses that are not yet built. A way you can
not yet built. People are paying mortgages on houses that aren't even built. That's crazy. All right, last part.
So banks can't just repossess the house when someone defaults and cuts their losses. Banks are being forced to eat these losses. And if the defaults keep growing, there's a chance that big banks might fold. One of the big 4 banks in China has already limited people's withdrawals. I'm sure most of you know how the modern banking system works, but here's a quick overview for everyone else. Banks usually loan the money that depositors deposit and hope.
Wait a minute. China is going to get desperate and start invading? That's a pretty bold statement. That's pretty bold. But not unlikely. I think China does not care about their people, and they will allow their country to crash and burn. They are printing money like crazy. They do not care. Oh yeah, Taiwan is definitely first. And let me tell you something. If we lose Taiwan, it's over. And that will be the start of World War III. The first hot war will be when China goes to invade Taiwan. Oh yeah, they're going down. Everyone's going down. They'll just start printing more money. I agree. They will run their economy into the ground. They do not care. So if you think that China is coming up with a deal with the US, think again. China is printing money like the US the last 4 years. You can't just print money. It causes inflation. Exactly. And they don't care. They don't care about their people. They don't care about what happens. They will die on their hill. And so when people are like, oh yeah, they're going to negotiate and it's going to be fine and everything's going to be fine, think again. China will starve their people to death. Agreed. They will starve their people and they will send them off to war. And, you know, when you say that they'll get desperate and invade, I mean, yeah. No deal. I'm already looking at other avenues for my product. And I think that's the way to go about it. And possibly even starting that business in the United States, manufacturing, building that manufacturing plant in the United States might be it. And Big Baller, we should talk about that in Vegas, because I have ideas. They're not. This is what they have been waiting for. I think you're right. I think the drones are China. What do you mean? They're invading us already. Oh, the drones. I mean, I wouldn't say it's invading, but they're gathering intel for sure. Two years out for what? What do you mean? The Jersey drones. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, the drones. Yeah, the drones were from China. There was some of them. You know, there was actually some drones out here that crashed. I seen literally, you know, the SUV sized drones that were like flying and hovering around. I seen one. It was huge and it was way, way far away out by this mountain. And it was just kind of hovering there. And I was like, holy crap, like I need to get my phone out and record this. And it was just too far away. I couldn't really see it. And by the time I got my phone out, it literally, there was like a helicopter that like came by and it literally fell out of the sky. And then as I'm driving down, I'm in an Uber when this is happening. And as we're driving down, I'm like, hey, look at, did you see the drone over there? And they're like, no, I didn't see it. And then you just saw this big billow of smoke right where it happened. And so it obviously was like some kind of a crash that happened. Maybe it got shot down by the helicopter. I don't know. But it was definitely out by one of the military bases where this happened. Oh, I think they're everywhere. You're surprised I didn't shoot it? No, I'm not going to do that. I don't know. I think the military did that for me. China is known around the world to be the thief of the world. They steal everything and forget AI is the future. They're freaking out because the US is the leader. Buckle up, people. Well, I don't know, like, isn't NVIDIA there? NVIDIA's in China, isn't it? All of the GPUs for AI come out of China. So keep that in mind. You know, one of, I think it's Red Fred. Red Fred is one of our watchers. And I think it was him, sent me some images of the Bitcoin mines that he works on. He does, I forget what it was, like computer something. And dude, these freaking Bitcoin mining machines that they've got are the size of buildings. China might use their nukes when provoked with starvation. I don't think anyone's going to be using nukes. I think they have newer, better technology. We just know nukes to be the most powerful thing. I think they're using weather and heat rays and all kinds of different things that we just don't even know about. Have you all seen the new one-man drones? They look like the Jetsons mobile. Yeah, they have one. It's a motorcycle type thing, and it's turbine jet powered, and it looks like one of the speed racer things from Star Wars. All right, let's finish this video real quick, and we'll jump down into the rabbit hole.
Hope to earn interest on it to make a profit. Usually the reserve requirement is set by the central banks. Let's say that's, I don't know, 10%. That means whenever a bank gets $100 in deposits, they are only required to keep $10 in the vault. And they can loan out $90 and charge interest on it. So this is just a very simplified example, but these types of transactions happen millions of times over and over again in an economy. And that's basically how the modern banking system works. For every $100 in deposits, banks are able to create about $1,000 of money in circulation.
So I'm going to rewind this back a little bit. Listen to this, okay? This is why we have, same with China, same thing happens here in the United States, okay? And this is where inflation comes from. This counts for 2/3 of the inflation in the United States. And this is why they're not going to lower interest rates. Can we talk about what to stockpile? I'm blindly buying everything. Yes, we're going to talk about that for sure.
For every $100 works.
All right, so listen
times over and over again in an economy. And that's basically how the modern banking system works. For every $100 in deposits, banks are able to create about $1,000 of money in circulation. Now, the system is actually pretty great. In the past century, a lot of economic growth is in part thanks to this fractional reserve banking. But the only way the system works is if depositors have trust in the bank's ability to keep their money safe. Now, if too many of these loans that banks are giving out become worthless, then that trust starts to erode. This is why the US enacted strict lending regulations after the 2008 crisis, so banks are careful with who they try to lend to. Now, as more and more home buyers are defaulting on their loans, Chinese banks are also at risk of losing the trust of their depositors. Putting limits on the withdrawals definitely does not help with building that trust. If too many people start pulling out their deposits from the banks, then a bank run happens, and banks collapse because of that. For example, in Zhengzhou, over 1,000 people gathered outside a branch of the People's Bank of China after a rural bank froze deposits worth billions. It turns out even the banks had been making shady bets, illegally and quietly funneling money into real estate projects and local government financing arms. When those investments went bad, small lenders started collapsing. To contain the damage, regulators merged or bailed out hundreds of rural banks. In 2024 alone, over 290 small lenders were absorbed into larger state-run institutions. That's a record-level cleanup. China's rural banking sector has about 3,700 institutions. With 57 trillion yuan, that's about 7.8 trillion US dollars in assets. Roughly 1/3 the size of the entire US banking system. But here's the problem. No one really knows how much of that money has already been gambled away on risky real estate deals. Even state banks are sitting on trillions in loans. And the smallest sign of widespread defaults could set off a chain reaction of panic and collapse. This is where the headache lies for the CCP. The Chinese economy is heavily reliant on its financial and real estate sectors. Real estate represents about 30% of China's GDP, while 7 out of the 10 companies in China are financial institutions. Initially, the CCP was strictly against bailing out failing companies, as they didn't want to promote risky business behavior in China. But now that they're realizing that this has the potential to tank the government, CCP officials are changing their tone when it comes to these bailouts. Other industries really aren't doing much better. Business profits are plunging, and millions of jobs are vanishing. In 2024, Chinese industrial profits fell 3.3%, the third straight year in decline. Automakers saw profits drop by 8%. Tech built. So banks can't just
All right. So that's all there is. That's all there is. There was more to this, but most of it's been removed by TikTok. There's missing pieces to it too. So China's keeping a lot of it under wraps, you know. So keep that in mind. So let's go down another rabbit hole. But first, before we do that, let's talk about being prepared. Okay. Guinea Marie wants to know what we need to do to prepare. All right. And let me tell you this. There's only so much you can do. Look at we're dropping. Look at that. Just like I said we would. I think 208 before we see it turn green again. At least. So we need to be prepared. And I was on TikTok. You all know I got banned. That's why we're here. And I emailed TikTok and I was like, hey, like, why am I being banned? What guidelines did I break? And they said that it's for misinformation. I'm like, okay, well, can you tell me what it was that I said so that I don't get banned again? Like, and they refused to tell me what it is that I said and why. And there's no resolve. My appeals have not been approved, and I'm just off. They don't tell you why you get banned. It's BS. Yeah. How am I supposed to know if I'm giving out misinformation in quotations? Then what is it that I said that is misinformation so that I can know what we're talking about? But they know that what I'm saying was not misinformation. I had 9 articles open about cyber attacks that have happened recently and in the past, and none of that was misinformation. It was all backed by news articles. Everything that I state is always backed by some news article. But if it goes against their narrative, they don't care. They do not care. TikTok needs to be an American company or their history. I agree. And I don't think that they're going to give up TikTok. And what's going to happen is it will go bye-bye one day. It will be gone. And that's why we're here. That's why we have this second platform, because I see the writing on the wall. TikTok is something that is unsustainable. So we had to migrate here. We had to do this out of necessity. And it's a good thing that I did it when we did it, because there wouldn't be a show right now. This whole week would be dead airtime. Obviously, I'd have more time to work on the studio, but also at the same time, I'd be bleeding out more money with the construction. So it's nice to kind of spread it out a little bit. But it's crazy. I don't want to do TikTok anymore. The only reason I still continue to do it is because there's lots of people that watch the show that are still stuck on TikTok and they have not moved over yet. And so I'm trying to get as many people over as we can, because here on Twitch, it's solid. It's always the same people. Everyone that's signed up for Twitch is here. You're always here every show. Even if you come in late, TikTok seller, I'm talking to you. I know you be out there selling products on TikTok. I'm just messing with you, bro. But it's hard. It's hard for people to leave TikTok because it's very addicting. It's very addicting. And for those of you that are here, I appreciate you all very much. Because of you coming over here and coming to this side, we still have a platform. I just sent you $50. I know you're hurting. Oh, bro, I'm hurting bad. I was expecting to spend about 10K on this project, and we're in about 15K, and I still have more shit I gotta buy, but we're almost done. We're almost done. And because the market's not pumping, I haven't been able to make trades to make that happen. So we're supported by viewers like you. Thank you all for your donations. Much appreciated. And if you do want to donate, you can send it to the donation link, or you can just send it to the Cash App or Venmo. It's right there. Thank you very much, Big Baller, for your donation. I appreciate you. You guys keep this show alive. We actually make money by getting donations. Trying to get money off these platforms, they take most of it. You know, I don't make anything from TikTok or Twitch. It all comes from viewers like you. Your donations are what's keeping this thing alive, and thank you all very much. TikTok gets like 40 views a minute and like 100 plus when there's news. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Big Baller says, I will help you with Beer Gator to make a ton of money. Once it gets here, we'll kill it. I'm down with that. We're going to talk about that for sure. We come to the Vegas meet and greet, and I want to sit down. I want to talk about this and bring a business plan or something. Let's talk about it, because I'm down. I think we could open up our own factory, double dick, make our own product that we sell to ourselves. I think you're onto a really good idea, and it sounds like the only issue is the manufacturing of the product, and I see opportunity. I'm playing in the World Series of Poker. I'll be there for a month in June 2nd. I'll be in Vegas on June 2nd for the meet and greet. So if you're there, I will see you there. Well, man, we'll meet up. You're going to be there all month? Dude, that's awesome. I wish I was playing the World Series. That'd be awesome. I'd probably win. I don't ever play big games. I'll go in and I'll skim some money off the table, and then I go. I have a hard time sitting. Even doing this show, I have to stand up every once in a while because my back is so fucked up. Like, I can't sit for those long hours, but I'm really good at it. I pay for every vacation I go on. When I go to the casino, I end up paying for the whole vacation. So I travel for free. I haven't even been traveling lately because I'm doing the show. All my money's going into building the studio and doing everything. But I think it's great. This has been one of my lifelong dreams, is to have this show. And that's part of why we're kind of doing the rabbit hole stuff too, because that's what the show was originally intended to be. Thank you. I love this show. I think it's great. And I know all of you that watch it, you guys love it too. And Guinea Marie, come out to Vegas. If you miss traveling, come to Vegas. I'd love to see you out here. I get that for some of you, that's a little hard to do. World Series of Poker is physically exhausting. It's a marathon. I know. That's why I'm like, ugh, I can't do it. And I'm better at tournament style. Tournament style, I win like every time. I'm either out like right away, or I'm in it to win it all the way to the end. So if I make it past the first round in a game of poker on a tournament style, I'm gonna win. I'm not sure about Vegas, but maybe it's my birthday and my daughter is 21 on June 1st. Oh, that's perfect. Vegas is the place to come when you're 21. That would be awesome. I'd love to meet your daughter, meet your family. Let's see if I can get a room to meet in at Caesars. I'm a 7-star. Nice. We could do a hotel party. Hotel room party. I can only do the meet and greet for a few hours. I will be in Vegas with my family. It's my daughter's birthday, so I'm taking her to Vegas. So I'll be there for a little while. We'll do a few hours or so, but I'm probably going to have to max it out at like 4 hours, and then I got to get back to things. I am a family man. All right. So let's talk about being prepared. Being prepared, guys. And that brings us to our next news article. This is from the Daily Mail. Tucker Carlson is stunned as ex-Bush official reveals U.S. has doomsday bunkers for elites. Let's watch it real quick.
One bite of 100% Angus beef.
Stupid ads.
One of the things I've looked at in the process of looking at where all this money is going is the underground base and city infrastructure and transportation system that's been built. And
I'm sorry?
Yes. So we have built an extraordinary number of underground bases and supposedly transportation systems. Some of these are some of these are documented as part of the national security infrastructure. I think there are many more. So,
in the United States?
In the United States, on all over the world.
Crazy.
Mining availability of staff.
So they are building these bases. It's a real thing. And let's watch this lady's TikTok about it.
This is crazy. A former Bush official claims that the United States spent $21 trillion building a secret underground city. Her name is Catherine Austin Fitts, and she formerly served as Bush's Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. And she says that the United States government built this in secret in case of a near extinction event for the rich and powerful. She claims that this isn't just some underground tunnel, but that this is a massive underground city across the United States with over 170 bases. She even says some are under the ocean and that they're all connected with transportation. Also said that this isn't some situation where there's like old tunnels and concrete, but that this is a luxury development made with everything that humans would want and need and have currently above ground in case they had to go down below. She started researching this in 2020 and says that on her website, missingmoney.solari.com, you can go and look at the actual government financials and make a decision whether or not this is true for yourself. Now, there have been theories about this for decades, so are we finally getting the proof? As always, let me know what you think about all of this down below. This is crazy.
Right.
A former...
So, they're building these underground cities. They exist. I've been in them. And they are luxurious. Like I said, they have Louis Vuitton and Starbucks and all this stuff. Uh-oh, we got disconnected. Are you guys still there? Did I lose you guys? It did freeze for a moment there. Tell you what, the suppression is real. It's actually... there's a lot of bad weather right now, and we have Starlink. So it did freeze. Do I need to start the video over again? Is it working? Can you guys hear me? Chime in if you're still there and you can hear me, or if it's frozen. Okay, it looks like we're back. Yeah, the sound did on our end, I think. All right. Yeah, we lost. Let me replay that video again, just in case. So we did lose signal. Let's start it over.
This is crazy. A former Bush official claims that the United States spent $21 trillion building a secret underground city. Her name is Catherine Austin Fitts, and she formerly served as Bush's Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. And she says that the United States government built this in secret in case of a near extinction event for the rich and powerful. She claims that this isn't just some underground tunnel, but that this is a massive underground city across the United States with over 170 bases.
I've been in
she
these.
even says some are under the ocean and that they're all connected with transportation. Also said that this isn't some situation where there's like old tunnels and concrete.
It's luxurious.
But this is a luxury development.
They have Louis
made with
Vuitton
everything that
stores,
humans would want
Gucci,
and need and have currently
Versace.
above ground in
It's
case they
like
had to
Caesar's
go
Palaces
down below.
Mall. That's why I want to
Started
do
researching this in
the show there.
2020 and says that on her website missingmoney.solari.com you can go and look at the actual government financials and make a decision whether or not this is true for yourself. Now, there have been theories about this for decades, so are we finally getting the proof? As always, let me know what you think about all of this.
Yeah, the live dropped for a moment there. There's some pretty nasty weather, and that's the second part we're going to get into is the weather right now going on. Another rabbit hole, but we're going to talk about this underground city stuff, right? The elites are preparing for something. Okay? They've been building this stuff for years, whether it's going to happen or not. Is they're going to build it either way. Do I think they control the weather? I have proof. I have proof of it. I know they control the weather. They've been doing it for years. It's called cloud seeding. But we'll get into that in a minute. Let's talk about this underground stuff here. So as I told you, I've been in these underground cities and tunnels in LA. I've seen it firsthand. I've been there. Dubai did that and fucked it up, flooded everything. Well, there's the Dubai thing. They're saying that happened like 4 days after, but I don't believe it. And I think that was when it was a little bit newer technology. They're testing it. But there's some crazy things happening. Crazy things happening with the weather, and it could just be suppression. But you know what's crazy is we had like 10 people watching the show, and now we're up to almost 30 people watching the show because it glitched out the way it did. So let's talk about this underground cities, right? I've been in them. I've seen them firsthand, and they are luxurious. There are places that are, service tunnels and things, and not so nice. And then there are places that are very luxurious for the rich and powerful. And as you guys know, my background as an audio engineer, I worked in these places in Hollywood, and I've been in these places. So they're real. They do exist, and they're all over the country. I'm sure they're all over the world as well, and in the ocean, like she says. And that brings me to the Coronado story, okay? So Coronado Island, and at Hotel del Coronado, where I worked, there is like an underground labyrinth of, they're more like hallways, and there is a video of it on my TikTok. You'll have to find it. It says Lost in the Labyrinth, and I'm walking in that area, and I'm down in those sub walkways, and I'm telling you, some of these walkways are very small. Like you can reach up and touch the ceiling, and the walkways are not very wide. They're, if you pass somebody in the hallway, you're gonna hit them in the shoulder. You have to kind of scoot to the side to get through them. They are tight, small little areas that are like that, and then there are big open areas that are vast, and they're like fake outdoor skies and all of that. Everything I told you guys before, all those things exist. Okay, it's everything that they're speculating about. These are real places. So we 210 the then going where? We're gonna have to watch and wait and see. I'm hoping by the end of the show around 9 o'clock we have more clarity, but we're gonna have to kind of watch. But I think we're basically starting to head down. But I think what we do is we price correct right here and we bounce up and touch the top here again, and then we head and shoulders back down. And that would be this head and shoulders right here. I think that's what we see. So we're probably looking at a price correction once we hit about 205 at the lowest, probably like $2. And then we price correct back up. So I think we could hit $2 at least, or 210 is it. It looks like we're starting to get some of that resistance there at 210, starting to wake up a little bit. How would it even be useful? Sure, it's useful. They can grow crops underwater without having any pesticides. They can do all kinds of things underwater. Underwater research. It can be safe from radiation in the ocean. Lots of things. Lots of reasons why. So, as you all know, Coronado Island was originally Hotel del Coronado was a military installation, Fort Coronado, at one time. And I believe what they were looking for was like the Fountain of Youth originally when that was built, like over 100 years ago or something like that, right? And now the military runs all of that in San Diego. We have Camp Pendleton down there in San Diego, Oceanside. It's mostly military. That's where it's basically a nuclear sub hub. And one thing to know about Hotel del Coronado is it's on the beach, right at sea level. However, underneath the hotel is a vast catacomb system of hallways and walkways and different places and things, right? And I was like, how can this exist? How can I thought to myself, how am I underground right now when we're at sea level? Wouldn't this be underwater? And I was like really starting to like think about this stuff, right? And so I decided to, you know, me with my curious little mind that I have. And also I got lost. Okay. I didn't work there very often. I'm based out of LA, but sometimes I would work in San Diego just to, you know, be by the beach and catch the surfer vibe down there. But I didn't know my way around. And I'm looking for the PSAV office down in the catacombs and I can't find it. And I get lost, and I made that video, Lost in the Labyrinth, and it's posted on my TikTok. If you go look at my old TikToks from way before the show started, from a few years back when I was still working, I posted that video. And that was the day I found this place. And I would have recorded it. My phone died. My phone literally died. That's part of, like, I was videoing that scene where I was at for the sole reason of trying to find so I could reference back to it, because I was trying to find my way out because I was lost and I was down there for like 45 minutes to an hour trying to find my way out of there. And while I was lost down there, I stumbled onto this little door. There was a hallway and it was very low ceiling, and it was like it went down. It was sloped very steep. I wouldn't say like 45 degrees, but it was like almost like it was a little less steep than that, but it was like really steep of like a hallway going down. And it's not stairs, it's like, you know, flat ground, and it's like concrete that you're walking on. And I'm going down this little hallway, and it's very long and it's very skinny. Like I said, if you were to pass somebody in this hallway, you would have to like stand up against the wall and like kind of scoot past each other to get by. It's very, very small, and the ceilings were very low. Like you could reach up and touch the ceiling. Oh, we've been disconnected again. I know. Every time I'm talking about this, it keeps happening. Can you guys hear me again? Every time I say this exact same thing, we are losing connection. That is crazy. They're listening to it. They know what we're saying. We are getting, every time I'm telling you guys this information, stuff is getting disrupted. Yeah, I'm going to give it a minute. Give it a minute here. How about we do this? Should I stop the live, reboot, and we come back and finish the show? Or do you guys want to keep pressing on? All right, so you can hear right now. We're going to test this theory, but I have a feeling that every time I keep saying the exact same things, it keeps dropping. And there may be some type of manipulation happening here right now, or it's just the weather, you know. Occam's razor. So check this out. I'm in this little hallway, and like I said, it's very small hallway, and it's a very steep incline going down. It's someone listening, possibly. And mind you, this is at sea level. I should be underwater at this point. I should have been underwater way before that point, but I start going down this because I'm like, how low can this thing go? How deep could this be? Like the ocean is around us. I know. Hopefully you guys don't get disconnected again. If it keeps happening, we're gonna restart, and we'll start over and we'll reboot. But we are having a bit of some technical issues. The IT guy said that everything was good to go, but I've still been having issues, and it was supposed to be taken care of. So we're gonna address that with the IT guy after the show here. But it's been having some glitching for sure. Even when I first started the show, we were having glitching where the audio wouldn't work. I don't know what it is. It could just be the weather. But I have a feeling that something needs to be updated or something. We didn't have the show for like 4 days. So anyway, I'm lost in the labyrinth. You guys can hear me, right? Everyone, you know, send me a thumbs up. Everything's working, and I'll tell you the second half of this story. Just want to make sure that everyone can hear and I'm not talking to a wall. Are you guys there? Maybe no one's there. Okay, you can hear. We got one person who can hear. All right. So down this hallway, I see this little wooden door. Little wooden door. And I mean, when I say little, I'd say it's opens up to like a little crawl space hole, like a little tight tunnel. And it's a wooden door. It's got a padlock on it, but the lock was off, and it was locked over, but not actually locked. Really delayed because of the lag. I think I should start the show over. If it's going to continue to be a problem, I'm gonna reboot. And we're going to have to pick up the show. I'm going to call the IT guy. Zonk's not having any issues. Interesting. All right, no answer. All right, if I get them in here, then I need the IT guy. We've been having OBS issues since we started the show, and it was supposed to be updated.
What?
It's not working.
Yesterday.
Yeah, it's not working today. I'm on the edge of my seat here. Continue. All right. So, yeah, it's not lagging, but we're like 30 seconds behind you. That's why we are responding late. Gotcha. Okay. There's obviously some kind of issue happening. So I'm going to have the IT guy fix it after the show. All right. Edge of your seats. This little door, little wooden door. And when I say wooden door, let me describe this to you. It's like wooden planks that I'd say are over 100 years old. And the reason I know this to be is because it was put together with nails, and the nails are square-headed nails, like they were hammered by a blacksmith. Old. Okay? Old little wooden door, and then it's got a hasp on it. A hasp is like a latch lock. And that was newer and was installed with screws and put on this little door. And the lock was just, the padlock was put on it, but it was just like turned over. It was not actually locked. And, you know, we do a lot of that kind of stuff because, like, when we're working on things, you know, we just leave it unlocked, because why go back to and fro and unlocking it all day long? It gets annoying. So who else would be down there other than people that are supposed to be down there? So they don't. It seems to be working right now. If we drop again, we need to either reboot or reinstall or do something with OBS because we're having issues. All right, so stand by. So, IT guys on site, just in case something happens here. So, I open up this little door, right? And mind you, it's like the ground is maybe 3 or 4 feet up from there. So the top of this little door is just higher than my chest, right? So I have to like kind of like hop up into this thing. And I would say it couldn't have been more than 2 feet by 2 feet wide, maybe 3. No, 3 feet would be too big. It was like 18 inches by 18 inches wide of a door and hole going in, right? And I open it up, and it's like a hand dug tunnel, like something you would see like out of the Shawshank Redemption or something like that, where you can't seem to. Everything good? Gotcha. Is the router in the other room, or did it get moved? All right. So it's like this little Shawshank type hole. It looks like somebody dug it with a spoon, you know, and like you'd have to crawl into it, super, super tight, right? And curiosity got the best of me, so I hop up and I kind of like crawl into it, and I only get in, I'd say about 3 or 4 feet into it, and my feet are still kind of hanging out the back of this thing, and it's just a shaft going straight down, and it's like a black abyss. You can't see anything. And I was going to go back to the store and get some like glow sticks and try and drop them down there, and I never got back there. But I mean, this thing had to be several hundred feet down, straight down. And it looked like maybe it was like opening like down into a cavern or something. And it was so dark and so deep that even like my phone light couldn't even shine. And like it was, my phone was dead anyway. But like you couldn't shine any light down there and be able to see something. And I was like, what the heck is this? And mind you, we're at sea level. How can this go down? So there's like some type of like cave or something that's down there underneath the ocean right in that area. And I never got to go back to like figure out what it was, but I do know like that was in that catacombs area. There are several levels on the way down, and it's Atlantis. Who knows what it is? I don't know what it is. I'm not going to speculate on what it is, but I'm going to tell you what I saw with my own two eyes. And what I found really interesting is how can that be that exists at sea level where the ocean is? So I immediately assumed, I was like, okay, this has to be like some kind of underground cavern or something. And that building is built right on top of this thing. And it was, a fortress that was built, 100 plus years ago, something like that. I don't quite know the, hey, can you look up and see when Hotel del Coronado was built? But yeah, this place is old, guys. Super old. The elevator is made out of like wrought iron that's like hand hammered by a blacksmith. That's how freaking old this place is. What do you got for me? 1888. 1888. So it's over 100 years old. Over 100 years old. That's crazy. So I don't know what it was, but there's definitely places underground that exist, whether they're caverns or what. But I've always found that was like, 150 years. That's a long time. That's a long time for something to exist. And it's obviously built on top of that cavern there. And like I said, it was a military fortress that was built. So they obviously found something there and built it on top of it. But I always found it interesting that the catacombs existed there when there's no, it's at sea level. So there's obviously some type of underground cavern system. And that had me thinking about like Carlsbad Caverns. That's, I believe that's in Carlsbad by Oceanside, right? Carlsbad Caverns? Or is that in a different state? I can't remember. But there are caves and things there. So it is interesting. And the underground cities do exist. I think it's a war tunnel. I don't know, because it was the tunnel leading to the little spot was man-made, but the shaft going down was like a natural structure, like into a cave, like a cave-like structure. And I mean, it was deep. It was so deep. So I'm thinking, the tunnel was put there as somewhat of an access to reach that area, but there's obviously something underneath Coronado, Hotel del Coronado. So very interesting. I did not see a Louis Vuitton there, but there's something going on there for sure. And that, I think that's part of why the military has that place locked up so tight, and why there was a military fortress built on top of it 150 years ago. Something's there for sure. And there's lots of places that are like that, that are natural occurring underground caves. And there's lots of man-made type caves. This is just normal. So to think that there are not underground cities and structures and things is crazy. To think that it's fake, because it's so real. Like, why wouldn't they have it, right? All right, so let's talk about the next rabbit hole. Oh shoot, did I close? No, I didn't. Okay, the next rabbit hole. Let's talk about the blue rain.
So I live here in the Central Valley, and it was raining a couple minutes ago. Can anyone explain?
New Mexico's Carlsbad, yeah.
Water. So I live here in the Central Valley, and it was raining.
So the blue rain. Do you see this stuff? The rain is blue. Here's another one.
Texas, what in the multiverse is going on here, y'all? I think I found the source of the blue rain, maybe, because this is what Texas saw just yesterday, and many people were seeing this eerie teal color in the sky, and it was so bright, right? There is this crop is flooded over here, and the color is reflecting off the flood that the crop has experienced. This is not no filter, y'all. Here comes another angle of it after it subsided a little bit, but the sky turned teal, clouds pitch black, and then tornadoes manifested out of this. And Texas experienced look at the incredible size of this hail ball that Texas experienced, y'all, throughout that whole eerie transaction with the universe, y'all. Look at this. And what else would you experience from that whole eerie atmosphere? Here goes another. So this looks like a giant blue sun in the atmosphere. Am I tripping now, y'all? Because that light looks so focused. It looks so focused. It's not lightning, it's not plasma or anything. That looks like a giant blue sphere in there, y'all. Am I tripping? If the sky ain't broken, it's trying to tell us a message, because, you know, it's coming with these horsemen that they call natural weather. So let me know what you guys think about this video. Nonetheless, the shift is here. Let's continue to get it. Peace in. Texas, what in the multiverse is going on here, y'all? I think.
Check this out.
Hey, we're camping in this beautiful state park in Texas, and it's been raining, and the water that's coming out of the sky is blue. And it's not this tarp, because it's happening on this tarp too. Look at that. This is crazy. Are they chemtrailing us in Texas?
All right.
Hey, we're camping.
So let's talk about it. Blue rain, right? Why is this happening? I know exactly why it's happening. And if you read the news and you're paying attention, they tell us all these things before they happen. Okay? And this is what's happening right now. This is from the Daily Mail. Experiments to dim the sun in bid to curb global warming will be approved by the UK government within weeks. And this is the UK. Okay? And they have already started this in the United States. This is already happening. They've been testing this. And what they're trying to do is to reflect more of the sun off of the earth, because the earth is warming. We have had the highest temperatures recorded in like 100 years or something like that. Let's read into it. There's nothing quite like going for a walk on a bright spring day, but basking in the sunshine could soon be a thing of the past. That's because it has emerged that experts are planning on dimming the sun in a bid to curb global warming. Experts to reflect sun away from the earth will be given the green light by the government within weeks, the Telegraph reports. outdoor trials could be injected aerosols into the atmosphere or brightening clouds to reflect sunshine. The Government Advanced Research and Innovation Agency has set aside $50 million for projects which will be announced in the coming weeks. Professor Mark Seams, program director of ARIA, said there would be small controlled outdoor experiments on particular approaches. We have strong requirements around the length of time of experiments can run for and their reversibility, and won't be funding the release of any toxic substances into the environment, he said. Yeah, they can do anything but cure cancer. I believe that. So this is it. Sulfate aerosols are put into the stratosphere, and then the sun's rays reflect off of the troposphere, and there are these marine clouds. So if you've been seeing more clouds, mind you, they're doing this in the UK, but they're also doing it in the United States as well. The UK is just starting. We've been doing this, and this is just the beginning of what they're releasing. Experts hope that by reflecting the sun back into space, they can curb the impact of global warming. They have the cure to cancer. They won't release because it makes more money to keep it. You know what the cure for cancer is? It's alkalinity in your water, changing the pH balance of your body. If you have a pH balance of 9.5, cancer cannot grow in your body. Cancer cannot grow if you have an alkalinity of 9.5, and the water we drink is 6 to 7 alkalinity. And so if you get Kangen water, then it's 9.5, and it changes the alkalinity of your body. So let's watch this video. Controversial methods to cool the earth by reflecting sunlight gain traction as global temperatures rise. So this is ABC News out of the United States. This is what they're doing here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh, we got an ad.
Let me introduce me.
All right, we're not giving them free ad space, so we'll remove that. Let's see here. Let's see here.
Swaths of the planet are becoming uninhabitable. The largest mass migration in our planet's history is on the verge of happening. But what if there was a way to stop it all and cool our planet? Would humanity try it, and what would the consequences be? It's being called the world's fire escape plan. And in tonight's Prime Focus, Ginger Z shows us the promise and peril of the efforts to literally dim the sun.
It's a climate solution that seems both
3, 2, 1
fantasy, yet...
All right, hold on. The LA fires, I think they're linked with what happened with the Maui fires. I think there's some kind of focused heat ray type thing. Why do you think they're painting the roofs blue in China? The technology exists, and I think it's our own government. I think we're doing it to ourselves in order for gentrification, but we'll cover that in another show. Maybe if we have time today, but let's watch this video and we can see what it is and why we're getting this blue rain, what it's coming from.
Almost too easy. Just reflect the sun and make it cooler on Earth. But could we do that? And more importantly, should we do that?
We've done such a poor job of geoengineering our climate with our carbon emissions over the last several hundred years that we now need to geoengineer it in a positive direction to offset that.
For more than 10 months, Earth's temperature has been the hottest on record. So now, ideas that were once considered outlandish are gaining momentum. We're talking about new scientific innovations on ways that we might manipulate our Earth to be cooler. On the east side of the San Francisco Bay, on deck the decommissioned USS Hornet, scientists from the University of Washington and a group called Silver Lining are giving us a glimpse at a first-of-its-kind outdoor study meant to develop a technology called marine cloud brightening.
Woo! Chilly up here. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi.
This is Command Center. What's happening here?
We're just discussing the weather condition of the...
And mind you, they're doing this in California. Okay, and the wind and weather takes it inland, and that's why Texas is experiencing this as well. So let's keep watching.
They to pick up the data that we are trying to measure.
Here, they're blowing tiny particles of salt water into the air.
In position. Liquid check.
So someday, we may be able to intentionally cool the Earth.
Air on.
There is the plume. We can see it.
Yeah.
All of this to recreate something that humans have unintentionally been doing for more than a century.
If you look at satellite images, you can see where ships go over the ocean. The sulfur they're producing from their engines produce small particles in the atmosphere and often leave brightened cloud streaks. We call them ship tracks. What we would be doing is making a clean ship track out of sea salt.
While this experiment is super small and not meaning to brighten clouds yet, this is how it would work. Pressurized air mixes with water and salt concentrate. Then that salt water blows out of the head of a device like this and goes into the atmosphere.
What do you mean
the
people
perfectly sized sodium
this?
molecule?
This is literally the ABC News, and multiple news articles are doing this, and they are attempting to do these things. There's nothing that indicates that it's not happening. They're literally telling us that this is happening right now.
Molecule gives already existing stratocumulus clouds a boost, helping them attract more water. More water can make them brighter. When those clouds are brighter, they reflect more sunlight, which can cool the temperature at the surface.
Can it go to scale?
These things are really far from scale.
It would be hundreds of millions potentially that you'd have to do?
It would be billions.
Billions,
for sure.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars for something that will not help everyone. Marine cloud brightening's impact will be more local.
The first question I get is, what does this mean for where I live, for my community, for my region, for my country? What will the impacts look like for food security, for water security, for extreme events? More often than not, I don't have an answer. And that's because we haven't really seen sufficient research into impacts.
Silver Lining agrees. More voices are needed in this conversation on top of expanding the research.
There is a risk that if we do not do this right, with the right partnership, the right collaboration in the Global South, it could end up becoming knowledge that is solely held in the Global North.
Marine cloud brightening, though, not the only form of solar climate intervention. Something as simple as painting a parking lot or roof white. People are even talking about putting mirrors in space to actually reflect the sunlight. And then there's something called stratospheric aerosol injection.
So for example, humans might decide to put little aerosols, which are just tiny particles that fall slowly up into the upper atmosphere, where they would stay for a year or two, and they would reflect a little tiny bit of sunlight, like less than 1%, back to space.
Professor David Keith says he and others have done the research. Reflecting sunlight to cool the Earth from the stratosphere is possible.
Think about the fact that 1 kilogram of sulfur in the stratosphere can reflect as much sunlight as 1,000,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide trap as heat in the lower atmosphere. So there's this huge leverage. The big questions are all about who makes a decision, what the risks are, what the benefits are.
It's that part, not knowing the full extent of the risks, that has a lot of people upset that it's already happening.
I think it's completely unacceptable and absurd that this is actually happening. I think the challenge is when you try to do research well and you try to build governance frameworks, maybe it moves a little bit slower.
Slow is not the word that Luke Eisman and Andrew Song want to hear.
I'm ready to start packing whenever you are. Yeah. Why are all these researchers saying that more research is needed before we do? The urgency of the climate crisis, in my opinion, calls for quite a bit more direct action of all sorts.
They're already doing this stuff.
Perfect. Yeah, buddy.
These two are on a mission to do just that themselves, out of the back of their RV.
Does the RV have a name?
I've called the hotspot Song Force 1.
Okay.
Today's a beautiful day to launch some balloons.
We drive to Luke's plot of land in the South Bay. Andrew and Luke run a company called Make Sunsets.
I designed and then 3D printed a nozzle for this that lets us just hook the balloon directly up.
Selling what they call a cooling credit. People pay them to inject sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere.
The goal is get it up to 66,000 feet.
Exactly.
3, 2, 1.
People are already paying them to do this. Private companies.
The team says they can track that sulfur dioxide. The goal? Getting it to fly above 60,000 feet, all the way to the stratosphere. That's nearly double the height that commercial airplanes fly. Once in the stratosphere, the balloon pops, and the sulfur dioxide is released. All those sulfur dioxide particles mix and spread. Each molecule reflects the sunlight. Put enough up there, and you could essentially dim the sun.
We're using sulfur dioxide. It's very well understood because volcanoes have emitted it for millennia.
What are we looking at to make a dent?
If you wanted to cool the Earth, say 0.5 degree centigrade, you'd want to put 1 or 2 million tons of sulfur into the stratosphere every year.
Make Sunsets has, in total, put less than 75 pounds of sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere over the last year.
What do you say to a critic who would say what they're doing is negligible and it's just a stunt?
It is negligible. Everything's negligible when it starts. If it was a stunt, we would have done it once and stopped. And if it's negligible and it's a stunt, then they shouldn't care.
But people do care. In 2023, the White House put out a report highlighting the importance of researching solar radiation modification. With pushback growing, some states, like Tennessee, are even considering laws to ban solar geoengineering.
We're not going to allow injection of chemicals into the air in Tennessee.
I want people to know that this conversation is happening. I want them to know that this idea exists.
Suchi Talati is fighting to make sure that the people most impacted by climate change have a seat at this table.
The idea that someone individually or unilaterally would make that decision for the rest of the world is unacceptable to me, especially when that's coming from the perch of privilege, because that's what colonialism is. We have constructed entire economies and agricultural food output systems based on how these systems work. And so when we think about solar geoengineering interacting with them and potentially disrupting them, people get really scared.
But at this point of our climate crisis, isn't it risk versus risk?
The CO2 from our past emissions is in the atmosphere, and it's causing real harm to humans today. Solar geoengineering could reduce some of that damage in the future.
But we don't know.
And solar geoengineering will bring its own risks.
What will happen because of it?
Despite the controversy,
That's the issue.
Luke and Andrew say we don't have time to waste.
They're just doing it.
Sorry, I'm kind of teared up because I'm thinking about my kids. It's something that, like, I hope more people learn about this, and they do the research. I think people's minds will start shifting.
We are in a nonstop carbon party. Global levels of greenhouse gases have gone up every year of our lives. Until that changes, we can't even contemplate anything other than way more radical action than we're doing.
Whether the idea is to reflect the sun with aerosols or brighten our clouds, the power of us will determine what happens next.
Solar geoengineering, from my perspective, was never an idea to solve climate change or address the actual problem, but we also don't have a lot of ideas right now on what to do around impacts. And so when we look at the core of the problem, emissions, the fossil fuel industry, we absolutely need to get to net zero, and that is the priority.
Our thanks to Ginger Z for that.
So, if you're wondering where the blue rain is coming from, that's more than likely where it comes from. But is it nefarious? That is the question. A bit of fun. Is it nefarious? Is what they're doing, what they're actually say they're doing, is, who knows? Who knows? We don't know. But what we do know is they are doing this. They are injecting these aerosols into the sky. And now we're having blue rain, having storms and things happening. So that's probably the explanation. They literally told us that they're doing it. They've been doing it. These are private companies that there is no legislation to tell them that they can't do it. Some states are trying to block it, but we don't know. We don't know how long they've been doing this or how often. We don't know too much. The only thing that we do know is that that is more than likely where the blue rain's coming from. So that was a little bit of fun. Let's get back to the charts and take a look at what's going on. Looks like we're here at that 210 mark. And that is a strong little spot here at 210, but I'm assuming we're going to break through it. We'll probably break below. Let's take a look at the 1 minute. So we are moving away from the blue line up here and falling lower each given moment. It's taken some time for it to happen, but we're headed down. I think we'll probably see 208 to 205. And we could come down here and double bottom at about 209 and then start heading back up. But it looks like we're headed down. And that would put us in this head and shoulders formation. Okay, we had this micro head and shoulders that played out here, but there's also this macro one. And so we'll more than likely drop to about where we're at now, and then probably see another push up to, I'd say, 215. 215 would be where we go, and then we fall down hard. We forgot about what to stockpile. Yeah, let's talk about it. Water. You need to have water. You need to have food. So some people, you know, you don't have space for water, but let me tell you something. Have you ever yeah, canned food, non-perishables, but understand that these products, you know, canned food, ramen, things like that, during the pandemic, we had similar things on the shelves became non-existent. They weren't there because they were all being bought up. This happened before in the pandemic, and I think we're going to see worse than what we saw in the pandemic with supply chain disruption. So, you know, why do I think that? Because during the pandemic, we didn't have tariffs. We still had things coming in. It was just because businesses were closed for a little while. If you thought that supply chain disruption was bad, now we're literally getting nothing. And we're seeing empty train cars. Empty train cars on the daily. It still costs the same amount of money to send a train across the country if it's sending just a few cargo things, you know, what are those 40-foot containers full of stuff? Normally those trains are, you know, a mile long, and now they've got maybe 4 or 5 carts on them, empty containers. So the cost of moving goods has gone up because there's less goods to move. And it's going to be worse because this is every country in the world has some sort of tariff on it now. Some of them have negotiated, but it's like literally a handful out of like over 80 countries. have tariffs on them now. And most of what we get in the United States and around the world and other places as well comes from China. And we're not getting those products anymore. The cargo ships in China are backed up, and all of the cargo is just sitting there, and they're going through it trying to salvage what they can. But nothing's going out, nothing's leaving. And because of that, it's going to cause people not only to panic buy, but I mean, they're buying things, you know, they're showing that GDP is going up because people are buying more things, but it's because of, just like me building this studio, I'm buying things that I don't need now because I know I'm going to need them later, but they're going to be too expensive to get later. It's going to be too hard to get them. Not even just expensive. You're not going to be able to find it. You're not going to be able to get them. And during the pandemic, we saw that non-perishables like ramen, beans, rice, canned goods were all bought up. Because people didn't know. With uncertainty comes panic buying, and people will buy up those things. I don't normally eat canned food. Should I buy it anyway? I mean, you got to do what you think is best. The idea of having canned food and dry goods like beans and rice is it has a long shelf life. You can buy canned food and you can store it for just in case. You can buy ramen and you can store it for a long period of time without it going bad. That's the whole purpose of those types of food. Yeah, if you can't use it, you can always donate it. I'm sure there's people that will eat it as well, you know? But it's good to have these things. And there's also emergency meal things that you can buy, and they're like a 5-gallon bucket, and it comes with like a month's supply of food, and it has a 20-year shelf life. Cisco, yeah. And I think you can buy those things at you can get them at Costco, you can get them at Winco, Walmart, places like that. You can order them online. But it's good to have, you know, I think every person should have, you know, a 6-month supply of food that has long shelf life. And, you know, in 20 years, when it's about to be no longer good, it should be replenished and used. And, you know, you break it out and you eat it. A lot of it is just like Hamburger Helper and like freeze dried meat and things like that. So it's not the greatest food. It doesn't taste amazing, but it's not bad either. You know, another thing you can get is like MREs, meals ready to eat, military food. They're high in carbohydrates, I think it is. But yeah, Spam. But canned stuff. The idea is to have things that have a long shelf life, so that way you can save it. You can put it away, you can put it on a shelf, you can put it in a cabinet and forget about it and leave it there and go on your daily life and live normally. But you have that there as a reserve in case something does happen, catastrophe does strike. If there is no food to buy, if supply chain disruption gets so bad that there aren't any food to have, and you know, toilet paper, you should have a reserve of like toilet paper or have a backup plan. You know, baby wipes work. You know, you can use those for like dry showers. But the main thing you need is food and water, and the other thing you need is communication. He's gonna starve us to get us to give up freedom. I think China's going to do that. I think lots of countries are going to do that. It's the race to the bottom. For communication, for me, I have, like walkie-talkie radios, and you'd keep them in a Faraday bag or cage. You can use an old microwave as a Faraday box. If you take an old microwave and you throw a couple of walkie-talkie radios in there and you shut the door, that's a Faraday cage. Obviously, don't plug it in and turn them on with them in there. But the idea is we're also having these solar storms that are happening that are like taking out the power. If it's not, cyber attacks, and what they are saying is it's solar storms, whatever it is, something is causing these disruptions of loss of power and communication. If you have, long range radios that go several miles, you can have, even if you just go to the store with family members, right? And people are panicking and, going crazy, and let's say phones are down and things like that. If you have radios, you can give a radio to a family member and have a radio and say, hey, I need you to go over here and get these things, and I'll meet you here at this place. And you have a way to communicate with them. It's a backup plan. It's a way to continue to go onward when things are uncertain. I keep radios. I was literally just talking about keeping them in an old microwave that I have, just to keep them safe, because I had one of them. I had 3 of them together. One of them just fried itself. It was sitting on the desk, and just from solar radiation or something, it had brand new batteries in it. It turned itself on, started doing crazy stuff, and depleted the batteries almost instantly, and was like making all kinds of weird noise and interference and all kinds of things. The other 2 were fine. It was weird, but the one was acting up like crazy. I put new batteries in it, and it didn't want to work at first, and then after a little while it kind of subsided and it was working fine. And that's kind of how these things work with the electronics. It can fry them. It can also just disrupt them momentarily. But food, water, and communication are the most valuable things to have in an emergency situation. And then the other thing would be something that you can conduct business with. If there's no power and you need to buy goods, you can't use credit cards. You need to have some kind of cash. And you need to also be prepared that if this is a total financial reconstruction globally, that paper money could become invaluable at some point. They could take things down to a level where people don't even want to use money anymore. And so you have to have something that you can use or barter with, or something of value, something that holds value. We had mentioned, the gold Canadian coins. People will probably take gold if that happens. And that could become temporary. And that could also even be something that is, short-lived. If they're going to collapse the entire financial system, there is a possibility that people won't even want to take gold. Do I think it'll be a permanent thing? No, I think it would be temporary and they would move into this new system or whatever. But in the short term, when all those things are happening, people are going to be panicking. They're going to be acting crazy. There's going to be unrest. There's going to be protests. There's going to be all kinds of craziness. And the idea is to shield yourself from those things. So have a backup plan, have a system, speak with your family and talk to them about what the plan is if this happens. Have a contingency where If the power does go out, this is our plan. Okay. Plan A, we get out the generator, we go down to the gas station, we fill the cans, whatever it may be. You may get to the gas station and there's no power at the gas station and they can't pump the gas. There's been many times out here where I live in the middle of nowhere and the power will go out and you cannot buy gas. You can't even go in the store. They literally close the doors to the stores. So you can't buy groceries. That's why you need to have, food on hand, canned food, non-perishables. These are things that you just keep and store for just in case, because you never know. And we've been having these power outage problems. Power outages can happen anywhere in the world for any kind of reason. It could just be rain. Get propane tanks, the big ones, for a generator. Yeah, if you have a propane generator, and I mean, you can even just, there are makeshift ways to make things happen. You can literally just feed propane into an intake on a generator and run it that way. There are ways to make things happen. But yeah, have propane, have some briquettes, ways to cook food. But even then, you don't have to cook food. And let me tell you something, if things got really bad, if things got real bad and you're basically, you don't want to have human contact, you don't want them to find you because whatever you have, they're going to come try to take it. You're not going to want to be running generators. You're not going to want to be building fires. You're going to want a way to, you're going to be eating cold beans. You want a way to have these things without drawing attention to yourself. If the whole world goes dark and you're the only house with lights on, people are going to see that for miles. The idea is to be incognito, to not let people know what you have in that type of situation. And I do believe that there's a possibility that someday, maybe not in our lifetime, someday, somewhere, that it could get that bad where it's so bad that people are hungry and starving and in survival mode that they'll do anything they can to get what they need. And they will take whatever they have from you, even your life, to get what they need. And that's the real thing, is to be prepared for those situations. Have a way to have food, have a way to have water, have a way to communicate, have a way to defend yourself, and have a way to hide and have a plan. Have a place set where if you get separated from family members or things like that, you know where to meet. That you have, hey, if something happens, we meet at this place. And no one else knows where it is, somewhere where it's not a lot of people. It's just good to be prepared, whether it happens or not. No one knows when, but there's always a lingering possibility. Exactly. And the idea is to just be prepared. Don't be scared. Don't be doom and gloomed. Go about your everyday, but have contingency plans. Have a system set up where if something should happen, this is what we do. And have that communication with your family so that everybody's on board with it, understands what the plan is and how to execute it. Because that's another big part of it, is getting family and friends on board with these things. People don't like to believe that these things can happen to them. People don't want to hear it. They don't want to prepare for it. They want to act like it doesn't exist. They want to be ostriches and bury their heads in the sand. And those are the people that will be the ones that are desperate, that will be willing to take from you. And that's most people. In a lot of these situations, people die. So it's good to have a plan. Me and my daughter, that's it. She's prepared with me. Good for you guys. And be prepared as females that people will try to take advantage of, thinking that you may be weaker. So you have to be even more prepared. The idea is to, when these things happen, you don't have to go anywhere or do anything. You've already got what you need. You can sit at home and wait it out. That's the idea. And hope for the lights to come back on, hope for whatever to step in and make things better. But if it doesn't happen like that, you also have to have the skills to continue to survive on, even if the lights don't come back on, even if there is no government to defend you. If it's the freaking zombie apocalypse, who knows what it is? You know what I mean? The idea is to have a plan and have resources. Because whatever's coming is going to come. This is going to happen. I don't know what it is, but something's coming, whether it's a global reset, a financial reset, supply chain disruption. It's already happened. Let me tell you right now, the supply chain disruption is happening right now. And even if we come to a deal with China or all these other countries or whatever, and it happens tomorrow, the supply chain disruption has already started. We will not feel the effects of that disruption for, weeks or even months from now. And even if it gets fixed today, that disruption will still fall upon us. We will still feel that. It will take time for it to recover, just like it did in 2020. Do you think it's shady to go to Aruba? I'm serious. Aruba, I mean, I don't know. I don't think you can run from your problems. I think no matter where you go, you're going to find problems. I think the idea is to do what makes you happy, be where you are that makes you happy, be where you want to be. If Aruba's where you want to be there. If the United States is where you want to be there. Be where you want to be, but be prepared for anything to happen. Because you can't run from your problems. You can't run from anything. The problems will follow you to the ends of the earth. A earth rich might start it? What do you mean earth rich? Whatever it is that's going to happen, it could be nothing. It could just be a little bit of empty shells for a few weeks. Earth rift? What do you mean by earth rift? Like the shifting of the poles? Huge separation of the earth. I don't know. I think a lot of those things are far-fetched and speculative. But, I mean, if things like that are happening, they're going to happen. No matter where you go, no matter what you do, you can't run from it. The idea is to live your life, live a full life, enjoy yourself, and don't base your life off of fear, but to be prepared. Have a backup plan, have resources, but live your life. Do what you love, enjoy. Don't live in fear. Because if you live in fear, that's not living at all. But be prepared. My wife hates it. I'm always like, hey, we need to do this. We need to prepare this way. We need to tell the kids to stop eating the top ramen and start eating more perishable type foods and stuff. And we need to make sure that anything that has shelf life, stays on the shelf for now, because people are panic buying right now because of supply chain disruption. And she's like, well, I'll just go buy more top ramen. It's not a big deal. I'm like, you don't understand. There could be no more top ramen to buy. That's the point. is the long shelf life type things. First goes the toilet paper, then goes the long shelf life products. That's the second thing that disappears off the shelf. So the idea is those things, don't use and consume them, keep them and hold them just in case you do need something that has a long shelf life. Don't burn through it just thinking I'll go get more, because that will be the next thing to go. And the toilet paper is already going. You should see the videos of the people at Costco. Let me see if I can pull one of these up. Let me see. There we go.
Freaking massive. Something's going on. I mean, look at it. And it even snakes all the way from over there, back there, around here. I mean, it's going to take me literally more than a minute to walk all the way down. In case there's any good samples. That's nuts. Insane.
Get toilet paper, paper towels. Bottled water. It's all, you notice everybody's shopping carts? Toilet paper, paper towels, bottled water. That's what they're buying up. Long lines of people buying all this stuff up. Even if there isn't a supply chain disruption for those items, people will buy them in panic buying just because they know other people are going to panic buy them. Yeah, and once it's gone, it's gone. There's only so much. And this happened in COVID, and people still didn't learn their lesson. They thought, oh, it's over. It ain't going to happen again for a long time. I don't need to worry about stocking up on anything. But here we are. Here we are, a few years later, and people are already panic buying again. And it's just because of tariffs. And you think people panic buying because of tariffs? What do you think they're going to do in the markets? They're going to panic sell. They're going to get their money out of the market so they can hold on to cash or buy toilet paper or whatever it is that they're going to buy and do. It's gonna get bad before it gets worse. The supply chain disruption has already begun. It's gonna get nasty. And now it could taper off and not be that bad or whatever, but I don't see that yet. I don't see any resolve yet. It's gonna get worse, in my opinion. And the only reason I know it's going to get worse is because these disruptions take time. Things take time to come off the shelves, and they take time to get back on the shelves when there's disruptions. So we've been having this issue since February, and now here we are in May. We're just starting to feel the repercussions of it. And it hasn't even been resolved yet, and it's just going to get worse. So be prepared, guys. All right, that's it for the show. Have a plan, have some resources, have the ability to communicate with each other, and you'll be just fine. And don't forget, guys, we are supported by your donations. We do not make money off of TikTok or Twitch. all of our income comes from supporters and viewers like you. We are basically PBS. We thrive on your donations, and your donations have been keeping this business afloat. We're not really making much from it, but we're getting something. And as long as we're continuing to build on that, I'm going to continue to invest more into this. They defunded PBS. I know. That's why you guys got to give to this show, because there's no PBS to give to anymore. This is PBS now. It's decentralized. This is your news. We're not just covering the markets here. We're covering the news. We're covering current events and things that are happening. And we're making sure that we're ahead of the curve, because all of these things happening affect the markets. And if you don't think so, you've lost the plot. Thank you. See you tomorrow. I appreciate you and the show. No problem. I'm here to help. That's why I do this. I want to help people. I want things to get better. And by giving to you guys and you guys giving back, we are building a community and a strong army to combat the craziness. An upgraded PBS, right? It's entertainment, but also it's information. And it is good to hear different perspectives. You know, listen to everything, believe nothing, but always be prepared for anything. It is reality. We're living in this right now, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to sift through the garbage, because everything that you see on TikTok and on the news and on the TV, it's all there to lie to you. It's all there to manipulate you in a certain way, to get you to act a certain way. And I'm not here to do that. I'm here to give you the facts so that you can decide these things for yourself. And I'm here to tell you how I feel about it and what I'm doing. Yeah, this show is censored. And because of this show being censored is why it is so difficult to grow. And that's why we need your guys' support. When you guys support this show, you make it so that we don't need TikTok. We don't need these platforms. We're doing it on our own. And when you guys donate, I'm receiving 100% of that to put back into this business and continue to grow it. When you guys give on TikTok and these other platforms, they take 50% or more of that money most of the time. And I mean, generally all the time. On TikTok, I generally make like 40%. And then since we got banned, now I make 0% of the subscriptions for the month. So they take all that money, and it's in their best interest to do that. Why wouldn't they want to ban people that have lots of subscribers? They can take that money. Obviously, we still need to use TikTok as a way to grow and to reach more people. So those things stay in place. So continue to subscribe on TikTok and continue to engage, because that does help the algorithm so that we can reach more people. But the real way to help is to send donations. That's the way to do it, where it's more I can actually put into this. And that's why, you know, we're growing and we're building the studio and we're getting all this new equipment and stuff, is because I want to invest back into you guys, because I know that this is going to grow. Eventually we're going to get to a point where the studio's built and we have all the equipment we need, and we're done and we're doing it, and it won't be such a big deal, and it'll be more about reaching new people. But right now I am trying to return, you know, get a return on my investment, you know, get some of that money back. And the studio is going to be amazing. I'm thinking by next week, Monday next week, I'm thinking we'll have the cameras on. Cameras should be on next week, and you'll be able to see my face, and we'll be taking the show to the next level, hopefully. If not, I'd say 2 weeks. It all depends. I do know that this week is going to be super hectic and busy. But as soon as we can, like I have the camera here. It's like sitting in front of me. I'm looking at it, but I don't have it on because it's just not ready. We're just not there yet. But it's so close. Oh, and I'm looking at in the studio right now. It's so beautiful. All the soundproofing and the equipment and the carpet and everything. It's beautiful. It looks like a professional soundstage, and I'm just like, oh my God, like we built this. You and I, we did this together. I remember when I was just a guy with a phone and a tablet. I was just a guy with a phone and a tablet that was speaking the truth, wasn't afraid to say it. And now here we are. We're a professional show. We're a professional show and we're going to grow. Let's go. Never get rid of that switch. Nah, I still got it. It works slow. It works slow. So it's not. Now we have like tech. Now we have like. But I have to say, like, even with all this tech, like, man, like the technical issues with the sound and it dropping the stuff, it's been a pain in the butt. But, however, I'm hoping by next week, we'll be hardwired into the Starlink. So we won't be operating off of Wi-Fi anymore. So I'm hoping that helps with a lot of the issues. But I think today wasn't really the Wi-Fi. I think it's OBS. I think I need to maybe wipe this computer and start over again or something. I have a feeling that part of it comes from the news articles. Like I'm looking at these news articles and I'm getting like malware or something like that, viruses on the computer because of it. That's the only thing I can think about that it is the issue. So I'm working with the IT guy to mitigate all those issues, but it's been a challenge. It's been a bit of a struggle. And because we're working on the studio and we're moving equipment from here and there, it does make it a little bit difficult. So we are growing. It is getting better. It will get better over time. So be patient and be understanding. Soon, very soon, it should be much more fluid. Oh yeah, lots of red. Lots of red. Let's take one last look at the charts and then we'll call it a day. But it looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of red. 5 days, which means we are due for a green day. Green day, what's today? Today's Monday. I'd say by Tuesday
what if I told you
or Wednesday,
we may also have been lied to about why there are tides?
So unless like crazy news happens and we waterfall down, and we see these big red candles like this,
Let's see here,
I would say there's probably due for a price correction, and that would line up with our head and shoulders. But I would call that a risky trade with what's happening in the world right now and everything. I would say smart bet would be to just wait for that smart money entry zone. Wait to get in down here anywhere between 155 and 125. Somewhere down there is where we're going to end up hitting. And if we waterfall down and we just see a big candle, I'd say that we'd probably hit more like that 155 area. But if it takes us more time to get over here before we drop down, then I would definitely say we're looking at that 125 range. Wait for that wick, but be ready because it's fast. Oh yeah, that's why you got to have your limit orders set. Got to have your limit orders set so that way when it happens, boom, you hit it. And we've been hitting them. I think we got some time. I think we got maybe a month before we hit that bottom. Maybe a week. But we'll just have to keep an eye on it and just wait. But I'm thinking each one of these spots would be a nice little spot to buy. You know, 155, 145, 140, 130, 135, you know, all of them. And all of them. Why not? Because it will go up again. But I have a feeling that we're just going to freaking fall hard and maybe even blow past down this line and hit like that $1.75 range and then pick back up in a month or two. That lines up with the previous cycle. Something like this. Something like that. I'm guessing that's what we're going to see. And we'll hit here and here and here, and then we'll go up. 235 was the top. The goat was correct. Oh, yeah. 235 to the cent, baby. I told you there's a possibility for 147, but it was probably not going to happen. But we could keep an eye out for it. But 135 was it, baby. 135, and it wicked. So literally from here to here, called that 163 to 235. Beautiful wick to wick. It's something beautiful to keep an eye on. And let me tell you, these more macro predictions are much easier to make than these short-term ones. I post the short-term trades daily because there are people that are a little bit more advanced and they want to make those risky trades. That's on them. I will tell you, but I will tell you right now that those are going to be less accurate. But when we see these big formations happening, we know where they're going to hit and where they're going to end. That's easy. I can tell you where it's going to go. So if we come over here and we head and shoulders, baby, we're definitely going to see 175 again. We'll definitely see 175 again. And we'll go from there and we'll see what other marks it gets. But if we're headed for the line, I'm thinking, you know, I'm trying to be conservative because I feel like it doesn't want to go all the way down. But I'm thinking the candle will close at like 155. Probably see the candle close there, like 155. But I bet you the wick breaks all the way into like 135. 130 even. 120. 125. But trying to catch those wicks is risky, you know? If you catch in the middle here, if you caught anywhere from 180 to 220, you did all right. You did all right. 10 the top around low twos. What do you mean? 210 would be the top? I don't know what you mean. I mean, like, before we bounce up again? I would say probably around the $2. Anywhere from $2 to 208, 210. And we kind of hit 210 right there. But I feel like it's going to go lower because this is trending downward. We've kind of been having higher shoulders on the upside. So maybe we shoulder up into like 220. I don't know. We're going to have to watch and see. Need more data. More data is needed. And don't forget, guys, if you have not signed up for the email list, you can get those email alerts for those daily TikTok price point videos and the videos I post, so that way you get that information immediately, because TikTok's algorithm, sometimes it just doesn't tell you until it's too late. And being ahead of the game is what makes you money. So having those alerts, if you're looking to make those more frequent trades and know when things are happening or catch those red alerts where we're going down crazy or we're going up like crazy, because things could turn around and we just we're going to $3 or higher, you know? You're going to want to get those notifications before it's too late. So definitely sign up for the email list. And if you'd like to sign up for that, it's only $1.99 a month, and you can message me on TikTok as a deluxe subscriber and send me your email, and I will help you get that set up. All right, everyone, have a good day. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for watching the show and being a part of what we're growing here every single day. Love you all. Have a good night. Today has been a really bad off day for me. And I guess it's a good segue into what's going on. What happened has a lot to do with the stuff I've been talking about in Hollywood and the things they do. This was a ritual. All right. And the time and day and everything and the reasoning behind it has created bad energy, even down to the fact that the day before this happened, the ghost that's here in the studio was very active. It was knocking things off of the desk and counters and stuff, banging on walls. The IT guy does not believe in ghosts and was like, yo, the ghost was doing some shit. Okay. And it's always right before someone dies. Okay. Like the day we came into this area and started building studio, Bob Barker died. Like, I don't know. There's something to do with death and the activity in the ghost. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about what really matters, okay? I'm glad 5 of you guys made it back. It is a spiritual battle, 100%. I need you guys to understand what is going on, and I need to get this recorded because it needs to be clipped and put on the internet. And I'm not going to stop. I am very irritated and frustrated today. Today is not been good at all. And we're banned on TikTok until the 18th. So I guess it's good that I onboarded people before this happened and got you all to know where we're at. But I'm going to need your guys' help once we get back on TikTok to pull us out of a shadow ban again. We are going to have to go through it. This is why I don't want to deal with TikTok anymore. And I don't want to go live on TikTok anymore. It causes too much stress for me as a creator. So I'm pretty dang sure this could be, that live may very well be our last TikTok live. I just cannot do it anymore. And I don't want to be one that gives up, but like I'll probably post videos and let people know where we're at, but I don't know if I want to go live there anymore. Obviously I have to because we have to build these other platforms up, but man, we were doing so well. We had more people on YouTube than we do on TikTok. And then this happened. So it's just like, golly. Oh, man. It's just very discouraging. And I'm sorry to let all this come out and I'm just not getting to the information. I'm trying to lead myself into it somehow, some way. I feel like if you don't get banned on TikTok, you're just not doing it right. Anybody who has truth to speak, they always going to be silenced. I know it's frustrating, but you're on the right side. I don't know. Am I on the right side, chat? Am I wasting my time I feel like I'm wasting my time. It would just be so easy to just go back to retirement and just give up on this. I'll tell you, there are so many days I just want to give up, but I don't, because that's just not who I am. I know. I'll never give up, but I'm telling you right now, I want to every single day. Every single day I want to quit. Every single day I am just done with it, especially TikTok. It is so toxic on TikTok. What they've created with TikTok is the most disgusting thing I've seen on the internet. It is bad. It is so bad. Dude, I just took a break. That's what's crazy, is I literally just took a break because it was so bad. And I'm like, okay, I got to get back to it. And this is what I come back to. And it, like a big break, dude. So I was actually watching one of those TikTok creator videos, and they're like, if you're like getting banned a lot and having all those issues, they said like sometimes it's best to take like a month off and then come back. And then TikTok like resets its algorithm and pushes you again or something. I don't know. I have been contemplating that. But at the same time, like, the information I need to give you, you guys need to hear it. Like, but if nobody ever hears it, what's the point of even putting out the information? I feel like you have more fun with Discord and your TA classes, and let this just be whatever it is. Yeah, but the thing is I need to grow that. I'd like to get to, because like, Jesse, how am I gonna continue having you on the show and paying you, and what am I even paying you for if I'm just doing Discord and then you're out of a job? And if I'm just doing Discord, what do I need the IT guy for? And so it's like, if I stop doing what I'm doing, people lose their jobs. So it's difficult, very difficult. This is not an easy thing to do. And now I understand why there's so much podcast equipment at the thrift stores. I mean, it's all cheap crap. You know, nothing like what we're using here, but I understand why there is so much podcast equipment at the thrift store now. Because people just can't cut it. I count myself as one of the most tenacious people. I don't know anyone more tenacious than I am. I don't know anybody that, you know, has struggled like I do and just keeps going. So I get it. I understand why people quit this shit, man. It is difficult. Anyway, enough woe is me. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, all that. Yeah. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can do TikTok, YouTube, but just let that be whatever it is. If it gets banned, it gets banned, but you have more fun in Discord. I do have a lot of fun in Discord. What we're doing in Discord is pretty awesome. And I have a lot of fun there with you guys. And it's a lot more closer with you guys. Like, we're just chatting and chilling. Like, literally when I'm up at like 3 a.m. trading in the early morning here, like, you guys are there with me now, which is cool, because I used to just be by myself, like everyone's asleep and I'm just awake and I'm on my phone. So it is kind of nice to have people to be with while I do that. I appreciate you guys a lot. And really, it's all of you why I keep doing this. I have no reason to do this. There's not one benefit for me to do any of this. I have not benefited anything by doing this. The only thing I mean, the people around me benefit. You know, Jesse benefits, Elon benefits, you guys benefit. That's why I keep doing it. But I don't get anything out of this. If anything, I just get a lot of heartache and stress. I don't know why I chose to do this, but you know what I've always done is I've always tried to pick the hardest, most unobtainable goal and then strive for it. And I've always achieved it. And I'd even say on the social media influencer side of things, I've kind of already achieved that. I've surpassed what I thought I would ever create with social media. So I mean, and since then I've set the bar higher. So, but I will tell you this, being a creator is not for the weak. It is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And I've been homeless on the street. I've been through crazy, crazy things. And this is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. Social media is a mental challenge. If you can go 6 months straight, you're making it. I know. Are we at 6 months yet? I feel like we've been doing it for 6 months straight. I feel like we're pretty much to that point, if not past it already. I think we're past 6 months. It all started, what, in like January, February? It's been 8 months. Has it really been 8 months, chat? I know thousands of people that quit that wanted to learn. They aren't made for it. I know. I will tell you this. I'm definitely made for this. Okay. I've seen a lot of creators and I think I do pretty good. I have to say, like, but it is very tolling and the stress is very tolling. And, you know, the only currency that I receive from doing any of this is having you guys here with me. And that's really the only currency that I want to achieve, is to have a community to surround me. So I do appreciate you. The 5 of you that showed back up, you guys are the real ones, and I appreciate you. Can you have a second man to step in on times like this? Well, that was the plan to do with Jesse, but Jesse can't even do it. And I don't make enough money to pay her to do it like that full time like I do. I pay her to be here when I need her. And that's just what it is. All right. I think I got it all out of my system. Feeling a little bit better. Yeah, Jesse can't TA, but you know what, Jesse, I think you can talk on the mic though. I think you could do that. But yeah, finding someone that can TA like I do, or even just analyze facts. Like Jesse's good at that. She can analyze facts, but also just the understanding of the system and legalities of things. Not many people can do that. And anybody that can, they don't do this kind of shit. They're attorneys. They're making, you know, $450 an hour. I don't know what I thought I was doing when I decided to do this. This may have been the biggest mistake of my life, but I'm in it, and I'm in it to win it. So I'll keep going. All right. So let's talk about what happened. Okay. I'm going to play these videos for you guys just so you guys kind of get caught up on it. And I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of this crap on social media. Okay. But I want to just bring us all to the same place. And seeing the same things on the internet. And then after we watch these videos, and I'll probably commentate in between, but after it's all said and done, I will break it down for you and explain to you exactly what is happening right now and why this is happening. That's the thing that I think is irreplaceable, is people don't understand what I'm about to show you right now. No, there's no blood, no blood. So just, I need you guys to get on the same page with me, okay? I seen the bloody, gory videos. I'm not going to play any of that, okay? But we need to get on the same page, and then I'm going to break it down, all right? So let's start with this one. We watched it earlier. Let's watch it again.
Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon, but right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
This was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will
Look at that tie.
Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs.
That dude's tie. I don't know if I liked it or hated it. Why not release public safety? I think they will. It's just something that's going to take time. So let's you know what, let's just go from the beginning and start here.
Let's say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. Every conservative in the country called panicking.
She's a lawmaker. She's a congresswoman. And she's not the only one saying this. The Democrats are responsible for this. Fox News, Jesse Waters, the Democrats are responsible for this. They're literally telling the conservative, the right-wing viewers, the right-wing voters, the right-wing crowd to declare war on the left. And what's the result of that?
This video's in regards to Charlie Kirk. And this video's for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your fucking self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck. We're coming for you.
When I said earlier that I condemn violence, I will not condone violence. This is why violence only begets violence. They are blaming this on the left, blaming this on Democrats, when we're not the ones that spread the rhetoric of, gun violence is okay. Charlie Kirk himself spreads the rhetoric that gun violence is acceptable. But I need you to understand the communities that are most in danger with this type of rhetoric, this type of violence being threatened, this type of war on the streets being threatened. Not people that look like me. Unless you talk to me, unless you follow me online, you won't know that I'm a leftist. I'm pretty Republican coded. When they say they're going after the left, They're going to profile people to determine who the left is. So if you are black and brown, if you are trans, if you are queer, if they feel like you're trans, if they feel like you're queer, if they feel like you're a leftist at all, then you can be a target of this violence. And no, I'm not saying that everybody in the LGBTQI plus community or black and brown community is a leftist. That's what they think. So why do I condemn violence? It's because always in this country, when violent rhetoric gets turned up, it's always marginalized communities that pay the highest price for it. Violence only begets violence forever and always. Nonviolent civil disobedience does work. We need to do it en masse. We need to shut the system down. But now, by the actions of one man, everybody on the right is using this as an opportunity to attack. Because guess what? The people on the right, the politicians on the right, they know they're losing. They know that the nonviolent civil disobedience is working. They know that the tide is turning against them. They know that the American people are not standing for their bullshit. So they need something. They need something to take control of it and stop us. They're grabbing onto this violent act to declare war on the left. And the most ironic part of the entire thing is that everybody I hear from the left is condemning the violence, condemning the shooting, and they are now calling for more violence. It is always their rhetoric that calls for violence, and it is always the rhetoric of the left to preach nonviolence and condemn acts of violence.
Say this, Democrats.
Let's keep watching.
The man originally arrested for shooting Charlie Kirk in Utah today has been released by the authorities. Y'all got to understand something. This wasn't some regular Joe Schmo. This person knew what they were doing, and we can see this in the quick little 6 to 7 second video of Charlie Kirk, unfortunately passing away. He did die. I can't show it to you, but this is the layout. That's him in the tent, white shirt, holding the microphone. As he's holding the microphone answering questions in his left hand, he lowers the microphone and slightly turns his head. Then we see the initial bullet entry wound. Then you hear the crack of the shot. Then you see him tense up and inevitably passes away. Again, unfortunately. I didn't like the guy politically, but I don't wish death upon anybody. Now, that right there, we can get a lot of information from. Couple that with the fact that he was talking already for a good few minutes. If this was some regular guy, he would have taken the opportunity the first time it arose. But this person waited for the microphone to go down. Probably didn't take into account that they were just turning his head, because he meant to hit right here in the nasal cavity. If you're a skilled marksman and you're trained, you know that's where you go for the classic headshot. Not the top of the head with a lot of hard bone, not the side. It's not a lot of room. And if you hit the orbital bone right here. So the man originally arrested for shooting Charlie Kirk in Utah.
So this was a professional hit. Okay. This was not an everyday shooter. Now there's some rhetoric going around that, oh yeah, a person with a couple hours training could learn to do that or whatever. I've shot like this before, and it ain't easy. Okay, you have to take wind and all kinds of different things into consideration. This is not an easy shot. 200 yards with a deer rifle, it's such a small target. Okay, head, neck area is not an easy shot. I don't care what anyone says. If it was not a professional shooter, they probably would have missed. They knew 200 yards right away, but don't know who it was or where it was. Yeah, they knew right away it was 200 yards, yet they drug an old man through the crowd pantsless just in order to make a spectacle that they got the guy. And you should have seen the people surrounding this gentleman that didn't do anything wrong. They were terrorizing him while the cops were trying to remove him, and he didn't even do anything. Who knows? He might have done something, but they just picked someone out of the crowd and demonized him as the shooter, and it could have just been somebody that just, you know, hit somebody in the face because they were laughing at what happened. You don't know. And then we have this video.
Motherfucking animals! I bet you're an absolute pleasure to be around.
By the way, I'm talking about both of these women. And what I'm trying to show you here is the bifurcation. The way both sides are acting and reacting. This is what they want. They want this.
You liberal, progressive, deranged fucking animal.
How does she even know if they're liberal or not? She doesn't know. They have no idea who did this yet. We have no idea. And they just automatically assume. We need to stop jumping to conclusions about the information that we get.
Who's deranged?
Both these women are deranged. The fact that this woman right here can have this look on her face while making this video, but look at the look on her face. Look at that look on her face. Both of these women are deranged making this video. Shame on both of them.
You are so hateful in your hearts. Yeah, we're hateful in our hearts. You got a little bit of spittle right there. I'm sure that's sweetness spittle. To go out and shoot a young man who's never hurted anyone. You upset, so I'm gonna let that one slide. With Christian values, a young, beautiful family, a father, a husband, a friend, a son. Man, I wish I would have got this fired up over all them youngins that were killed in school shootings over the years. It's just one guy who said that a few deaths are necessary to uphold the Second Amendment, so I don't.
The fact that she can laugh.
Any of us should give a shit. Shot him! Why? Because you didn't agree with his politics? Because you didn't agree with his ideology? You know how when you're in church and you get tickled and you're not supposed to laugh? That's the reason why he deserves to die! You fucking animals! Bitch, who are you screaming at? You look stupid.
Both these women are in the wrong here. I understand one of them is very upset, and this is her way of dealing with her emotions. But she has no right to blame any side. We have no idea who the shooter is. We literally thought an old man who probably hit someone in the face, is what I'm assuming, is he probably, somebody did something and then they were like retaliated, got in a fight, who knows, and they literally plastered this guy's face all over social media, all over the news, as though he was the shooter, drug him pantsless through the yard there. We have no idea who did this. We have no information. Okay? They know who did it. And I will give my speculation on what I think in a little bit here. But y'all need to hit the brakes a little bit, okay? You guys are making content and posting it to social media and literally starting a war. A civil war is being started over Charlie Kirk's death. And you're going to social media and you're posting out this information as though you know the facts when you know literally nothing. And you're not helping anything. You are adding fuel to the fire. Both of these women are a problem.
MAGA Fox News host Jesse Waters goes live on air and declares war. He decides to use the most incendiary, divisive rhetoric by claiming, quote, "They're at war with us. What are we going to do about it? I want to highlight the shooter is still at large. The Chiron on Fox News says police looking for Kirk shooting suspect. So the Chiron is admitting that we don't know who did this yet, while Jesse Waters is saying, quote, they are at war with us. And again, I entirely condemn this. And if you want to make the argument that there's a high likelihood the person who did this disagreed with Charlie Kirk from a more left-leaning or far-left lens, then we can wait for the investigation. I wouldn't disagree that it's likely, but it's definitely not time to be going live on Fox in front of millions of Americans and using the most incendiary rhetoric possible. Jesse Waters is double my age, yet the video that I made in response called for a better, more unified America. I'm going to play the clip in just 1 second, but I want to be clear. This is clear incitement. Jesse Waters tries to draw a narrative of a bunch of tragedies that aren't linked in any way. He cites the shooting of Donald Trump's ear, which was done by a Republican kid. He cites the shooting of 2 Jewish people outside of an embassy, which was done by a far left, insane, radical lunatic who nobody would defend. No liberal will ever defend this. But let's just listen to this clip of Jesse Waters. And keep in mind, this is rhetoric designed to prime people for more violence. So we need to back off this type of rhetoric, Jesse Waters.
Said this hits differently because Charlie was one of us. And Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters. You got riots in LA. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it.
No, you wouldn't.
This is unacceptable and has to stop.
Wait. I just want to pause it. The Chiron at the bottom says, Charlie Kirk assassin still on the loose. At this very moment, we do not know who did this. We don't know their ideology. You could make assumptions in your head, but in what reality is it okay to go on air in front of millions of Americans and use rhetoric about they're at war with us? It is very clear incitement. I have not seen a single politician on the Democratic side. MAGA Fox News host Jesse Waters goes live on.
This is uncalled for. The news media now pushing the rhetoric that we are at war with each other and to fight each other and drawing division. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. And this needs to stop, okay? They have no facts. Like he said, it literally says the shooter suspect is still on the loose, yet we're over here inciting civil war over something we know nothing about. We don't know who the shooter is or where they came from. And we're putting this rhetoric out.
And someone says that they saw him walk along the whole top of that roof. If you look here, you can see where he actually stood up and shot. And I'm not going to, but right there, he actually stood up. So he did the shot, stood up, and he ran off. Now, chances are, if you guys are looking at this, if you read, it says it right here. This person saw it, Omar, right? So Omar says, Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him, literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow, okay? And if you guys want to see who Omar is, this is Omar after, and now right there. So there's Omar, and he's the one who said, hey, something big might happen. Check this out, guys. I don't think it's a coincidence that the question was asked about mass shootings or any of that. I think it was a setup at that point. So we got to check who's asking that question. That's the first thing. Second thing, I'm sure they're going to follow every lead, but these older gentlemen out here who are saying they're the shooter and or trying to throw people off, I get it. You guys hate Charlie for all those reasons. That's on you. You're going to have to deal with God and Charlie, because Charlie's in heaven too. But I will tell you, if you guys go to any function, man, I can't stress this enough about physical security and just tact. You run into the middle of everything in the front of the stage and you make a commotion. You say something. We got shooters up on the top in Butler, Pennsylvania. There's a guy up there with a gun. Stop what you're doing. Run in the middle of this guy. Who cares who's looking at you, who stops you? You say, there's a shooter up there. You start making a commotion. You cannot be quiet about this. This guy recorded something and said, hey, look, somebody just ran across the roof and got in a prone position. Are you kidding? This is where you pick your feet up and you run and you do your damn job as a person, as a human. There are a lot of sick people out there, and they're sick people. It's the people doing this, okay? And they're sick about it, and I'm sick of it. All right, I'm telling you guys are trying to provoke people. You guys are trying to mobilize people, and we're not that way. We're God-fearing people. We respect the flag. I'm a United States Army veteran. I'll tell you what I do. I defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I don't care who's the president. I don't care who's in Congress. That's not my problem. I care about the people. And Charlie Kirk was exercising his First Amendment right in front of people, and he got assassinated for it.
All right, let's talk about this, gentleman. Okay. He's wrong to speculate on the internet and pull up someone. Obviously, this person shouldn't have said what they said on the internet. And this is why we need to be careful about the things that we say on the internet, because they will come and haunt you. Okay. But what you need to understand is that he just doxed somebody on the internet, blasted their face as though they were the shooter with no evidence and nothing to stand on. And Jesse said in the chat that it's a hoax. We don't know if it's a hoax or not. It very well could be that person, but we don't know. But to go onto social media and make content saying that I know who it is and put their face all over, you will ruin someone's life doing that. This cannot be tolerated. And I'm not a fan of cancel culture, but people like that make this kind of content should not be allowed to create content anymore. And this is clear that they are putting out information without any facts backing it, speculating as though it's a fact, and damaging and destroying people's lives. This is where I say that these types of people should be removed from the internet. Okay? If you have factual information and you are giving it to the public, that is one thing. But to speculate and dox somebody like that, that is just disgusting. And you're part of the problem. All right, this is an eyewitness account from someone who saw what happened. And what I want you to take from this, well, let's watch the video first and then I'll explain to you.
What happened?
Hi. So we were about 3 or 4 rows back. I was there with another reporter from the Deseret News, Emma Pitts. And the question had just come up about how many transgender shooters there had been. And they went back and forth. Charlie Kirk answered once. The student asking a question, he asked something else, and Charlie went to pick up the microphone to answer, and it looked like he was shot in on the left side of his neck. There was a lot of blood, and he went limp, and he started to fall backwards.
And did you see him? What happened in that immediate moment? He fell backwards. What happened then?
So a lot of the people, because we had been there early since around 9 a.m. We were interviewing lots of people just about the atmosphere. And the audience initially thought it was a firecracker. It was really light sound. And so then something was obviously wrong. Everyone dropped to the ground. And then we ran off, cowered there for about probably 30, 40 seconds. Saw the coast was, well, I don't know if we definitely did not think it was clear, but we ran off to get shelter in another part of the building. We hid under a desk, just contacted our editors.
What happened?
Okay. I want you to notice something in this video. And I want you to know that when this video came out, this was during the time they had arrested the old man and drug him out pantsless, okay? So before it was established that there was a shooter on the roof and they were pushing the narrative that it was this old guy in the crowd, this is what the news was putting out. And I'm going to mute it so that I can talk. Notice this video. They're showing the roof, right? And obviously this is after the fact, but the news does this where they zoom into the roof and they're looking around, right? And they're posting it at the time where they are assuming that they got the shooter. It's the old man. And they're showing that the roof is empty. No one's up there. Even though this is after the fact, they do this on purpose. See that shot of all over the rooftops? That is to imply that there was nobody on the roof. The news does this stuff. And this is part of what created the rhetoric of, we got the guy. We got the guy, we drug him out pantsless. This is wrong. And the news is part of the problem. This is why we have a show, because the news is so terrible that they would push this. Now, I don't know what happened with the old guy. I don't know why they drug him out. They released him though, but they were trying to use post footage as though it was of what was happening, because your brain, the way it works, they were trying to push a narrative that seemed like there was no one on the roof. And that's why you see the shot that you're seeing right now. Okay. And this is a big problem. Let's look at another one.
Going too tough and came and took him out. Okay, that's one.
Oh, we'll get to that one later. Let me see here. Okay, then there's this one. Look, it won't even play the whole thing. Look at this. TikTok won't allow me to play the whole clip.
Please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Thank you.
So they went to take a moment of silence in the House for Charlie. And I don't know who it was, but they start yelling and screaming out of disrespect. And the issue is this. This video being pushed out and being shown is part of the bifurcation that they're creating. They want to create a divide. They knew damn well that by taking a moment of silence at the point that they did, that would happen. Okay? They knew that it would get recorded and they could post it to social media and they could use it as more rhetoric to try to drive division and hate between us. That is the whole goal of what's happening right now. They want to divide this country. Today is 9/11 and we are more divided than we've ever been. United we stand, divided we fall is something we always said on 9/11. And here we are, the most divided I've ever seen this country, and we've been through a lot. And this is the most divided I've ever seen. Look at this video, chat.
Man, fight back! White 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 man, fight back! Man, fight back!
They're screaming, fight back. These are Republicans, people with a Jesus flag, Republican flag, American flags. This is the right. Okay? I'm not an idiot. It doesn't take a rocket science to figure out what side this is. And the right is enraged because they are so sure that the Democrats did this, that the far left did this, and they have no idea who did it. We still have no idea who did it. And we have a mob of people chanting in the streets to fight. This is wrong. This is not right. Do not go out and engage with any of this. This is what they want. They want us to fight against each other. And then on top of it, we have these videos. Let's see here. Where should we start?
And it's kind of weird because it only feels like there's only a couple angles that are being posted about it. There should be more videos of, there should be more footage of this. Why is he perfectly framed up in these videos? Like what I mean by anything is they don't show blood on this shit. They don't show people being shot. Why are they letting us see this? It's because we want to see it. But like, this is really weird. Like, I've been on TikTok for a lot, like since like not on Musically, but like after that, and I was on Vine. And I mean, I watched a dog be put to sleep on my For You page one time, but like, and there used to be like, yeah, cartel TikTok, but I didn't ever see anybody actually get shot on TikTok. You had to go on Best Gore to watch that shit. And it's kind of weird because it only feels like there's only a couple angles that are being posted about it. There should be more videos of, there should be more footage of this. Why is he perfectly framed up in these videos? like what I mean by anything is they don't show blood on this shit. They don't show people being shot. Why are they letting us see this? It's because we want to see it. But like,
okay, let's talk about this. One, there were, have you ever been to a concert or an event lately? Not a single person, even fireworks, not a single person is watching the actual event. They all have their phones and they have their phone in the air and they're watching the event through their phone. Okay? We should have hundreds of thousands of these videos. Yet we only have these certain ones being pushed out. Now, this can be explained, okay? It's probably the algorithm. The best video with the best footage got watched and engaged with the most. Therefore, it was pushed out. However, I literally posted in the live today, you saw it, I posted a video of Charlie Kirk and his family, and we were rugged off the internet within a second. Okay? Yet this video was allowed to filter around very bloody, very gory video. I know you all saw it, and if you didn't see it, I am happy for you. You do not want to see it. Don't go looking for it. But the fact that it was allowed on the internet as long as it was is not normal. They wanted this information to get out. They wanted people to see it, to become more angry. They wanted this video. I saw it. It is one of the most horrific, gruesome things I've ever seen on the internet. And I've seen people beheaded in the early 2000s. Okay. This was brutal. And the fact that they pushed a rhetoric that he was fine and he made it to the hospital, he was in stable condition, all these different things. I don't understand why they lied so much with this. And at the same time, I do. It was all for a purpose. They did all of these things, were orchestrated perfectly and allowed to happen for a reason. Okay, now let's talk about this video.
Where he was struck. Exactly where he was struck. Exactly where.
Look at TikTok's not allowing the videos to play all the way through.
This thing. You know, I'm sorry. But look, there's that black thing. There it is. There it is. Tell me that's not exactly where he was struck.
This is another person on social media creating videos, creating content for their own personal gain. I wasn't going to cover this Charlie Kirk thing at all. I didn't go live yesterday. I didn't post any videos about it yesterday. What I did post was that we're being played against each other. And thank you, TikTok seller, for the most perfectly timed political videos. And those were from days before. But people coming out and making this content for their own personal gain, creating narratives, okay, that are misleading, misinformation, on purpose, or it's orchestrated. Maybe they're part of what's going on. There was so much misinformation going around. I've never seen anything like it. And we had the Trump assassination. And this was worse. I knew they were going to shoot him, so I clipped it before that. No, you didn't. Stop. But people making videos like this is awful. Okay? And terrible content. And so much AI generated content. I know I reposted a bunch of this. I reposted it so that it would come up here so that I could bring it up and talk about it. Just because I repost something doesn't mean that I believe it. This is unreal. Now there's this. More conspiracies. Do you see the signal?
Counting or not counting gang violence.
Now this is great. I don't know about it being stupid. I don't think this one is stupid. I think this one may actually be the real deal. But because of videos like the one before, videos like this are discredited. And when I see this video, I see something real here. Watch it again, chat. He signals with his hat, touches his nose, and then the other guy gives another signal with his hands and arms. That's a clear, like, baseball type, and then immediately it happens. I believe this to be true. I don't think this is a coincidence. I don't think that this... I think that this thing was set up We're gonna get into that more, and I'll create some good clips for you coming up. But let's talk about why first, and then I will break it down for you. All right. One more video here. I forgot this one.
This guy's gonna get fucked.
A man was screaming F Charlie Kirk on a scooter, and these people attacked him. Well, I'll tell you something right now. Charlie would not condone this. Charlie was a man of free speech, and he clearly exercised that right. As you all know, he has said some very horrific things. But I'll tell you this, every person has the right to say whatever they want. You do not have the right to attack anyone for it. Period. Whatsoever. You do not have the right to attack anyone because of something they say. Okay? Whether it's Charlie, whether it's a guy on a scooter cruising by saying F Charlie Kirk. Neither one of those men deserved what happened to them. Let's talk some more. Let's get more into the reason why. Why was Charlie killed? And who did it? That's the real question, right, chat? Do you want to know why Charlie was unalived and why they assassinated him? The real reason? Yes, a lot of people hate him for the things that he says, but there's a deeper reason here.
What's your opinion on the phase 1 release of the Epstein files? Do you think it was more of a PR stunt with Pam Bondi because she just got into office?
We as the American people deserve to have every Epstein file released with no redactions whatsoever, period.
Right.
And so yesterday, I don't want to comment because a lot of these people are my friends, but they got to make it right. And we, the American people, ran on transparency. We deserve to see the entire client list.
Yeah.
Every document the government has regarding the Epstein files, we, the American people, should have on an easy-to-access website immediately in a very, very quick fashion. I'm pushing for that both privately and publicly, just so you know.
Yeah.
Secondly, there probably are a lot of destroyed documents. I think that's probably the issue. I can say with almost 100% certainty that Trump was not on the flight logs. But as far as the client list, that very specific thing, I don't know if it still exists. I'm worried that was actually deleted, destroyed or disappeared. But look, statute of limitations for child sex trafficking goes for 30 or 40 years. We should impanel a grand jury, and every person involved in the Epstein child sex trafficking should go to federal prison for the rest of their life. Every single person. We need justice, and we need these people in federal jail.
What's your opinion on the phase?
That's why they got him.
Donald Trump had his puppet killed for speaking about Epstein.
In the Southern District of New York.
Yeah. Everything. Everything except child sexual assault material.
I think every file should be released to the public the same way as the JFK files.
Donald Trump had his puppet killed.
I think it was Donald Trump. Not physically, obviously, but I think, and if not Donald Trump, I think it was the administration, the deep state, possibly. There's some speculation about Israel. Okay. Whoever is on that Epstein list did this. Somebody on there. And in my opinion, I have no facts to it, but I'm not stupid. And I'm going to tell you why I believe Donald Trump was behind this. Okay, let's watch a few more videos, and then I will explain to you
You know, in the old days, boom, firing squad. No, it's true. Boom, gun, bang, bing, bong. When we were strong, bing, and it goes quickly, right? It's called, you're dead. You know, in the old days, boom, firing.
Okay. Let me see. Is there any more videos? Here.
Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote. Just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote. And vote.
Do you hear what he just said? I remember when he said that. Let me explain something to you, chat. Okay? It was quiet. Yeah, I know. I can't turn it up any louder, but let's talk about it, okay? And why I think that this was orchestrated by either the deep state. Basically, he said that you're not going to have to vote again. Go out and vote. This will be the last time you have to vote. We're going to have it fixed so good, you'll never need to vote again. Right? And that's what we're seeing. So if you know anything about times of war, if the country is at war, they don't have to have an election. There's more to it than that, though. In order for that to happen, the U.S. has to be in a state of national emergency. But also there is another thing that has to happen in order for we have to be in a state of national emergency in order to implement the National Guard across the country, which is what Donald Trump is trying to do right now. We have to have a national emergency in order to enact tariffs. We have to have a national emergency in order for unconstitutional edict, which are executive orders, to be lawful. Donald Trump has been in and out of court, and how do I say it? The tariffs are being fought in the Supreme Court, whether or not Donald Trump has the constitutional grounds to enact the tariffs. It is being fought in court right now at the Supreme Court level, whether or not Donald Trump has the right to bring in the National Guard into the states. Okay? And here's the thing is, the only way that, and I said this before on the live, the only way that he can have a legal standing in order to enact that is if we are in a state of emergency. So let me tell you this. Whether the only collateral damage was Charlie Kirk being killed, if they can pin it on a patsy to create it that it was someone from the far left, that could be enough. But if they incite violence, incite a rhetoric that creates civil war or unrest, where people are fighting against each other, then they can call a state of national emergency. Every single thing that Donald Trump has been trying to do, but has been being shut down by the courts because it's unconstitutional, is very correct. It is unconstitutional. But it becomes lawful if we are in a state of emergency. But you know what? Donald Trump pretty much ended all the wars. Pretty much, at least with the U.S., right? So we're not at war anymore. So there was a real fine line of where the Supreme Court could rule against Donald Trump and everything he's been trying to do. So they had to create a national emergency in order to continue making these executive orders. Without a state of national emergency, there is no executive orders, period. And that's why we've been in a perpetual state of national emergency, because it's a way that we no longer have a president. We have a king. The king writes down, I decree that this shall happen. That's not the way this government works, okay? There is a separation of powers. The executive branch does not have the constitutional right to create law. That is up to the legislative branch, and it is up to the judicial branch to interpret that law. Okay? We have that for a reason, but we have made it so that the president, in a time of emergency, can make a law. It's not a law, ladies and gentlemen. An executive order is not a law. An executive order is unconstitutional edict that is imposed upon the American people in the time of national emergency. Okay? Donald Trump's whole, I must have tariffs, I must have the National Guard in the states, I must be able to make executive orders, is why this happened. This was orchestrated by the deep state. And here's the thing you have to understand is, even if it comes out that it's some transgender person that did this, which we don't know that, or some far left person, but we don't know that. Even if it comes out that that is what they tell us, that's the official narrative, and even if it is that type of person, you have to understand that the FBI, the CIA, they find people that are unwell, and they manipulate them, and they con them, and they force them into doing things that they would have never done without that help. They will give people bombs and guns and ammunition, and they will incite them and coerce them into doing things that they probably would have never done without them behind it. Okay? So no matter who comes out to be the shooter, you're never going to convince me that this wasn't orchestrated. And even if it wasn't, the rhetoric that they're pushing on social media, the way they allowed Charlie Kirk to be shown in brutal, gruesome, gory fashion on the internet for so long, the way they're inciting the left and the right against each other, is all for a purpose. What do you do when the people grab their pitchforks and their torches and they march on the castle? The king comes out and tells the people with the pitchforks that the people with the torches are trying to take away their pitchforks. It's a tale as old as time. I've told you this time and time again. They want us to fight each other. They want us bifurcated. They want us to go out in the streets and riot and yell and scream, set things on fire. They want us to start a civil war. They want us to start a revolution. Why? Because then Donald Trump can remain president so long as we're in a state of national emergency. They won't have to have another election. Donald Trump can continue to make unconstitutional edict and impose executive orders. Donald Trump can continue to place tariffs with this. This was necessary. I don't care whether you're on the right or the left. This is the play. And you will not convince me otherwise. And I don't care what official story comes out. I don't care what you've been told, what you've seen on the internet. The fact of the matter is, people are fighting each other in the streets right now. They ripped a guy off of his scooter so that way they and attacked him for free speech. They literally are fighting for a person that was fighting for free speech by exercising that right, I would say, quite to an extent. Okay? This is not what Charlie Kirk would want. Okay? And this is not what any person in the U.S. would want. This is what people who are on the Epstein files would want. This is people who are losing control of the United States would want. This is what plenty of other countries would want. But this is not what the American people want. But they think they do because they've been manipulated. Their brains have been rotted by social media, by propaganda, by the news, and influencers that are making content based on nothing and spreading a rhetoric that is rotting the core of what our country is about. This is 9/11, and we are supposed to be unified together at least on this one day. And this is the most bifurcated I've ever seen this country in my entire life. You guys need to wake up and understand and see what is happening around you. Stop watching social media. Obviously, I'm here on social media, but stop watching this nonsense and this garbage and understand what is happening in front of you. You are being played. And it's all for a reason. And there's another reason here. Not just because of the Supreme Court battles over the executive orders on tariffs and the National Guard, but also the Epstein files. They need to switch and make you look over here. They want you to look somewhere else. Don't pay attention to what this hand is doing. Look at this one. Are you still on Twitch so I can clip this? Yes, I am on Twitch so you can clip it. They are doing this on purpose. This is all for, you know, a reason. Don't let it, whether you like the guy or not, don't let this young man's death tear this country apart. Spread this knowledge and understanding of what we are seeing to everyone that you know. This message needs to be gotten out, and people need to understand that this is not the time to be fighting right versus left. Okay, this is not the time to be fighting anyone. This is not about the right versus the left. This is about the American people versus the pedophiles, and the American people versus the tyrannical government that is being imposed upon them. This is the American people versus the ultra wealthy and elite that are abusing the system and using social media and everything against us. Wake up. You're being played. I'm going to leave it at that, guys. It's 9:41. I hope this reaches someone and maybe it simmers you down a little bit and helps you to focus your rage, your energy toward the right enemy. This is just like the Wilfie coin, right? This is just like how World Liberty Financial is doing something, so they put out the Wilfie coin and everyone goes and buys the meme coin because they're fucking idiots, when really World Liberty Financial is traded on the stock market. This is no different politically than financially. They are doing it on all levels. So try to educate people. Try to reach out to people. Make a video. Clip this video, post it, and share it. TikTok Seller will be clipping these videos, and we will be posting them. When you see this content, like it, share it, comment on it, spam the comments, add it to your favorites, share it out, do every possible engagement that you can, because this is where you fight on the front lines of freedom, guys. And not just with these, and obviously this helps me by you engaging on my content, but every single one of my videos. The more you guys go into the search bar on TikTok and search Ozthecryptogoat, don't just look for me in my messages, go into the search bar and search Ozthecryptogoat. Pull up my videos, engage with them. The more engagement you give my channel, the more this will get pushed out there. And if we can get it to go viral, we can actually make a change. Okay? We can actually maybe stop some violence. We can save someone's life with this, what we're doing here. We could save lives. Because I'm telling you right now, we are marching head first off a cliff right now. And all I'm trying to do is jump in front of everybody before they head off the cliff and say, hey, take your blindfolds off. There's a cliff right here, guys. Wake up. We need to inform as many people with this. I need your help. And I only have 5 of you listening right now. I need every one of you, all 5 of you, to engage in this content. Clip this portion and add it to every video. I need you to engage with these videos. We need to push this information out because we need to help the people understand that they are being played and that we need to stop the violence now. The violence needs to end now, and we need to unite together as the American people and rise up against our true enemy, because we are not one another's enemy. We have more in common than you think. We don't have to agree on everything, okay? But we don't have to fight each other on everything either. We need to come together and stop this in its tracks before it gets any worse, because if we do not stop this now, I guarantee you there will be bloodshed. Thank you all. Have a good night. So we'll do Quant and ARB unless we receive the gift. Quant. Quant looks like a double bottom. And it looks like it might be flagging right now. Yeah, Quant might pump. And I'd say it's a triple bottom and a bull flag maybe here. Yeah, this one's probably going to pump. I think everything's about to get a bit of a pump. Let's say it does pump. That would take it to 106 maybe 105. And it could potentially go all the way to 108. And that's just based off of this pattern right here, triple bottom. In a more long term in the day, I think it's coming down. I think what it does is it's going to do this right here. And then boom, head and shoulders. Justin Kelly, you got to send the gift because we're already over time. Because it's going to cost me $100 to go over because the IT guy's in here. No. You got to send the goal gift. I appreciate it though. Let's see here. ARB for TikTok seller. If you were a subscriber, I would probably be like, oh, okay, you know, but become a subscriber, man. And then you can get, I'll tell you what, subscribe right now and I got you, bro. And that way you get the perks of being a subscriber, man. But we're already 30 minutes over time. Arbitrum, is that it? How do I describe? I'm on TikTok Pro. So down on the bottom, there's like a star with a little circle around it. And you're going to click that, become a deluxe subscriber, and I got you, bro. ARB looks like it's flagging too. That's a nice bull flag, it looks like. And I'd say it's a bit of a inverted head and shoulders. And that would send it up to about 33. And that's on the 1 hour. And then on the day, it kind of looks like a double bottom. I think it comes down further. I think it comes to 0.24, and then it just takes off double bottom, sending it up to 0.64 later on. And it could go more from there. It could go more from there, but I'm thinking that's probably what it's going to do, because we have this one right here, and then this one right here, and then this one will boom. So maybe it does like 80 cents at the most. All right, Justin, are you gonna subscribe? I'm telling you, with the deluxe subscription, bro, like you get one-on-one coaching with me. And real quick, if you guys want to sign up for the TA class, send me a DM. All right, I'll give you a minute. I'm gonna do a little bit of promotion to buy you some time. All right. So if you're interested in doing the TA class, it is different from the coaching. Okay, so one-on-one coaching is about helping you find a strategy and on-demand TA for your projects, okay? The TA class is going to teach you how to read the charts like I do. So there is a difference. All right? This is $25 an hour, okay? For this class. That's dirt cheap. All right. And so it's $100 a month, but some months have more days in it. And so you'll get a free class some months. Okay. So the price won't change, but it'll be $100 a month. And then don't forget, we're live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Every day we're here. And then we have our merch. So we have hoodies, shirts, men and women's shirts. We have mugs. I have my mug right here. Check it out. And we have stickers. And then don't forget to sign up. Come join my Discord. It's absolutely free. If you're looking to do the TA class, that's going to be done on Discord. So if you go into my Discord, there is a section that says TA classes. You can click on that and you can put your name on the list to sign up. And, oh, I have an extra ticket to Rare Evo. If anybody's interested in going to this event, it's in Las Vegas. It's on August 6th through the 10th. I have press passes. I was told that they would most likely be upgraded to VIP, which are like $1,500 tickets, $1,600. So If you're looking for a VIP experience in Vegas, let me know. They are press passes. They may not get upgraded. It depends on how many VIP tickets they actually sell. So if there are availability, we will be the first in line to get those VIP tickets. But I only have one extra, so it'll be you and the goat. All right, Justin, did you figure it out? Oh, and check it out. We were able to raise another $75 this month for the Save a Warrior Foundation. Thank you to everyone that donated. We're making a difference here. We're changing lives. We're doing something positive for the community. Not just being greedy. You know, we want to help people. We want to do positive things for the community, not just the crypto community, but the world in general. You know, like, that's what this is about. This whole thing is about helping people. That's the main goal here. I'm going to be really bummed if I'm going live extra for no reason right now. I'm going to give it a few more minutes for you, Justin. But I'll tell you what, Justin, being a subscriber, it's going to be worth it for you because, like, you're asking me right now for TA. You're going to have priority in the chat to get that TA done on your projects. And you can message me directly for TA anytime. There it is. Justin just subscribed. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate you. And remember, you can message me and send me a direct message, okay, with your email, and I will sign you up for the email alert system. And because you subscribed, I will go till 10 o'clock. Unless we don't have any more to go over, then I'll cut it early. Welcome aboard, Justin. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. I feel like you were on the fence about signing up anyway. So glad to have you. Don't forget, you guys can also gift subscriptions to other people if you want to, if you feel like doing that. As soon as we get to 115 subscribers, I actually get paid more money for having subscribers, and it actually becomes a little more lucrative for me. All right, Justin wanted IMX. I got you, bro. I'm telling you, you're gonna enjoy it. IMX is a diamond bottom in the 1 hour. So I would imagine this one's going to pump soon. That would be at about 48 to 49 on that one. And in the 1 day, it's probably reached, it could potentially go to 35 cents. But because of that diamond bottom, I'm thinking not, which would be a double bottom, sending it up here. And that would go to at least like 86 to 90 cents and potentially more. It could potentially go to $1.04. Five projects you jumped in when you got confirmation? What do you mean? Any chance it revisits its all-time high? Let me look. I'm going to say probably not. Okay. So this is common What you're seeing, this is the bull cycle. That's probably where it will hit its top and then come back down. And by then, that would be December, end of the bull cycle. We're kind of in the final last round here. This is do or die for the bull cycle. It's pretty much almost over. No, I think probably $1 would be the most it actually reaches. Kita? No, I can do Kita for you. There were some other ones in the chat. Chat, if you want me to look at those projects for you, we're going to go till 10 o'clock. You can all thank Justin Kelly for adding an hour on. I'm not too happy about it. I'm in pain. I am tired. But we'll do it. I mean, I'd say we're in the 8th inning. We're in the 8th inning. All right, Mother of Dragons wants Kita. How you doing, Mother of Dragons? Kayleen, so nice to see you. Always a pleasure. See, it's on Tether. That doesn't look right. Kita. Try this one. Does that look right to you? Does that look like the right one? Oh, KTA. Oh, this is it. Perfect. All right. So it looks like it did a bit of a Head and Shoulders here. It's that new? May 15th? When you say 8th inning, you don't mean 7th inning stretch before November, December. I mean, yeah, kind of. I guess I'd say we're probably in the 7th inning now, and we're in the 8th inning. Maybe we go into extra innings on this one, but I think it's done by November. I think it's done by November. I think we get a pump in September, October, and then we start heading down in November, or maybe something changes. But the way the world is going right now, I'm leaning towards probably not. This one's hard to say, but I would imagine this does something like this. Come, boom, Head and Shoulders, 40 cents. Possibly. I could be wrong. There's just not enough data. There's ones like this. There's just not enough data. It is in a downtrend, which means it should turn upward soon. I'd say that 66 to 63, it could potentially come down to, and then start moving up. What platform is it on? I'm not sure. You'd have to find out. I'm sure it's on I think it said Kraken. Polynex, Blowfin, Uniswap, Bitmart. So basically, the traditional cycles are a thing of the past because regulations and institutions. I think, yes. And I think the next bull cycle won't be 4 years off. I think it'll be sooner, maybe in a year or two. I think 2026 is going to be dead. They're just going to say, okay, go to sleep. see you in 4 years, and then the next year, boom, bull cycle, and no one will be prepared for it. I do see crypto turning more to traditional stock market by 2030. I think so. XRP, Rihanna, you got it. So XRP is a head and shoulders in the 1 day, but it could possibly break out of that. So in the 1 day here, we have the head and shoulders, possibly sending it down to about 180 to 160 if it doesn't break structure. Okay, it could break structure. I don't think so. It may hit $2 and bounce up from there. In the 1 hour, it kind of looks like it's gonna pump one more time, maybe. It could see like 230 to 235. At the most, I would say 240 to 247, and it would still be within structure. But it is this pattern right here. It's a bit of an ascending channel, which would send it down to $2. Okay, so it may have one more pump up to about 237. Maybe it's more like 239, 240. Come back down, and then it would break and hit $2. The question is it going to bounce off of $2? Or is it going to break through? I would imagine that it does something like this. It probably come up and back down. It's $2, bounces, and then comes down. Something like that. That's what I'm guessing. Not financial advice, but what do you personally see as the top 3 performers in the last inning? That's a good question. Probably Ondo. Maybe Algo. I don't think Algo is going to outperform Ondo, to be honest with you. If we have a meme season, I think, or excuse me, an alt season, maybe XRP. If the case gets dropped on XRP, I think it would outperform everything. But I don't think that that's going to happen. They may drop the case, but the injunction getting removed, that's the main thing. Is if the injunction is removed on XRP, XRP is going to do, $5 to $8. But it's hard to say. There's just so much hopium with XRP is why I say that. So it's just hard to say. I'm thinking Ondo. I'm really thinking Ondo. I'm hoping for SXT to do something this bull run. I would think that would maybe be its time to shine. It just hasn't gotten the traction. It may be something for the next bull run where SXT takes off. But the sentiment behind it, its utility, I'm digging it. Rihanna, you're very much welcome. Thank you so much. All right. Anybody got me with a gift? Just to hook a brother up? How about a meteor shower? Somebody got me with a meteor shower. I know I'm asking for a lot. Do I need to call Mega to make me believe in XRP again? I call him regularly to help me believe. Mega's the only person that makes me less bearish. Because, you know, I trust his TA. He's pretty on point. For the most part, there are others that are, whatever, but I know he's not blind to the fact that things can come down. So when he says that things are going up, I tend to believe him. But I don't really go to Mega for TA. I go to Mega for emotional support for XRP. We need to create an emotional support group for XRP holders. Because yeah, we're having a hard time over here. Does anybody have any more projects? Any more projects? I'm going to take down the meteor shower. I know you guys aren't going to send it. I was trying to put something up that would not be so crazy, but how about a glowing jellyfish? Can we get a glowing jellyfish? If not, no big deal. Axelar, got you. Link is bullish as F right now. Really? I'll look at Link. Axelar. I hate to break it to you, but this looks like it's coming down. Oh yeah, this is coming down. Classic. Like that. Where's that put it? In July. And then possibly run up again to right about there. I'd say 50 cents max. It would probably wick into 50 cents and then like that. Oh, Neo, thank you for the gem gun. And Jesus, thank you for the glowing gun. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. We actually made 20 bucks this live. All right. Yay. Cost me an extra 100 to go live longer, but it doesn't matter. It's not about the money. I mean, it's nice to offset some of the costs though. But I don't want to always, like, I don't want to be live till 10 o'clock. I want to go to bed or relax and get out of the chair. I've been sitting in this chair for 5 hours straight. You know what I mean? That's why it's like, all right, make it worth my while, you know. Link. That's what it was. I like Link. I hold a little bit. Not too much. Most of my money's in stable coins right now, but when I go back into rebuy mode, so Link looks like a bit of a bull flag thing going on, possibly. It looks like an inverted head and shoulders, possibly here. In the short term, just in the hour, I would say it goes to about 13.6, maybe 13.5, 13.6, somewhere around there. And then in the day, it's coming down. Okay. This thing is coming down overall. This is a head and shoulders. All right. So this thing is coming down to 10. I'd say like 11 cents to like 11 to 10 cents, maybe 10.5. Somewhere down here is where it's going to drop. I'm thinking right there. 10.14. 10.36. EMA ribbons are crossing on what? Arrow? Oh, on Link? I don't use those, man, because they throw you off. But we can look at them. Just because they're not crossing. I don't see them crossing. In what time frame? Maybe in like the low time frame, like the 5 minute. What time frame for the EMAs? Because I'm in the 1 day. Maybe you're mistaken. All right, do we have any more? Hold up, TV just glitched, had to restart. No worries. Yeah, this is Chainlink. Yeah, it looks like a bit of an inverted head and shoulders. But I think in the 1 day overall, it's coming down. It's a head and shoulders right here, bringing it down. You see it? Do you see the head and shoulders? Okay, it's right here. Boom. All right, I think I got time for one more. Who's going to give me the last one? And don't forget, TA classes, if you want to learn how to do technical analysis and learn how to read the charts like I do, okay? I'm very quick with my TA. Chris Durkee wants to do Tron, but he's not a subscriber. So I'll tell you what, Chris Durkee, I will give you either you can become a deluxe subscriber or you can send a money gun. But I'll tell you what, with the deluxe subscriber, you get one-on-one coaching with me. But you got 1 minute to send the money gun, or otherwise we're going to call it a night. Justin Kelly wants AKT. You got it. Last one. Unless Chris Durkee subscribes. If Chris Durkee subscribes, I'll do one more. A cash network? No worries, bro. I'll tell you this right now, though, that deluxe subscription pays for itself. All right, on the 1 hour, I'd say this is kind of a diamond bottom. It's a bit wonky, but it kind of feels like maybe a diamond bottom thing going on here. You see it? That's bullish. That would send it to I'd say 0.184, or excuse me, 1.184. But in the day, looks like it had a head and shoulders. It played out. It may be going into reversal, but I would say this is a descending, broadening wedge. Let me double check on that one. That's bullish. Yeah, this one looks like it's about to take off in the day and the hour. AKT, whoever called that one's about to do something. Let's see if this takes off. That would send it to 166, or excuse me, 165 would be your first profit taking zone. 175, 180, 195, $2, and then 260. I don't think it'll go higher than that. It could, but there's just not enough data to tell. But let's say this is a double bottom here now, right? And it does that. That would send it to 230 to 240. I'm leaning more towards this right here, actually. I would say probably 216 to 220. This one looks bullish as hell. All time frames look good on this one. I might buy some of this. The problem is, here's why I won't buy it. It's only been out since March 19th. There's not enough data for it to really be accurately charted. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter how bullish it looks. One bad thing can just this thing. So be careful on this one. I'm glad I took a look at how long it's been out. That's usually one of the last things I check, just to be sure, because this could do just like what SXT did, and it looked bullish as hell, and it just... All right. Be careful on this one. But Justin Kelly, I would say that more than likely it's going to be somewhat bullish. But be careful. Be careful. Yeah, it's like render. Man, who was it that bought render? And I told him, I was like, bro, like, he was like saying all this stuff about render, and I was like, yeah, but I didn't see, you know, from my TA, you know, and he didn't take my advice, and he lost a lot of money, and then he canceled his subscription, which I would think you'd do the opposite, right? Why would, if somebody gave you good advice and you didn't follow it, and then so you cancel your subscription with them, it's like, it's not my fault you lost. You know what I mean? I tried to give you the tools. But that's more about PTC, kind of SXT, no? What do you mean? You mean it's about what Bitcoin does? Yeah. Here's the thing is, I was pretty convinced that SXT found its bottom, and then the world just went to shit. Nobody could have predicted that. And that's why we do the news for the show, is because we have to kind of gauge that. But I tell you what, right now, the markets are rocky, whether you're in crypto or you're in, the stock market. Everything is rocky right now. All right. Be careful. not financial advice. Okay. This is just what I see. I tend to be right. But mind you, I'm only 90 to 95% accurate. So I like SXT though. I don't think it's shit. I think it's a awesome coin. I think it's just we're too early. Too early. I'm always too early to everything, but I'm okay with that because I see the potential for SXT doing dollars, like $5, $10 to $25 in the next 5 or 10 years. So I'm okay with it. I'm accumulating it for long-term storage. Oh yeah, SXT is going to be massive. Like people don't even know. Like we're so early on that. Everybody that's holding SXT, yeah, in due time. I agree, buddy. That's one it's an accumulation, baby. Every time it goes down, I'm like, oh, thank God, like I can buy more. And I'm not throwing my whole bag at it right away. I'm putting a little bit into it every time it goes down, I'm not really DCAing it. I'm just accumulating it as it goes down. I'm like, oh yeah, baby, keep on coming down. I'm okay with it. And once it gets down to that low, then I'll throw a fucking massive bag in it. And so what? It takes 5 years for it to do anything? Fine. I did the same thing with XRP and now I'm retired. So once people read it and realize what it is, it's going to boom. Exactly. All the crypto creators, I found this one, okay? All the crypto creators, I tell them about it, and then they're just like, oh, I'm buying this. I'm like, yeah, you're welcome. I'd be like, I will take my pontoon boat in emerald green with gold fringe, please. And I want one that's powered by a Sea-Doo so that we can take chat out on the pontoon boat and we can go ride around on the Sea-Doo and do things and bring it back and dock it in there. So, all right, I'm going to end the live, guys. Thanks for sticking around and all the gifts. Justin, thank you for subscribing. Send me a DM with your email address, and I'll get you signed up on the email alert system for free for the rest of the month, and you can try that out. I asked Nani Crypto this morning what she thought of it. She didn't know, and then she freaked out. I know, right? I am like, let me tell you this. I am known for picking the best ones early, way too early. Yeah, once she did some reading, I know. That has like been my whole thing. I've always picked things that are always end up being the best later on. I'm just good at picking them. They just fall into my lap too. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just manifest it. Who knows? Anyway, Justin, I'm looking forward to hearing from you, and yeah, I'll see you around. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I'm Ozthecryptogoat. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and we're going to get started with it. In just a few moments, let's get to 10K likes, and then we'll get going with it. How's everybody doing today? Are you making any money? Hopefully you're making any money, and if you're not, that means you didn't buy the bottom like we did. We bought that bottom, didn't we? What's up, Crypto Trey? How you doing, fam? And if you haven't been watching, Jessie the Fact Checker, that's at Jessie the Fact Checker, has her new show. I believe she was live today. So make sure you follow Jessie. 294. I know, right? It's kind of crazy. She got bananaed, but she's got a good agent with MVP. Crypto TV with Trey. He's in our agency. And Eve got her taken care of very quickly, and she's back. Yeah, make sure you give at Jessie the Fact Checker a follow. Don't miss her show. It is actually really good today. Well, not actually. It was really good. Rabbit holes. I know, right? We were going down some rabbit holes. It's funny how people talk about these certain issues that are rabbit hole issues, right? And I have inside knowledge. Like, I've seen these things with my own two eyes. And people don't want to believe the truth. I'll tell you that right now. You can't handle the truth. TikTok seller says he caught a little of it. Yeah, we had a lot going on. I'm sure you got a lot going on, so no worries if you missed it. There will be more to come. Make sure you're smashing that like button. All you guys together at once. Let's get the likes rocking. I need a rubber band. Yes, tap all. We'll get started once we get the likes up a little bit more. All right. 5.6K likes. You guys are doing it. Tap away my tapping machines. Let's take a look at these gifts here. We got a little bit of gifts coming in here. And I do appreciate it. I'm sure you got your money in the market, so you can't afford to give right now. Totally get it. Crypto TV with Trey. Make sure you give him a follow. He's in our family. With the MVP network, great crypto creator as well. Thank you for the heart me, Trey. And Revolution, thank you for the heart me and the 5 popular votes. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me and the 2 popular votes. Simon, thank you for the heart me and the 12 popular votes. Thought this was meme coins? No, bro. We don't do no meme coins around here. We want ISO coins, man. So does the Switch get flipped today? Is today the Switch flip? Yeah, right. Simon, thank you for the level up. Sparks and Nate, thank you for the heart me. It's so funny that people actually believe that mass adoption happens today without any regulation. People are just, ay, ay, ay. I'll tell you this, though. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Right? We just got the news that ISO went in. Now, we have one more bit of news. They're going to vote on the legislation for the Genius Act. That is on Wednesday. All right? And I think Wednesday, we get a slight pump and then a dump. Yeah, the moon cheese is real. The moon cheese is real strong. It's some stinky stuff. What do you think of the mustache? I don't know if you guys can see it on camera. I got the twisty mustache. I've never been so into rumors till I got into crypto. Look at all these rumors surrounding me every day. Just need some time to get away. All right, I'll stop singing. No singing. Jesse was like, I will quit the show if you keep singing, I swear to God. Jason14 says moon cheese. Yep. The moon cheese is real, guys. It's real stinky cheese. TikTok sellers, I don't blame her. Yeah. She's like, please don't sing, bro. Like, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants it. No one likes it. Okay? Just don't. I was like, all right, fine. Oh yeah, moon cheese is being served on a platter as we speak, and they are gobbling it up, and guess what's going to happen? They're buying now. Don't worry, crypto bros. We're going to have plenty of opportunities to buy this stuff. Everyone thinks that there's no more chance. It's over after this. No. We're going to have plenty more time, more bull cycle, more trading to be done. Just think of all those poor saps that are literally going to buy the top right now and have to hold it till next cycle. Guys, they're mass adopting at $3. I know, right? Oh, it moved like 2%. That's mass adoption. Yeah, right. The only reason it's pumping is because of retail. Patiently waiting for another big dip right here. Exactly. Buying the dips, guys. Buying the dips. That's what we want. Don't be one of those poor saps that bought when Trump got inaugurated and held till now and you still haven't breaking even. Oz, you have a nice vibe in here right now. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Hey, Web3, when are you coming on the show? We need to schedule a day for you to come on the show, man. I'm booked out till end of August, though. Web3, thank you for the heart me. Jason, thank you for the donut. Nate, thank you for the popular votes. Jason, thank you for the other donut. And Nate with looks like a level up Sparks from Simon, and Nate with a heart me. And if you haven't signed up for the TA class, I got bad news for you. The class is full. I will allow, if you've been a subscriber for a while, and there's a few of you I've already talked to that want to get into it, you're just not financially there, I will allow it to be open for you. But if you're not a subscriber, and I mean, you have to be subscribed. You can't just subscribe right now. You have to have been a subscriber. I will allow you in the class. Otherwise, the class is full. The TA class is completely full. And I have it that way because I want it to be a more one-on-one experience with you guys. But no one seems to talk too much. There's a few of you that we talk and chat and communicate with. Others are just silent, listening in the background. If it continues that way, I may allow new people to come in. As of right now, class is full. Let's see. It's I'm an exclusive F. But we should talk. It's fair. Yeah, dude, I think we should talk, man. I think you have a lot to offer the community. If you don't follow Web3 Glossary, make sure you do. Great creator as well. We need good creators, and creators need to support each other. And I think it's good to have these discussions because you could probably learn something from me. I could learn something from you. You're not allowed to give gifts? If you're not allowed to give gifts, just so you know, you need to submit a ticket with TikTok. So report a problem and submit that, and they will fix that. TikTok seller, thank you for the 9 roses plus 3 more. Appreciate you. I guess that's a total of 12, right? I got 60 in gifts this week, and they won't let me use it without doing KYC. Really? You need to message TikTok. Web3, do you have an agent? You should have an agent, man. Highly recommend MVP Network. If you want Web3, send me a DM and I'll get you linked up. I'll get you in, bro. I can get you in my agency, 100%. I got Jessie in, and she only has like 400 followers and growing, but she started a brand new account. And she's already represented, making money, doing the live thing. Doesn't even have enough followers to go live and still gets to go live. So Web3, reach out to me. I'll get you hooked up. You need an agent, 100%, and it's free, man. It's free, but you need a good one. And my agent specializes in crypto creators only. I plan to take bigger strides here once I finish my building, but we'll talk at some point. Yeah, man, let me know. It's not anything you have to do. It's very simple. You can have it done within 10 minutes and be good to go. I'm full port shorting BTC right now. You might be a little early on that one. I would short it Wednesday. Not financial advice. It's going to get one more pump. It's going to 125. Just like I told you guys, I've been telling you guys for months now, BTC is going to hit 125. Michael Saylor said to short BTC if you hate money. Yeah, because he has everything to gain from the price of BTC pumping. I don't trust anything these people say that have a bias. Don't listen to Michael Saylor. Don't listen to Brad Garlinghouse. Don't listen to Donald Trump. Don't listen to anybody. I mean, listen to them. Listen to everything, but believe nothing they say. All right? Use your brain, people. It's all psychology. Look, it's right here. We were actually talking about this in Jesse's live. Harvard University 1969 psychology textbook. This is MK Ultra right here. Right here, baby. This is MK Ultra. You won't find this bad boy. I know I just thought it was funny. You're right, Oz. What they do, not what they say. Exactly. Look at what they're doing. Revolution with the pineapples. Revolution, you trying to get freaky? Revolution's trying to get freaky with me. She's trying to be a swinger. Is this happening? I'm not totally opposed. Revolution's cute. I had to apologize for hitting on her because I didn't know she was married. I'm married too, but you never know. We should talk. We could make a video and we could post it and people would pay to watch it. Would you guys pay for that video? You want to see this sexy dad bod? You guys want this dad bod? Me and my wife have a deal where it's okay if the other person is dumb rich. Hey, Jesse, it's okay if the other person is dumb rich. I'm dumb and I'm rich. Hey, this could work. We could make this happen. Out on the dad bod video. You're out, bro? Nah, man. TikTok seller says, let's talk. All right, bro. Pony up the dough. Hey, I ain't gay, but $20 is $20, right? Jesse's a cutie, though. Check this out. There she is right there. That's our fact checker. I'm about it. I'd suck a fart out of her ass like a bong toke. Just kidding. All right, my real personality is coming out right now. I gotta be more professional. This is my show. Got a little carried away there. She's a cutie though, right? This is our fact checker, Jesse. Make sure you follow her. That's at Revolution. Or no, it's at Jesse the Fact Checker. Yeah, look, there I am right there. Boom. Look, see the face of disgust when I got close to her? She wants nothing to do with this. She's all about the Benjamins. That's all she cares about here. Jesse only cares about the Benjamins. She's like, pay me, bitch. Web3 says, pretty woman, no doubt, but I want to talk to Jesse more and know the brain. Reach out to her. Send her a DM. No, I'm smart, not pretty, duh. You could be both. I think there are pretty smart people out there. Pretty smart. Let's see here. Rabid with a rose, Jesus with a heart me, and Jesus with 25 goats. Count them, 25 goats. 20 popular votes. 1 greeting heart, and TikTok seller with 11 roses. With a total of $1.27, we made this live. Oh yeah, we are swimming in the cash right now. Swimming in the cash. Appreciate the gifts though, guys. It does help the algorithm. We already got 43 people watching right now. That's not bad, and we haven't even started. Are we looking at a pullback on XRP soon? I think Tuesday or Wednesday. Probably Wednesday after we get the news. Like, the bill's gonna pass. It's gonna shoot up. And I think after that point, probably the next day or by that weekend, then it'll pull back for sure. Don't forget tariffs are coming. Nasty, nasty tariffs are coming. Yes, I can do H-bar. And if you were in the TA class, we've been deep diving into H-bar, actually. We've been looking at the charts, reading the candles. It's been pretty awesome. Oh yeah, nasty, ugly, disgusting candles coming. You think those green candles were beautiful? Wait till you see the red ones coming in. Just you wait and see. Algo looks ripe for the picking. Algo's kind of been ripe, but yeah. Algo barely moved, huh? Let's take a look at Algo. Algo's one of those ones where it's a late mover. Oh yeah. Algo hasn't even gotten its next push yet. So if you missed one or you got profits in one, you can move it into one of these, man. But I'll tell you what, it kind of hit that spot, 30 cents, but it could potentially do 33 cents to 35. We shall see. Jesus says, good TA class this past week. Yeah, man, hopefully you're learning. Hopefully you're using the paper trading. Use the paper trading. I'm telling you, if you want to be a trader, that's the place to learn. Don't do it with your own money. Do it with fake money. Lose fake money first. I'll tell you what, when I first started trading, I was doing paper trading on, I think it was like Forex. And dude, I would lose 50 grand a week on that thing before I even put real money in the market. Once I started making money, I'm like, okay, I'm ready. And I was a kid back then, man. Just a kid. I'm buying pie coins. Like just a slice of pie? You're buying a slice of pie? Just a slice. Honestly, if you're buying right now, you're borderline unwell in the head. I wanted to say the R word, but Jesus, thank you for the level up. H-bar does the same as algo. Exactly. Exactly. How you guys digging the music? I'm an old school raver, man. I'm one of those 90s ravers, man. What about buying XDC? I mean, yeah, it's just a bootleg XRP kind of thing going on with that one. Same thing, double bottom, kind of played out already. It could potentially go more, but it's kind of got this trend line here. So it could top out right there at 85, 085, or 875. We'll see. I think everyone's going to be severely disappointed with crypto this year. Who's being naughty with the comments? I'm being naughty. I'm being naughty today. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples. Spam the chat with pineapples and make Jesse blush. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples. Yes, I'm being very naughty. Web3 glossary was like, they have a rule where they're allowed to have an open relationship so long as the other person is stupid rich. And was like, well, Jesse, I'm stupid and rich, so this kind of works out, right? TP? What do you mean TP? Toilet paper? It's gonna run out. Everyone's gonna run to buy the toilet paper. You're gonna have to use pineapples instead. Revolution says you're half right. Yeah, I'm rich, but not stupid. Actually, I'm broke. I am so broke right now. I haven't been this broke in a very long time. I'm so broke because I'm crypto rich, cash poor. I cannot wait to cash out. Get ready for the demon candles. Okay, not the God candles, the demon candles when I sell. SXT, how's it looking? Man, SXT looks dead skis. It looks like 9 cents might have been it for SXT. I'm kind of bummed out on it a little bit, but it could do more. It's one of those projects when we go into alt season is when it's going to do parabolic things. So make sure you're taking profits. you know, getting in at lower prices. That one's going to do what it's going to do when it's time. XRP to $5, maybe let's say Bitcoin crashes, it should bring everything down with it a little bit, and then if it loses dominance, expect all that money to flow into alts, and then I could see a $5 XRP. When is alt season? When Bitcoin crashes. When you see Bitcoin fall below 75K and start inching towards 50 to 25K, that's when. I am on Discord. The link is in my bio. What happened to the pineapples? Spam the chat for pineapples. I'm trying to make this thing happen. Francesca, thank you for the heart me. I feel like the more pineapples that come in the chat, the more likely it's going to happen. So send in those pineapples. Let's make this happen. Come on, Jesse. I won't bite hard. I won't bite too hard. I can be gentle. I'm a gentle giant. This is going to happen. If we get like 100,000 comments in pineapples, it has to happen. If we get 100,000 comments and we're just flooding it with pineapple, you'll have no choice. The internet has spoken. Oz, it's not Fran After Dark. I know. My true personality is coming out today. No tap or comments. I like the Fran After Dark show. Alexandria with the pineapples. Is Alexandria trying to you trying to say something to me or to Jesse with those pineapples? Jesse, I think Alexandria is about it. She's sending you pineapples. I'll tell you what, man. Doesn't it feel great to see the market going up finally? It's not going to last forever. What goes up must come down. Look at all the pineapples in the chat. Me too. We have so much fun and talk a lot. Shiza. Not about people. Exactly. We have fun. I can't wait to do another late night live with Francesca. Eric says I missed out again. That's all right, bro. There will be more opportunities. Eric, I'll tell you this. If you missed out, maybe you should consider being in the TA class. You've been a subscriber for a while. I'd let you in, man. The class is full, though. The charts have been saying yes. The news has been saying no. And I think everyone just doesn't care about the news right now. They're like, we need to make this pump so that we can make some money here because our children are starving. And then it'll be short-lived. It'll be sad. When you get a spot open, let me know. Well, Eric, I do. The class is full, but I'm leaving it open for subscribers. So there is space because you're a subscriber. So if you're interested in getting in the TA class, it's on Sunday. If you missed the class, I will record it. By the way, I don't know what happened with the recording for the live or for the last TA class. I did, however, make the video today. So if you missed the TA class, make sure you DM me today after the show, and I will send you out that video. When are the classes? What's the format? It's on Sundays at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and it's on Discord, and it's on like a phone chat, so we like actually talk and communicate with each other, and I teach you guys all kinds of stuff. And if you join the class late, everything is recorded, and I will send you those videos so that you can get caught up and get up to speed, and then you can rewatch them and burn them into your brain, so you're not have to pay every month, you know. How many members do you have on Discord? What do you mean, in the TA class? I'm not sure. There's quite a few. The TA class has only 5 people in it right now. I'm trying to keep the class size low. I want to keep it low so it's very personal and I can answer your questions. If it gets overwhelming, no one else will be allowed in it until somebody drops out. Thank you for the hashtags. Francesca, thank you for the 2 paper cranes and the heart me. Much appreciated. What happened to the pineapples? No more pineapples? I guess it's not going to happen. Seamont with the hashtag pineapple. Pineapples for days. Keep the pineapples coming. Let's make this happen. We threw them out. They're going bad. You talking about the pineapples? Threw out the pineapples? You better save your pineapples because you're going to need toilet paper soon. Supply chain shortages are coming. You're going to need those pineapples for TP. Oh, that's why someone put in the chat TP question mark. Save your pineapples. You know the little top on your pineapple? You should save those because if you ever run out of toilet paper, you know you're good. Sign me up. I'll take a listen to the TA. It does cost money, Justin, but I would be more than happy to. So if you want to get in the class, send me a DM, Justin, and I'll give you the rundown of it. And for those of you who are not subscribers, make sure you subscribe. How many subscribers do we have now? No, subscribers are invited to join the class, but it is an extra fee for the TA class. Because if I teach you this, you're not going to need me anymore. What's your predictions for the markets tomorrow? A bit of a pullback and maybe more upward movement. I don't think it's going to crash. Maybe like consolidation. What am I up to here? I do day trade crypto. That's how I pay for all of this. I'm gonna pay for Jesse to have some pineapple time with me. I don't think I could afford Jesse in that manner. I can barely afford Jesse now. I don't think she'd even be down. She's not about that life. TikTok seller with more pineapples. Hoping for 119K to enter into alts to go long for tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see. I want to see Bitcoin lose more dominance. But I think you're right. I think we're on the verge of alt season. We're on the verge. You thought these candles were nice. Wait. Just wait and see. But remember, the liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. And that means with more liquidity spread out, the less these alts are going to move. Stack your bags, last chance. I think you're right. I think you're right. One last move. I'll tell you what, Big Baller is a smart investor. You're going to get one last pump, and then that's going to be it. Make sure you take profits. We're too close to Valhalla to not hit it? Nah, man. You need money. There's just not enough new people in crypto. I mean, Eric, yes, you can still buy in, but I think the next candle is going to not be as great as what we've already seen. But there should be some candle to catch. And I would imagine it's going to be your top 10 coins are going to do the best. The bears are bearing hard. I'm with them. Dude, I'm with it too. I still have the green light on because I do believe we're going to get one more pump. But let me tell you, the red light is coming soon. Soon coming. But right now, still green. I appreciate you sending. Sending what? Did I send something? What's up, Fredrum? And make sure you guys are subscribed. And if you were subscribers, resubscribe. Keep this community going. The subscribers are what really keeps everything going here, not just financially, but with the status that this live is at for growing into the FYP. The more subscribers you have, the more you're promoted and pushed. I feel like it's going to tank on Thursday. That's what I'm thinking. Respect to all of you. Hope you're making money today. I mean, yeah, I think we're about to get a little pullback, but there should be some more money to be made. Should be some more. I think you got one more. One more hopium, one more moon cheese, and then... And I could be wrong about that. It could pump until the end of the month, but I'll tell you this. Like the 30th-ish, around the 1st, it's going to dump hard. And it's going to be dumping for like a while. And that'll be your second chance to get in for September, October, like maybe some rate cuts, maybe legislation coming out. You're going to get a second chance. I got one too. Feels good with a haircut, doesn't it? Oh, dude, it was so hot, bro. Oh, it feels amazing. Look at, don't I look nice? Look at, yes. It just feels incredible. It is so hot. It's like 100 and a million degrees out here. Yeah, I hope you like the mustache. Maybe Jesse will be down with some pineapple time because I'm looking good. What do you think, Jesse? Some pineapple time with this strapping young lad? I'll tell you where that pineapple goes. I'll tell you right where I'm going to put that pineapple. Just giving respect. I love women. Yes, I do too. I love women too. Jesse, I'm going to talk to my wife. I'm going to say, hey, the internet has spoken. It has to happen. You know, no one knows what it means, but it's provocative. Gets the people going, right? You got to give the people what they want, right? I only jest and joke about this because I know never in a million years would she ever consider it whatsoever. That's why it's so funny to me. Like if I get too close to her, she's just like, go away, ew, gross. Alexa, thank you for the heart me and the rose. Alexa, I'm so sorry. I keep calling you Alexandria. I am the worst at pronouncing the names of the people in the chat, by the way. I'm the king of messing your chat name up. I'm going to actually make it a thing. I'm going to try to pronounce everyone's name so poorly. That's going to be my thing. And I'll be like, what's up, Restitution? What's up, Javier Acevedo? Yeah, like I did with Ginny. Guinea Marie's name is Ginny Marie, and I call it Guinea. I'm just gonna call her Gina. I'm gonna just make that the thing where I totally butcher everyone's names. What's up, Jace? What's up, Jace? How you doing? Everyone's name is getting butchered. Jace says BTC definitely hitting 150K at very least. Maybe 125. Alexa Delgado's name is Alexandria Gustavo. It's Eric Bro's name is now it's Aaron Bra. What's up? It's Aaron Bra. Okay, I'm looking and I missed out so much. I'll be here all the time. Yeah, dude. Don't miss out, man. Everyone here that heeded the advice made money.